Red Bull gives you wings.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I going to do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow! Veli! Incroyable, magnifique! What? No! What are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it! It was so good!
Yours was better.
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome.
To the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back to the LEC, live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm Dracos, and I'm joined by Goldberg and Aragon. Dynamic duo, terrible at Smash, but incredible analysts.
I don't want to brag, but I'm
Goldberg
pretty sure
beat me.
I've
He won't talk
solidified
your shit, but
myself
it's not
as
your
the
time.
best Smash
It's not
Bros
about
player in
your
the office
victories
today.
Today, GB, it's about Fnatic's victories yesterday, because it might have taken 849 days, but they finally made it happen. Fnatic taking down G2 in a best of series. I was caught off guard, as I think many people were. How did you feel about it?
I mean, the biggest surprise I had was I saw game 1, and it was a complete stomp by G2. We were in the green room, and we were just saying, yeah, this is going to be a 3-0 series, and it's going to be quick. And then it just went the absolute mile. Yeah, what a banger series.
Nothing makes me more happy than to see G2 lose in the LEC like this, because it means stakes become so much more important. It means I'm not just looking at a one-team region. It means I'm looking at the rest of the league elevating themselves, and it means, well, G2 Fnatic, it's not a one-sided rivalry. I actually care about watching it, and I cared a lot watching yesterday, especially that game 5.
Yes, yes, Legacy Kings Dynasty,
Yeah,
of course.
you know it.
So fantastic. No, I agree. Like, this is a rivalry. Obviously, we've been waiting for a long time. It is historic, but it didn't feel relevant for quite some time, even though these games have always been exciting. And now, finally, Fnatic have struck back in a best of 5. No discounting it like we do so frequently with a best of 1 single win or upset. But the big thing about this is that it wasn't just us behind the scenes. It wasn't just some people at home. It was just about everybody who thought G2 would win. In fact, if you were a human being, it was highly unlikely that you predicted Fnatic to win unless you were a Fnatic fan or your name was Hillisang and Trimby. You were more likely to predict it if you were a chicken. So shout out to Hen Solo, who was very surprised that all of these analysts have jobs. Hen Solo is one of the names of the chickens. And thanks to everybody who checked in. Again, very concerned that we might be replaced by farm animals soon.
I mean, did you predict this series?
No.
No, me
No, I
neither.
predicted
We
a
would have
3-0.
we would have
We got
gone Fnatic.
outclassed.
Yeah, we
Outclassed.
obviously would have gone Fnatic.
Gotta respect the chicken. They make eggs. They make correct predictions. We just like what are we don't have anything. But we do have a lot of opinions about draft, and that's going to be important because in our next segment, the LEC cook-off, we need to understand, you know, a lot of teams are trying new things, they're bringing new ingredients to the table, but did they overcook? Is it tasting good? Does it at least look good? What are we really talking about here when we look at some of these recent drafts? I want to start with the first one from Game 4 yesterday. There was some controversy in Game 5, but we can't pretend Renekton in Italy tastes bad anymore after Game 5. So let's start at Game 4. Take a look at the draft overall. Tell me what you guys think. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Did they cook, overcook, undercook?
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's cheesy from G2, like mac and cheese, 5 kind of American cheese, whatever you want to call it. We see triple AD, Varus top. Like, it's good. doesn't mean I like it. I personally hate mac and cheese, and I also don't like seeing 380 carries. I'm getting kind of tired of it. But yes, it worked for G2.
The amount of range champions in the game, too damn high. It's like too much salt on your food, you know? That's what I think.
I'm feeling
They've
salty.
over-salted it. I am too. And that's the problem with 80 carries right now. I think G2 too salty.
If you can't oversalt your food in Germany, where can you, dear audience? That's my
actually true.
question. Next up, G2 versus BDS. Perhaps less 80 carries. By a slight margin, we can at least say safely. Slight margin. 3 instead of like 5 or 6, so we're going down. But what stands out to you here?
Look, I'm very passionate about this one. I hate this. Completely burnt from BDS. The Mundo into Aatrox into, oh, we can fix this. Lane swap away from the lane as fine Mundo is, Aatrox's Mundo is one of his worst matchups. So yeah, mayonnaise on cereal, I think was the comparison I made earlier. I think that's what I'd say.
Yeah, just like you forgot to buy groceries, you're looking for one ingredient to substitute what you really want here on that i5. You can't find what you actually need, and then
I hate it.
Boom, you get Mundo.
Could Mundo ever be good?
I mean, he can.
The mayonnaise can go on something else,
right
just not the cereal,
yeah,
is
it's
what
like,
you're telling
it
me.
works, but
I'm just
not
trying
in
to
this dish.
understand why you don't like it, you know? I feel like they cooked up something nice for you and you're not.
You said there was a Swedish dish.
I mean, I'll eat it, I'll watch it, I won't enjoy it, and let's leave it at that.
Okay, so if you're too lazy to cook for yourself, you'll take what BDS is having.
I guess so, yeah.
More or less. Not a good indicator, I think, but even more concerning, perhaps, Giant X versus Team Heretics, or less concerning, because on paper, I like a lot of what we're seeing here.
I like that one. Look, sometimes Giant X, they overcook a little bit, okay? Sometimes they overcook, undercook, but this one, it hit just right. I like the Morgana into the Vi. I think it was a little sprinkle of something decent. Perfect seasoning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of notes from America as well. We've actually seen earlier this year with Speaker as well in this exact same scenario, bringing out Morgana in the jungle too. So while at first it looks interesting seeing Morgana in the jungle again, it really works into the conversation that we're seeing on the enemy team.
And I think if this was a cooking challenge, you can look at the ingredients and you can go, GX, damn, you've got everything you need to make a fantastic dish. The problem comes when you get into the kitchen and you actually have to cook. Luckily, we have a representative of GX on standby to kind of simulate what cooking looks like for this GX lineup.
Hold up. 5k, gold down, double ADC, Antonio on a flank. Oh, let me simmer this. Let me get it in the pot. Oh, Antonio's coming in. Wait, it's out of the pan. The Baron flip is still there. Let me flip it a little bit more. Oh, perfect. That's how a successful Baron flip looks like, and we're doing it every game. We're the best at it right now. Oh.
So, I think, in summation, they're just flipping Baron a lot. Which, like, when you look at the ingredients, right, you talked about it already, there's a lot going on there. You're like, damn, you have everything you need to make a great dish. But when the end of the story is you 50-50 a Nash, it doesn't feel great. Aragon, how are you feeling about what GX showed in that series?
I mean, look, the early games have been sus. It's like they throw in a bunch of ingredients. I'm going to stop with the cooking reference. But the early games have not been good, right? They just haven't. And then it feels like they have to resort to these Baron flips, which they do so consistently, right, Odo?
Okay, listen. If it works all the time, is it really a flip? Right now is the GX signature play. You fall behind early. Imagine today it might be one of those days where we get to the Nash, where equal in gold, and then we flip it like this. The setup is great because every single time it is not really, you know, just a little mindless flip where we go to Nasher. I'm still part of the team, you know. Yeah. We still get to the Nasher. It's not like we don't have a setup where we put flank ward or get prio on silence and then we start. And no, we do all of those steps. It is probably one of the only plays that GX has to get back in the game, and they have been doing it consistently, and I don't think it has failed at any point so far.
I think while they do deserve some credit for the consistency, I'm still concerned. And I think the bigger portion of this particular puzzle, Aragon, is that if the game state were a little more favorable before the Baron flip, we would feel better about it, as we see GX obviously coming into the studio now. But it's not. The numbers are not looking good in the early game.
And my biggest way, that's absolutely brutal, these stats. We saw them before, but like, the problem I have, the biggest problem with Giant X is I just feel like they don't have a superstar player anymore. It used to be Jackie's, but for the past 2 or 3 weeks, to me, the magic is kind of gone. So you just have either losing lanes or just doing nothing early into this magical Baron flip. And I just don't feel like that's a very consistent way to win. I know you'd argue differently, Odo. But yeah, that's my take on it.
Well, it works. If they ain't broke, don't fix it, you know?
Look, who cares, you know, how they made the dish as long as it tastes good when you get it on the plate. I actually care. I think we should all get
Yeah,
concerned. That's how we end up some weird stuff.
I would
That's
love
how you
this.
end up with this.
Yeah, I would love the early game to look a little bit better because right now, I feel like they can still do a lot more. They're empowering Jackies a lot. Top lane is falling a little bit behind, but it's also the identity that they're going for. They're going for the early pick Ornn, the early pick tank top lane where it's, you know, weak side laning into, you know, facilitating good stats for like the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you have this very set playstyle for Giant X, where you have a tank top, a tank jungle, and like obviously a tank support, you really need your mid laners to shine. Your mid laners to shine to do consistent DPS because you're not going to get that from these other roles. So in a kind of a way, they're sort of one-dimensional, but that's why they need Jackies to step up as well as Patrick.
Although we had critics for Jackies because he's getting caught, even in the series before where they won, he got caught a couple of times. He is still pumping out big numbers. He tried the ADCs for the whole split, didn't really work with the Kai'Sa and Ezreal. Found the Zeri. I think he's maybe the first one or the only one who played Zeri so far in the LEC, and he had a phenomenal game earlier. But now he's facing Nuke, which I feel like he's in a great position as well. He found a lot of success with Corki and Talia.
Yeah, and obviously Nuke, a player who has stepped up significantly this year and in this split as well, a big part of the reason why BDS has been successful. But as much as the overall split has been good for BDS, most recently we're on a bit of a downturn, right? They are in the lower bracket for a reason. So I want to get your take both on why they're here. What is it that you're looking at when it comes to maybe being more critical of BDS or evaluating where they stand?
I think actually there's a few flaws with BDS, at least in the very recent weeks. One of them was top lane, the other was mid lane. I think Nuke wasn't playing as well as potentially he did before. I remember him getting picked on side. A pretty horrible Talia game, if I remember correctly. He went 1-5 at one point and just kept getting soloed by BD, but my memory's a bit foggy there. Regardless, not as good as before, as well as Adam. I think Adam is in one of the worst metas possible for him at the moment. Historically, I don't remember the last time there were so many ranged top laners being played in the meta, not even top lane, but overall in the entire games.
Which is funny because right now, when you would look at the stats of the Champions Plate, you would see the Garen, the Darius, the Set. Right now, I also think it's the approach that they have been choosing. With at the beginning of the split, they said they want to diversify a little bit. They want to stop relying on Adam so much on his funny picks, empower Shio, empower everyone else. But right now, we saw them overcook it a little bit earlier. But now it's maybe one of those situations where you're thinking, how much do they value this end of summer split? How much they value the spring, the season finals? Because right now they might have to bring out the band-aid of put Adam back on these power picks, the ones that have a lot of lane domination, especially against someone like D'Antonio, who has been susceptible to early lane pressure.
And ultimately, it seems like a story of solo lanes here. Both top lane and mid lane under some scrutiny, but also big potential to turn this around, right? We've seen what all of these players can do. However, speaking of top lane, Trouble is sitting by with D'Antonio in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And D'Antonio, thank you for joining me ahead of your Best of Series versus BDS. How are you feeling, first of all?
I'm feeling good, like the other matches. I feel, versus Fnatic, I said as well in Twitter that we were really confident to take the win, but it was close. I feel really good and confident with the team level right now.
All right, now talking about your confidence and it's springing back up. When you came into the team, you obviously replaced somebody who's been a veteran in the scene, and there were a lot of doubts, and people came at you. How did you develop through that, and how did you deal with the whole situation, knowing that right now you've made it, you've showed what you're made of?
When I came to the team, I prepared like a little, like a PowerPoint. I don't know, like like a presentation where I show what I want to do or what like my identity and how we should play. And I think we all had pretty clear like how we wanted to play and identity as a team. And I think it went good because we have good pieces. Like Jackie's, for example, is playing really good. Patrick understands everything. Johan as well. So I think we are really in the same page, all of us.
You're giving a lot of praise for your teammates, but you've showed yourself from a really good tank player. You've had some really great carry performances on the Rift as well. What has been your developmental goals, if you will, coming from the ERLs into the LEC, playing versus tougher opponents? What did you have to get better at?
Okay, so mainly I play most of tanks, no, like champions. So what happen is like normally when I play ERL, I play like on Ornn, and normally if I have bad matchup, I'm able to actually win or like solo kill or like be ahead. But now, when you play like versus like good players, it's not that easy, you know. But still, I think it's every style is possible in League of Legends. So you need to like play around. So we had to. With Emi, it's like it's coach, but as well helps me a lot. So we really pay attention about everything, how we should do this, or how to play this, or in what scenarios do this. So I think we put a lot of time in how to make me work, and yeah, it's working, I think. Yeah.
And hopefully will work today too. Adam is a really tough opponent to go up against. Best of luck in your series. And casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Trouble. Great to hear from the Antonio before the series today as we watch BDS pressing W on Twister. I'm going to say, not sure that's exactly how you play Twister.
Yeah, just like people have been telling us we've been playing Uno wrong this whole time. Nice try, Uno.
Yeah, by people you mean Mattel or Hasbro, whoever creates Uno.
Nice try,
You're
but
lying.
I think we know how to play properly, okay? So if we're going to play W Trista, we're going to play W Trista.
Well, okay, so the controversy, and it's huge in the internet space. I'm actually very surprised you haven't picked up on this. You can't play a draw 4 on a draw 4. Yeah. According to official.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Exactly.
Well, we're going to be drawing 4 games at least today. Oh, nice transition as we've got 2 best of 3s on the docket. We're going to be starting off our day with Giant X versus BDS. And I'm excited. Of course, a lot on the line for both these teams. In terms of championship points, Giant X is in a good spot. Even if they lose today, there's a possibility of them qualifying for the season finals.
I'm going to be honest. Forget everything you know about championship points.
Okay.
Don't need to know it anymore. All that happens from now on is if Carmine Core get 3rd, whoever gets 1 position behind them gets the final spot. So we have 4 teams already qualified for our season finals. BDS, MDK, Fnatic, and G2. Out of the remaining 3 teams, that is Giant X, KC, and SK, only 2 can go through. Carmine Core have to make it into the top 3 if they're going to qualify. If they don't, obviously then Giant X and SK make it in. If Carmine Core make it in, whoever gets higher out of Giant X and SK in terms of championship points will make it through, likely SK.
All right, thanks for setting the stakes for us. So,
that's what I'm here for.
Let's get ready for draft as we've got Giant X versus BDS. There were some question marks around the draft approach from BDS when they went up against G2. We saw some nice draft adaptations from Giant X in the lower bracket earlier this week. And I'm excited. Will Jackies get his hands on the Zeri once again? He continues to expand his mid-lane pool. This man has played so many champions this split.
Wasn't the biggest fan of the Diana Yasuo. I'm just going to put it
sure? Yeah.
So I'm happy for him to go back towards things like the Zeri and try and go for the Kaisas, these kind of things, and actually still go for the AD mids. But I think Juhan has definitely looked significantly better when he's able to play these more tanky-oriented champions, and I expect that's what Giant X are going to try and go for here again. And then kind of on the flip side as well, I think Sheo, we've seen him bring out the Viego a couple of times. I'm not the biggest fan of the Viego in the meta at the moment. I think going back towards the Zyras, the Brands, these kind of things are going to be more what we're expecting from BDS coming into this draft, especially since we've seen almost the whole league adapt to now Brand is king.
Well, we haven't actually seen Sheo bring out the Brand so far this split, so we have to hope that he's been able to prepare it. With the O1 taken away, clearly directed towards the Antonio. The Rel going to be directed towards Labrov. So right now, if we're looking at most played, we're just banning out those champions. Comfort going to be denied away. Oh, look, Patrick's most played AD carry, Kai'Sa. Yeah, going to ban that one too. I wonder if perchance maybe a Jinx or a Zeri going to be next on the ban list. You would imagine something like the Rumble or the Tristana because you are playing on red side, and those are champions that you do kind of don't want to afford to give away.
The thing is though, like Jackies hasn't played the Tristana yet, so I'm kind of surprised that they have. Oh, actually, I played it once, but like it hasn't been the high priority for Giant X. So I think that's where you're kind of looking, going, okay, well, Jackies has kind of tended more towards the Ezreals and that. So are you that worried about having it there? But now with the draft the way it is, either the Rumble or the Tristana or the Brand are guaranteed to slip through. So now Giant X basically have to try and figure out what's the worst of the bad bunch.
Giant X might just leave the Rumble open. We've only seen it 1 game from BDS this split. It was from Sheo in the jungle relatively early on as well, if I remember correctly, when they were trying out the AP junglers a little bit more. There's the Corki band away from Nuke.
So Sheo is still playing that Rumble against solo queue in the jungle, so maybe that's it. But I think this is where it's like, what do you want to do? I think taking the Rumble is a good thing because the Antonio has been exceptional on that Rumble pick. It's been his other non-tank pick, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be here.
Because your options are Rumble, Tristana, Sejuani, all very high prior over the last couple of days, and Brand, as you say. So we'll see where BDS decide to go with first pick. There's the Rumble. Giant X, is it Brand Trist as 1-2?
I think Sejuani, to be honest. My instinct is Sejuani plus maybe AD carry, maybe even Okay, but yeah, the Trist, yeah. So, yeah, easy prediction. Nothing too surprising. The response is going to be interesting, though, from BDS, because we know that they can treat this Rumble as a flex pick. We've seen Adam play the Rumble before. While it's not in his usual wheelhouse, it's something that he definitely can play and will play. So how do BDS want to play around this fact? Are they going to lock in a jungler this early on, or do instead they want to try and match something in mid? I guess you have to wonder, like, maybe we want to put Talia or maybe Azir into the Tristana mid lane, or maybe another AD carry. They've played Lucian mid before.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try and take away the Ezreal in this position, because when I look across the Giant X, they kind of need that mixed AP damage to try and come through. So a lot of the times they'll fall back to the Antonio looking for someone like the Gragas in the top lane to fill that slot, but also kind of looking for these mixed damage AD carries. And with Kai'Sa taken off the board, Ezreal kind of rises up as that other one that can do at least some mixed damage. Zeri is the other option as well, but looks like they're not going to go for either.
Ashe instead alongside that is it with the Rumble for BDS. Rumble can be flexed to support, something we must mention just as a possibility, not commonly played these days. The Ezreal for Giant X, their next most likely pick. And if you do want a bit more magic damage, you can look towards the Kennen, something we saw the Antonio on earlier in the weekend.
I will say that
the time of this weekend of LEC.
Yeah. If I'm Giant X, I'm very happy with what I've gotten so far.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is about as meta as you can get. Very solid front line. You've got good scaling, great range. I feel like this is just me speculating, but BDS seem to have been thrown off a little bit by the bans that have come through from Giant X. They were given so many options for strong picks, and now they've ended up with, depending on where this Rumble goes, an awkward situation, because what do you put jungle here to pair up alongside the Azir? When you think about maybe tanky junglers, it's hard to think of AD tank junglers.
Device is probably what you're looking at.
Potentially, yes.
But I think that's kind of been the criticism of BDS, at least in my eyes, is I don't think they've adapted well to this meta. Like, when you look towards, they're the only ones that are really bringing out the Viego in the jungle. Yes, they played a lot of the Talia, but they haven't really adapted towards things like the Brand, and we can see it in this draft. And even they kind of entered into the league and going, hey, we're still going to stick to these lane swaps and play things like the Jinx and try and go for this. So it definitely feels like they've had a very different look on the meta. Now, it has worked for them. They've looked relatively good, but I definitely think it has been something that's been a bit of a crux for them.
Because the problem they now find themselves in, you talked about the Vi, Vedic, that's now been taken away as well by Giant X. And I'm just trying to think, like, okay, let's say, so you need to pick the Rumble, right? It's clearly a strong champion. You put it top, or do you put it jungle? And then you're like, well, if we're going to put it jungle, what do we put in mid lane? Do we want an AD mid, or do we want an AP mid? Well, we want something that's still good into the Tristana, so we pick the Azir.
Yeah.
And Azir makes sense. Ashe, also a great AD carry. We want to make sure we lock in that too. But now, like, I'm struggling to see how BDS actually round this draft out.
I think the Ivern could be really good for BDS actually here, though, because you've got a lot of auto-attacking champions. You've got at least long-range, non-committal engage, which could be really, really good. But I still think you do kind of need that front line, which is why I like the Giant X have gone for the early rotation of the Alistar, because you could go for a Leona. Alistar does well into it. Maybe you want to go for a Braum here for LeBron, but you still kind of need that. There it is. Engage.
My instinct was Jarvan, but I think you can't play Jarvan into Trist Ezreal.
And instead the Viego.
I don't love it. I don't think BDS have a great front line to leverage their great range.
They do have really good pick, though. If an Ashe Arrow hits, you have the Equalizer follow-up, Heartbreaker in by the Viego. So if they can get an initial kill, they can start snowballing fights. But Giant X is a relatively slippery team, at least the people that are easily pickable.
I do prefer, though, when you have a Viego with something that can enable it, right? Yeah. And I think that when you have a Azir, not really an enabler for a Viego, you want that something like an Ahri or something along these lines that can try and set up for him. So I think that's where Xiao's going to struggle through the mid-jungle. Same when you look at the Rumble. So I think a huge amount of that adaptation has to go down to the bot lane, and it's not the easiest lane to try and play against that bot side.
I think BDS have the advantage now of just pushing lanes, right? Top lane with the Rumble into Sion, like, we know what the Antonio's doing, but you're going to lose that laning phase, right? And in the bot side of the map, Ashe Braum against Alistar Ez, you're going to have push, you're going to have a lane that you can play around. So that's the good news for Xiao. He has agency in the early game. But BDS need to showcase that they can leverage this early game power, because while I think this split has been better for them in terms of their early game objective control, they've been flawless at playing around grubs and using those leads to snowball. This is going to be, in my opinion, a difficult game to execute if they get to the mid-game team fights, because Giant X's composition is very simple and very true to their style.
And I think that's the point that I want to hit on it. It feels very Giant X, right? You've got an AD carry that's self-sufficient, Ignar and a champion that's very strong in the roams. They play for Jackies in the mid lane, set that up then for, hey, take those skirmishes in towards those early void grubs, contest BDS on what their game plan is. But as you say, I think a lot of that does require you to have at least some semblance of control over your bot side, and it's going to be difficult against the double priority in bot lane.
Here it is, all the marbles for Giant X. Really need a win today if they are going to make it through to our season finals. There are still possibilities of them making it through without a win today, and we'll break those down as we see the Carmine Core result later on. But now, a moment, a breath, before we take our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of hopefully 6 today, as we have the second best of 3 after this. Arcane Comet up for Adam in the top lane. The Antonio going for Grasp, no real surprises there. Double press the attack between the AD carries. No longer are we in the days of lethal tempo for that extra range. And Ice and Patrick just trading a little bit here. Lebrov going to start to step in. Adam's down towards this bottom side as well, just to give Lebrov a little bit of support as he walks towards this blue buff.
Now, we talked about how the early game is going to be really important for BDS, and I like what BDS is doing. The Braum actually not dropping a ward. Of course, he has the sweeper, so not going to be able to. But I thought that they would drop a ward on blue just to identify where Juhan was, to give information for Sheo as to what he can plan in the other game. Smoothly done there from Adam. The Tribrush ward was back in my day.
It used to be hard. I remember the Skara days when
Yes,
he
that
played
was exactly what I was thinking.
It is now a lot easier. If you train it for about 5 minutes a day, you can get it. Especially in the bot lane Tribrush, there's a snail. If you click on the snail, it puts the ward in.
So if you play with indicators, it just tells you where the ward is.
It doesn't always. So there's some around the back of Baron Pit where you can get it into the bush, even though it looks like it's not going to be in the bush, and you can ward this bot lane forward Tribrush from the river. Adam invading here.
Adam
alongside Lebrov,
gentlemen.
Yes. Yes.
Why is our Rumble invading?
So I think this is where they thought there was going to be a lane swap coming through, because we've seen a lot of teams when you play with the Alistar just, hey, we're going to completely forego from a lane in the early stages. We'll send them up top side, get to level 2, then reset, and now we don't lose out on that very early laning phase. But BDS kind of overthinking things, and Giant X were happy to just go for plain and simple, and now Adam's down a teleport.
I mean, if you're expecting a lane swap, my question becomes, why not use your very strong level 1 with Braum, Ashe, to just get a very deep ward down the lane, you know? Try and get some scouting, try and gather intel as to what the enemy team is up to, because that's a TP gone now from Adam. Might not be the end of the world for him. Ultimately, he's going to have still a lot of push in that top lane 1 versus 1, but a single gank could really hurt him on the top side of the map.
Have a look at how Juhan decides to path across. Did start Wolves, then Blue, then over to the Gromp. Nuke and Jackie's trading the mid lane. Bone plating on Nuke means he avoids a little bit of that early damage, but still is hit with the full force of the explosive shot at the end.
Better trade though for Nuke in the 1v1, able to get that health advantage. Now Adam will use the Prio to move into the enemy jungle. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Keeping my eyes on Sheo though, he's done a full clear from top side to bot. Adam will spot out Juhan.
Juhan gets it with the smite, means he doesn't have it for the red, but Adam just using the fact that he can push out the top lane quickly. Jackie's should be able to escape this. He's just using all the time he has. He knows he can't kill the Scion in the lane, forces Jackie's back. The wave not in the best states for the Giant X mid laner, as Nuke can hold this.
My man Adam has just gone on an entire tour of Summoner's Rift.
It's what he used to do all the time. On Fnatic, he was the level 2 gank mid guy.
Yeah, but I mean, on Rumble, I'm surprised to see him having so much impact. The level 1 invade on the blue buff TP top into enemy red invade and stopping by the Raptor pit. Throws a gank in mid, heads back towards top. You can see he's a bit behind in farm. He should be able to catch the next wave and close that gap a little bit. But yeah, I mean, he's trying to make his presence known on the map.
But it's worked out wonderfully, right? Because not only did you delay Juhan, you've now guaranteed 2 scuttles for Sheo because Juhan was delayed on his clear. And you also got Nuke to crash in mid. So Nuke now gets a significantly better back as he gets the TP into mid. So it put him, not really, out of sorts, and then just helped out massively in both mid and jungle.
It's an interesting strategy with the Scion kind of trying to neutralize Adam in the top lane, accepting the fact that you're not going to be able to kill such a tanky beefcake, and instead trying to make your presence known on the rest of the map. As you say, about an 8 CS lead for Sheo. That's 2 camps in the form of 2 Scuttle Crabs.
I will say though that like Rumble can make top lane tanks really miserable.
Sure.
You know, and so like sure, he's basically conceding the pressure that he has to put that pressure elsewhere on the map. but he's sacrificing the ability to just really bully the Scion as a result.
But importantly, the net misery on the map is still equal.
That's
okay,
true.
He reduced the misery the Antonio was feeling to increase the misery on Juhan. And we all know Summoner's Rift can be quite a miserable experience from time to time.
But the Antonio's going to be slightly less miserable as well, because he got to reset for a no magic mantle without having to teleport, right? Which is a big win in those early stages of the tank. So it just kind of gets rid of some of that early damage that Adam would do. So yes, he helped out mid jungle, but it's also helped out his lane opponent.
Now, Juhan very wisely recognizes that his bot lane does have push, and given that he doesn't expect to really be able to contest the top wave, he's prioritizing this dragon. The problem, though, is that I think Nuke should be able to move first, and they're going to be bullied off it. So good awareness there from Sher to recognize that this was happening. It could have been a good opportunity, but now the problem for Juhan is he's likely going to lose the dragon, and he's going to lose the grubs as well.
Yeah, still 30 seconds before those grubs spawn, so Sher will have time to reset if he wants and get onto that top side of the map.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be trying to play off this bot lane push. You can see a slow push building here for Ice. He crashes a big wave, he gets the reset, then you can play for the Void Grub. So I think that's where GX, resetting already with Patrick, trying to get him a buy, see if he's a little bit safer to the tower, but try and get Ignar out on the map first. Maybe they can make a play around mid lane and try and catch BDS before they end up with that advantage towards the Void Grubs.
The issue as well is for Sheo, his camps are available on the bottom side of the map. He's got Razor Beaks and Krug, so if he wants to optimize his clear, if he wants to just farm through, get to level 6, he actually has to go the opposite way to the grubs. You can see he just took the Razor Beaks and now is going to go up towards these grubs. Still only level 5. Juhan the same though. Ignar trying to step in here. The resets have come out from Adam and Lebrov, but they are way away from this fight. At least one grub you expect will go over to Giant X here.
Do this. I mean, they might get one and then get out, which is fine. He's sticking around. I mean, Rumble's on the way. Yeah, okay.
I think the play was 1 and out.
Yeah, to be fair to Juhan, that's probably the best case scenario for him because Adam chose to back to pick up some itemization, spend some of that gold, and then be stronger for what is a very early game fight. Giant X should be very aware that fighting Rumble at this point in the game, nope, do not want to do that. And so wisely, he sees an opportunity to get one grub. He'll be happy with that. It does give them the possibility of the 4 grub buff later, right? Which is one of the big advantages of the change, because you can maybe find a pick later on. Maybe if you can find a good wave timing or opportunity, then at the very least you can get that.
For the moment, though, things coming up in BDS's favor. About 700, 800 gold the lead for them. Ignar shadowing Jackie's here for a second. I think he was looking to see if they needed to shove this wave out, but it will eventually push back to Jackie's. Lebrov now down towards the bottom side, but Patrick, like, Ezreal is just so safe. It's one of the reasons he's so good as an AD carry right now, is you can just leave him to his own devices. He'll farm with Mystic Shot, he'll jump away with Arcane Shift, and he'll be happy as houses. Happy as Larry? I don't think houses are that happy, generally.
Happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't the expression kind of like a happy house, as in like the house that
Is a home, is a happy home.
Yeah, something like that, you know.
We can make up expressions, let's be honest. Shakespeare did it all the time.
That is the secret, like the secret talent I have of being Irish, is that if I just say something weird, people assume it's an Irish expression and not just me completely messing up what I meant to say.
Ooh, arrow down mid lane going wide there as Jackie's able to step up towards the top side. BDS, the Wolves were ready to pounce, but can't quite find their mark. Jackie's still half HP under the tower. Ignar coming out of base. Juhan here to try and protect, but those Void Grubs helping out with a little bit of true damage. And the plate will fall over to BDS.
Yeah, Lebrov didn't hit the tower.
Don't need to, man.
I mean, true, I guess.
Yeah, bro, you just have to be there for the Unbreakable, and it would have been a perfect time to use it. Lebrov oversteps and Giant X strike.
So I was about to say, I think Lebrov was a bit worried about Juhan's ultimate coming out, but then he ended up using the Unbreakable. So with no Unbreakable available, GX were like, we can just kill the Braum. So immediately they get the combo, and great pick off by Giant X.
I mean, nice punish from Giant X. BDS, we talked about how we wanted to see them use their early strength, their early pushing power to start building a lead. And to be fair to them, they've been able to find those opportunities. The bot lane 2v2 has been going very well for BDS overall. The top lane is starting to build an advantage. Mid is also pretty even thanks to that early investment from Adam. But now finding that pick, Giant X.
Ice with the Ghost. Needed to use it. Ignar was on his way across. TP in by Adam. Has no equalizer, but might look to set up a lane gank.
Bot lane.
Why be top? It's the lane is neutral.
Void Grubs are up. It's about V4. Well,
doesn't have all.
Void Grubs across to Giant X. Oh, they're not actually. Sorry.
No, it's a minute away. That's right. A minute away.
Yeah. been a long weekend.
Yeah. So the TP was invested. Adam might sneak into the second bush here. I don't think it does much if he does. Yes.
I mean, I guess the logic was he was concerned that Ice was getting collapsed on by more than 2 people. He saw Ignar on Vision. Patrick was looking to try and fight, and maybe he was worried, oh, my AD carry is going to get collapsed by Juhan as well, so I'll TP. Unfortunately, that's not what happened.
Who are we to pontificate on the internal machinations of Adam's mind?
That is my job.
Yeah. Who are we?
Yes.
But yes, it was an odd TP. Didn't really net anything for BDS. And Adam now down that summoner once again. The second time this game we've seen him use a TP, either to get himself back into the lane in a position where perhaps he shouldn't been out of the lane originally, or to get into a position that didn't really do too much for him. Thankfully for him, the Antonio hasn't been able to punish it so far, but it's only a 36 gold deficit for the Giant X top laner on this Scion, and as the game goes on, the Scion's going to become more and more unkillable.
I mean, he's doing a great job, honestly. He's finding good trades, as you can see, and like, when the Rumble really wants to fight, that magic resistance is only doing so much. But ultimately, the Antonio doing well in the 1v1.
And Adam is someone that we've looked at a little bit over these playoffs because I think he has been struggling compared to where we usually expect him to be. You can see 4 deaths a game, only less than 1 kill and assist at 14 minutes. He hasn't had the impact for BDS that he had last year, even that he's had earlier this year. I think a few questions have started to be asked around his performance.
And I think part of that is him trying to adapt to the new meta, which is, hey, he's playing way more tanks than we would have traditionally seen and trying to fit into a new role, it feels like, on BDS, but it hasn't really settled for him. And, ooh, it's Jackie's nice buffer on the jump, but it also, like, we've seen odd TP plays from him, and even he's criticized himself on X as well, saying, look, this has been a terrible weekend for me. So maybe just the pressure of playoffs getting to him to a little bit, because we've definitely seen that BDS have struggled as a whole when it comes towards playoffs at times. So maybe just those hauntings are still there just a smidge.
Yeah, they really struggle when it comes to playoffs. They've only been eliminated in Game 5, Stagda. That's what you told me earlier today, which might be a good sign for them today, because we can't go all 5 here against Giant X. Obviously, BDS already in our season finals, but seeding is important. And the higher you place in summer, the better your seeds can be.
But it's also that twice, 2 of the 4 times that they've been lost in those best of 5s have been reverse sweeps.
Yeah.
So it has not been fun times for BDS. And games essentially where they should have already been able to close out, they've just stumbled at the last hurdle. So we'll see if they're able to keep it together here against Giant X, who definitely looking a lot more active in the early stages, trying to fight back against BDS, despite the fact that, you know, the lanes have been winning for BDS.
Bear in mind, a win here would put you in top 4.
Yes.
And if Giant X did that against BDS, that would be an unprecedented upset.
Yep.
Considering throughout the year, BDS have been a mainstay in 3rd place. Their consistency is something that has proved incredibly valuable throughout playoffs, and this playoffs, I think, has been uncharacteristic of them. Of course, they did meet G2 earlier in the upper bracket than they typically have, and being knocked down into the low bracket, though, you expect them to be favorites. And I'm not going to count them out of this game just yet. They still have a small gold lead, but I am concerned as we get into the mid to late game team fights, how well they'll be able to execute with this composition that Giant X have drafted for themselves, simply because I think Giant X's composition is very straightforward and, in theory, easy to execute.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look back at like the MDK series, there was a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes coming in the way they approached the fights, right? And it looked better against G2. Unfortunately, just losing out in some of the early skirmishes gave G2 that early lead, but there definitely is questions on BDS and questions on Labrov, but he still gets hit.
Glacial Prison hits onto Labrov, but he is able to walk away for now. Patrick jumps forward with that arcane shift. A flash used by Labrov. In the end, to escape. Giant X to collapse a little bit here. Juhan just around the corner. No ult for him, of course. Just used that. Juhan not spotted by the Hawk shot there either. There's nothing really for BDS to walk into this bot side jungle for. The red buff spawning in about a minute's time, but they don't need to contest anything right now.
Very slow game, gentlemen.
What do you mean?
Yesterday,
time is passing at the same rate it always passes, Vedius. This is the...
Yeah, I mean,
a little bit too...
Dagda and I coming off the back of casting G2 Fnatic yesterday. Yeah. And there was like 30 kills in 25 minutes.
Yeah. It was a series for the ages in the LEC, but...
yeah, more of a...
Well, yesterday wasn't an elimination series, and this is an elimination series, and they tend to be slower. The games on Sunday as well were a lot slower than Fnatic versus G2. But we'll see which of these teams can...
I mean, Herald should be the objective that both these teams are looking at. All right, so BDS recognize, hey, we can go for Herald, let's go. So Giant X going for the cross map. They don't have much of a wave to play with. So Nuke is going to play safe, wait for the wave. Labrov should spot out. Well, no Juhan spotted yet. Now it should be.
Yeah, spots them both. Nuke shepherded back to the tower by the Braum. The Antonio stopping Sheo for the moment on the Rift Tower, but Sheo doesn't really care about the Scion. See a move coming down from Ice as well towards this bottom side. Nuke able to clear out the wave, already has that Nash's Tooth. Can wave play pretty quickly as Juhan is just able to steal away one of those Krugs.
Good lead, or good heads up from Labrov to be like, there's chances are they're going to try and cross map. We haven't spotted them on anywhere in the top end, so roaming bot gets the play. Now Adam is here.
Flash from Juhan, Ice flashes away, and Chana Crystallower going down. There's Equalizer as well, but Juhan not really the target you want. Patrick low as well. Juhan being flamed to death in his burnt paw in the mid lane. Igno on the front line with the Unbreakable Will, gets a knockback. Will that ultimate time out? It will. The Ignite ticks and takes him out. Adam gets on the board.
Excellent play from Adam. The ultimate was a great follow-up from the Ash Arrow, connecting onto both the Sejuani and the Ezreal. Patrick was forced to use his E defensively very early on. They'll also do a lot of damage, but Sheo, he has overstepped his bounds. The tower will still fall, but ultimately 2 for 1 plus the mid tower puts BDS in a good spot.
Did you need to ride that, Sheo? No, did you need to get on board? The Rift Tower doesn't do any more damage if you're riding it. It just spawns more mites depending on how many Void Grubs you picked up.
I wonder if he's thinking that he would bounce further away.
Yeah,
so
but well, the Antonio has a knock-up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying that I think he thought. In any case, let's look back at this. So the play comes down onto Ice. He flashes very early on. Nice reaction from him, but then the Ash Arrow comes through, and then look at this Rumble ultimate.
Yeah, the Rumble ultimate's great. Even the fact that you get the slow coming through from Adam afterwards is fantastic. We managed to pick off Juhan. The sidestep on the engage coming through from the Antonio is great. And then between the Leandri's burn and the Ignite, it's Adam who ends up getting the tick on towards Ignar as well. But then the series of unfortunate events happens, which is trying to get this charge and guarantee a little bit of extra. You can see the Antonio's already revving up, knowing exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And he ends up falling.
I guess the mics did help take down the tower. So there was an argument that by riding it, although he paid for it with his life, they get the second tower
I mean,
of the
I'm
game.
convinced he just thought that he would be thrown back far enough that even with 3 there, he would be fine.
I'm convinced of that too, Vedius. But once again, who are we?
It's our job, medic.
It's your job. I'm just here for the shouting.
I see. Now, Dragon is alive, and the Scuttle Crab is going to be secured by BDS. The bot wave getting caught by Jackies.
This is really difficult for Giant X to compete, though, because if you're walking through these chokes with Adam's ult, it's not great. Numbers advantage, though, is lending itself to them going in.
Flash on Silver Onslaught, Heartbreaker away. There's the Equalizer down. TP behind from Nuke is a possibility. There's a ward around the blue buff, but they haven't used it yet as he continues to harass it down that top side tower. Juhan falling low. They jump back in, though, and look at the damage. The Buster Shot almost saves them both. Ice behind the Unbreakable, but Jackies jumps in. He'll pay for it with his life. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange. Nuke has joined the party. How are Giant X going to wrangle their way out of this one? Igno on the front line, Labrov jumping back in. Patrick putting the damage down from across the wall. Hits another Mystic Shot. Dashes forward. Unbreakable back for Labrov. Spectral more hits from Sheo, but they just can't get onto Giant X. 2 for 1 in the end.
I think they needed Nuke to commit earlier. Yes, he got the tower on topside, but if you were going to take that fight, it would have been great to have him TP in behind, get that shuffle set up beautifully for the rest of it, because BDS nearly won 4 versus 5, but in just that one overstep, Giant X are able to get some of that goal back in their favor.
Because the way I interpreted that fight was Giant X should have lost way harder than they did, but just because they have so many tanks, they gotta, like, this is an overcommitment, right? This is way too hard of a force. You are trying to fully commit onto a Braum Ash Rumble in a choke point like this. The Braum is soaking up a lot. He's able to flash away. And at this point, I think I agree. Like, BDS should just disengage. They get 2-man knock-up by the... Like, look, they're diving underneath the tier 2 tower to try and secure these kills. They end up getting it. And at this point, you're thinking, oh, if Nuke was here a little bit earlier, this would have been a one-sided affair. But the value of these tanks just goes to show how durable this squad is from the side of Giant X.
And it felt like miscommunication, basically on a, hey, we want to play this fight versus we want to get top tower versus what the TP timer is. And it means that BDS end up punished. Now, we're still back under the rift and they get the Dragon, but position now on top side looks like Giant X trying to set up for something on towards the top tower, but won't be able to get there.
It's still a 2,500 gold lead for BDS. 2 dragons to 1, 5 grubs to 1, 3 towers to 0. They're still in control of this game, at least as far as the scoreboard shows us. And you can see Nuke building up towards his second item already. Ice on his way there as well. In fact, Kraken static complete for Ice. Patrick sitting on a Triforce and Jackie sitting on the Kraken Slayer. They are going to be incredibly powerful as the game goes on. So far, fights have been very messy, have been a torrid affair for both teams. We'll see who can come out on top in the next one.
And that's how I think of him, Giant X. I want to start trying to play around Jackie's. Like, use the fact that he is so strong to get these side lane turrets down. And they had good vision there. I think they actually spotted Lebrov backing, which is where they could have tried to position more on this top side. But now with Lebrov getting back off his reset, it becomes very difficult to threaten any sort of top side right now without having that deeper vision that was just cleared out.
It's also Jackie's wanting reset for the Flicker Blades, right? Like that second item so powerful on the Tristana, just increases your damage output almost exponentially. Getting towards that position just makes you a little bit, well, quite a lot stronger in fact. The Baron is up and that's where the majority of vision control is being battled over right now. Don't think anyone will start it. Shortish, but if you can get that deeper vision, it becomes a lot harder for either team to really defend.
I think it's important to recognize how much control BDS have of the map right now, securing all 3 outer towers, keeping pushed waves in consistently. They have good vision control. There are few, if no, TP flank possibilities available. The only vision that Giant X have is through their Scryer's Bloom and that ward that's dropped in the river along with the Scuttle Crab, but Giant X are trying to claw what vision back that they can as BDS kind of continues to mount their lead slowly but surely. They're in a great spot right now, but we'll see how things pan out as we get closer to these big fights, because you said Baron is alive, Dragon going to be spawning in about 3 minutes time. BDS do have quite a fast Baron take. The question is, do they want to try and force it?
I think you can see that Giant X are very nervous of BDS Baron take because there's so much vision that's planted around this top side to spot out any sort of play towards that Baron area. But I think if you just play this slow as BDS, which has kind of been where they've found their success over the course of the regular season, pushing in waves, having Nuke on a side, getting to farm up, just slowly but surely strangling people out, and then using that maybe to fall back to Baron, but more than likely find a pick, find a play that catches Giant X at a numbers disadvantage.
Jackie's has been spamming that TL logo.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think it's just on his emote bar now and he forgets to change it before the games, because obviously BDS haven't played up against Team Liquid as far as I can recall.
Yeah.
So, still, Team Liquid's fathers of EU now, you know. Fnatic, best team in our region, TL beat them,
true.
right? So,
that's a great point.
Sure, that will be the case at Worlds as well. It's Giant X here trying to defend around this midway. There's a cannon and a caster pushing forward. BDS able to force Patrick and Ignat to retreat a little bit. Patrick can still clear out that wave pretty quickly. 2 items on all the carries, including Adam, who has Riftmaker Leandries complete. My concern for BDS is always going to be how tanky Giant X's frontline is and how much damage their backline can put down. As the Unstoppable Onslaught comes out from the Antonio, he can tank that tower for a year and a half, and in fact he'll have to do that now. Burns the flash. Sheo looking for that flank position, has the Heartbreaker. Can he steal a soul? Not yet. The Antonio will be able to walk away and heal up a little bit.
Yeah, the tanks are great if they can, you know, provide the CC to set up, but none of the CC hit onto BDS, so they're very easy able to turn that around. Now, Sheo taking a step. This might be a little bit too far forward, but Giant X, not sure where the reinforcements are with Nuke on that top side.
That was just a terrible initiation. Like, I'm sorry, but you, from range, charged as an Ashe with Ghost, and you had to flash.
Got him.
I don't agree with the engage. Nuke was perfectly safe, pushing in top lane as well. And the bigger problem is you've now conceded all of your topside vision once again. And this is a good Baron force, in my opinion, because now Giant X haven't had the opportunity to replenish their vision. They're going to have to fight their way back towards the pit.
And down to 6,000, the Antonio coming around the corner. Frontline Ignat going in, Lebrov there as well. Adam falls low, has to flash, but he's knocked up. And now Giant X have found one. They're looking for Lebrov, who flashes across the wall, but Jackie's can chase him down. Stunned up with the permafrost. Giant X find 2.
Is this really how Giant X is going to turn this game around?
Just let them engage for you, Benny.
I cannot believe, like, BDS seemed indecisive around what they wanted to do. I thought that they had 2 members trying to zone Giant X away to then fully commit to the Baron. But then Giant X commit onto those 2 members, BDS peel away from the Baron, and then they end up just losing the fight.
But it doesn't make sense at all, because the idea for the play that I expect BDS to say was, we see both solo laners on bot side. Let's start Baron, we get the double TP out, and then we back away.
Yep.
But you get the double TP out, and then as Veddy was saying, you've now overextended into that top side jungle. So Giant X get the fight, they get the Baron, they're getting towers, and they just get everything. Like, you can see it as we start to come in. They get the double TP, they see them on mid-wave and the ward, but the 2 members, Adam and Lavrov, are just way too far forward. Then there's a scramble to try and save them, which only puts the rest of BDS in trouble as well.
But you could see that once the fight had started, Shear's still hitting the Baron, which makes me think that the conversation is finish Baron, but then 2 of them peel off it to try and help in the fight. And that's why I believe that there was an element of indecisiveness there. And whether they could have finished the Baron, I don't know, because it was still pretty healthy.
Equalizer goes down, but Adam's in for a world of hurt here. Gets away with the scrap shield in the end.
Yeah, but I think the problem was the conversation was still happening. You needed to have already decided what you needed to do, and fortunately for BDS, well,
Patrick has used the cleanse.
But yeah, I think BDS, this has kind of been the problem in playoffs, is that the decisiveness and the well-coordinated team play on the map that we saw in the regular season hasn't really translated into playoffs. Like, we got a little bit against G2, but
the funniest thing to me is we had a segment on Ready Check, which was Odoamne summarizing Giants' gameplay as flipping a Baron, and he made the comment, if they consistently flip Barons and win games, at what point do we call it an effective strategy? And then they go and do it again! I'm like, and it wasn't even them initiating the Baron, they're just like, oh, Baron, we'll take that.
In the end, if you flip enough things, you become an expert at it, you know? Ramsey, his first pancake, absolute trash.
Probably.
The millionth pancake, really good. You know, you just have to keep flipping.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Odoamne's breakdown of this one. I feel like...
Buster shot back onto Nuke as he tries to slide in.
Oh,
TP? TP?
No.
Oh, he gets him! He gets him just!
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer plus the Infinity Edge. Good damage there from Jackie's, and it definitely feels like things are starting to crumble for BDS. Dragon was, of course, lost earlier. BDS find themselves on Soul Point, but Giant X now in the driver's seat, as they're the ones putting deeper vision, sieging onto these tier 2. So much standing gold was secured as all the outer towers fell. Giant X looking to upset BDS as they're in a winning position now here in game 1.
2,500 gold in the lead, looking for the tier 2 in the mid lane. Lavrov on that front line, gets the stun onto the Antonio. Glacial Prison though lands, and there's the engagement in the headbutt. Pulverized, put in the dirt. Sheo goes down again.
BDS are just getting caught out everywhere. The entire time you're taking this 4v4, you've even got Jackie's pushing in on top side, so you lose a member, you lose 2 towers, and BDS are just completely out of sorts, and Giant X are doing a great job to punish every single step.
I must say, I wasn't expecting this from Giant X. I definitely wasn't expecting this from BDS. If we kind of look at expectations, BDS and SK come in the clear favorites today. You know, we had a clear top 4 at the end of the regular season, and Giant X ultimately just punishing the mistakes of BDS.
And you have to remember, yesterday on PGL, when Noah was asked who he thought would win today, he said Giant X, and I think everyone was a little shocked, because it's like, well, BDS, as you say, clear favorites, but obviously things are working for Giant X right now in scrims on stage. Things seem to be aligning.
And if you think back to this time last year, it was where XL managed to have that pop-off moment where they end up beating G2, or sorry, pushing G2 to all 5 games in round 1 of playoffs. Then they started that miracle run right the way up till finals, and a lot of people were doubting them at that point, but by the end, a lot of people were believers. So is that magic starting to repeat itself now in 2024 for Giant X?
The irony is, and of course, it's only game 1, so I won't like be too dramatic.
No, hyperbole. Go.
Yeah.
Come on.
But BDS, the reason why they consistently got top 3 was because they had a formula. The reason that we always talked about that they couldn't win was because their formula became predictable, and so they needed to change things up. Now you've got a team like Giant X who's very predictable, has a very strict formula. And
if the predictability is we'll cause some chaos around a Baron, I don't know how predictable
I mean very much like in terms of their
predictably
draft.
unpredictable.
Yeah. I mean in terms of their draft.
True.
And again, back to Odo's point, if they keep just securing Barons, whether it was clean or not, I mean,
Yeah,
at what
it's true.
point do we stop calling that unpredictable?
So they predict the flip.
Yeah.
It was something T1 did for quite a while over a couple of years. We talked about how bad their vision setup was around Barons, and obviously I'm not saying Giant X
I feel
anywhere
like you're
near
comparing
comparable to
T1
T1.
to Giant X right
I'm
now.
saying the
Jackie's
idea
is
of
faker.
saying we will flip things consistently is a proven strategy in League of Legends and does work for some teams.
So
now,
just to
Patrick,
clarify,
I mean
Jackie's
Gumayushi.
is the next faker.
Yeah,
That's
And
what
it's
Medic
Patrick,
was.
Patrick Yushi in the bot lane.
Yeah, yeah.
Ignaria.
Anyway, back to
And
the
Tony
game.
Zeus.
10 seconds until Dragon. Dagda, can you bring up the menu app for me and just showcase, like, the vision is, it's pretty clear. If it's not, yeah, just look at all those wards. If anything, that's an excessive number of wards. It's going to be very difficult for BDS to contest this.
Would be BDS's soul if they managed to steal it away, but as you say, pretty difficult to do so when you can't get anywhere near the Dragon in question. A 4,000 gold lead now for Giant X, their second Drake on the board. 3 items already finished on Patrick, 4 on Jackie's, and he's having a whale of a time, and what a split he's been having as well for Giant X. Breakthrough performance after breakthrough performance for the young player.
But I think that's why, like, you can kind of already see the building blocks of Giant X becoming an incredibly strong team. As Vinny was already saying, the identity's there, but...
Can we just make sure we're not...
Yeah,
we don't think they're T1 guys.
Yes.
But I think the issue has been that, like, they've got caught out in the mid game where the rookies and the inexperience kind of got caught. But now, hang on.
Let's see how the Baron goes.
Yeah. We'll see how this one goes. But obviously
they have vision control. They've got triple control ward. Sheo has to walk through the Antonio and Ignar.
That's a clean Baron.
That's clean. That's clean.
That's a...
Engage comes forward. Heartbreaker out. He's looking for the knocker, but he's stunned immediately before he can get it in. Ignar goes in with a headbutt pulverizer. Great equalizer, though. This is bad for Giant X. The Antonio will fall first. Giant X begin to retreat. Patrick on that front line. Sheo dashes forward, cleansed away by Patrick. Jackie starts to open up. The Antonio in zombie form tries to come back in. Unbreakable from Lebrov. Giant X still able to back away. They lose one, but they get the Baron.
Ignar still has flash, though. I think he's fishing for something, trying to see if he can get into position here. With the Unbreakable down, you have a moment, but as soon as that Unbreakable now is back up, I think Giant X needs a back away.
Jackie's has TP. Patrick dashes across the wall. Adam hits the harpoon, but Patrick still has flash. Will use it early. Blast cones Ignar back, but saves his own life. Unbreakable from Lebrov will tank up some of that damage. Ignar gets a second blast cone to escape, and all the meanwhile, Jackie's has been pushing in the bot lane.
That was a weird fight, gentlemen. I think that the Antonio has been over-forcing way too many fights in this game. Like, his flash Scion Q to start fights off was definitely a huge commitment there. But now Ice has flash. But Jackie's is behind him.
No.
Nice TP from Jackie's. Good punish. I wonder if they can actually convert this into anything, though. The Antonio doesn't have TP. He is back out on the map. I think Giant X should really try and use this Baron. Still a minute and a half left. Nuke is bot lane. I think they should, try to escort this wave into mid to try and siege this town.
Yeah, I think they could even send the Antonio to that top side to escort that wave in if they want to as well, because you still have Ignar who can try and play that frontline tank, but as the wave is starting to come through, like, start to just spread that Baron buff and see how much you can get off of this.
Or you could just charge in the mid lane.
True.
Where he's
That's
positioned
the
right
Antonio's
now.
way.
The wave pushes in. BDS concede any pressure in that mid lane. Giant X will get their first inhibitor of the series as Juhan flashes forward. Nuke dodges away from the Glacial Prison. Unbreakable going down as the True Shot Barrage is tanked. Juhan takes a little bit of hurt. There's the Unstoppable Onslaught once again from the Antonio, and he doesn't charge the Q. He's learned from those last couple of plays. In the end, it will just be the inhib for Giant X.
Ash is up with Arrow, though, if BDS want to go, and here's the connection! Onto Patrick, has no cleanse, but I think he's just got out to safety.
Nice buffer on the Arcane Shift to get across the wall. Gets him far enough away behind his meaty front line.
But we're still kind of seeing, like, Giant X, you can play this cleaner. Like, you can take the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor, back it on up, play off of top side, but it's these little overextensions where it's trying to get that little bit too much that ends up coming back to bite them there, where, again, they didn't end up dying or anything, but putting themselves in precarious positions. So I just want to see that from Giant X, where it's a little cleaner. You don't have to overforce on so many of these plays. Just be happy with getting an inhibitor, getting waves in your favor, and having that reset timer.
Honestly, BDS's composition loves it when you engage into them. Braum, Ashe, Azir, they love walking backwards while hitting you while you can't hit them. But Giant X's comp loves to engage. Sejuani, Alistair, Scion, great champions are just soaking up damage and being able to weather a lot of your durability in order to find those initiations. But the problem is, and the awkward situation for Giant X, is their damage is Jackie's and Patrick, right? And so you've got this front line that's running in, you've got BDS who's running away, and then you've got Jackie's and Patrick who's just awkwardly trying to hit whoever they can, because this isn't a straight up front to back teamfight comp from BDS, right? So if you overforce the fights, then it's better for BDS because they can retreat and take their time, leverage the Rumble ultimate, separate the enemy team. And that's why Giant X, as you rightly said, just need to be patient. They need to force BDS to come to an objective, just like they did around the Baron, because then they can actually get the fights that they want, and BDS can't leverage their disengage and kiting tools.
More importantly, though, I've watched Patrick miss 2 cannon minions on uncontested waves, and really, you know, we talk about clean gameplay.
I thought you were about to bring up T1 again then. I was like,
said it once.
Yeah.
That's the problem with League. Sometimes when you use examples from other teams, people assume that you think the 2 teams are
now I'm going to double down on this.
Yeah.
I know.
It's like when Quickshot said Bjergsen's better than Faker. Good old days.
Yeah.
There's Giant X and BDS contesting for the mid-wave prio. BDS just looking to get any little bit of gold they can back off the map. Another Drake over to Giant X. And you see that combat gold. A 7 percentage point difference between the 2 teams as the Rob is caught out, puts up the Unbreakable. Glacial Prison going down, he tries to flash, can dash to ice, but he's knocked up before he can get to the Blast Cone. Another kill over to Giant X.
Share just trying to push in the mid-wave as Nuke is trying to push in top, but they'll need to try and reset here. The Antonio is chasing Nuke out, just to guarantee that you have the extra little bit of advantage, but does the cannon stay alive? You get the debuff.
It stays for long enough. The tower melts like butter in the face of the double AD carries. And BDS made the cardinal sin this game. I only see 1 marksman on their side of the map.
The Antonio spent this entire time chasing Nuke the whole way back to his base, so that he couldn't actually get in for the any sort of TP play, or even get into a position where he could try and fight. So nicely done by the Antonio. And again, Giant X, they're playing this really smoothly. There has been moments where it's been a little bit over-aggressive, but not actually getting caught out, whereas they're catching the Brav and many members out in these sort of positions.
Quite frankly, I think BDS is just making a mistake trying to contest this vision. Like, I see Sheo on the map around mid, and you should be aware that Giant X have nothing else to play for outside of the bot side wave. So he did get punished rightfully, and Giant X secured another inhibitor.
I think it's also something that Giant X have kind of learned from what we saw against MDK. MDK consistently hiding on brushes, catching out BDS as they overextended, kind of like Labrov is doing at the moment. Backs away with the Unbreakable.
I mean, the problem as well is, like, Labrov is tanky, but double AD carries always reach a point where tankiness only means so much to them, right? So, I mean, I will say, it's a bit sad that you can run effectively a full AD comp, and they still do this much damage.
Remember when we all hated Yuumi? Why do we all hate AD carries with the same fervor?
Because there's a lot of AD carry players out there.
It's really annoying.
And now they can flex multiple roles.
I think 5 of the top 20 mid laners are AD carries right now, so we'll see how this next fight develops, whether it is just the double AD carries coming out trumps in the end. The tank line has been so effective for them so far. Nuke looking for the flank here. The Baron down to about 10,000 HP or so. BDS unable to get in. You can see Jackie's pushing in bot lane with a wave. Adam has to answer, top lane with a wave. Adam has to answer the bot lane. Glacial Prison going short, but there's the unstoppable onslaught. Nuke flashes away. Sheo dashes away with the Heartbreaker. Ice begins to open up. There's one. Sheo can possess the Sedge. Adams rejoined the fight, has that equalizer, puts it on Jackie's, who pops the Buster shot, jumps away. Sheo still chasing forward. Giant X able to get away for the moment. BDS's health bars looking pretty low. Labrov will start healing up with the Warmogs. Jackie's opens up on the Baron as BDS will reset. Nuke still has the TP, and it looks like Giant X will call off the Baron play for now.
You're happy with that as BDS though. You got a kill and you managed to get Giant X off that Baron. You'll be able to pick up some of these waves as well, just get some more gold into your carries. So in the grand scheme of things,
I think you rush now, right?
Yeah, potentially. You got the TP here for Nuke, and he's very strong.
Everyone, they can mount this.
They have no vision here as well. Nuke's going to TP in just to make sure that it's safe as houses, but BDS should secure this one without any real contest from Giant X. A Baron to BDS after a single kill.
What is going on?
Peak League of Legends come from Europe, buddy.
I'm struggling to understand how this game is devolving into the state that it's currently in. So the first Baron, BDS fumble the execution and Giant X steal away.
Yes.
Giant X then get the second Baron.
Yep.
Then when Giant X tried to start up the third Baron, they then forced an initiation without Jackies.
Indubitably.
So their only damage was Patrick.
Quite.
They tried to force a 4 versus 4, I think it was 4v4, it was either 4v4 or 4v5, in which they lost, which then conceded them the third Baron of the game.
Yep.
So now the game is basically in an even state where everyone is almost full build. And we don't have an Elder Dragon yet.
No.
So you did understand it.
Yeah. Great analysis, buddy.
Now that I've said it out loud, I do now, in fact, understand how we've reached this point.
That's the plot of the game. But what's the theme?
Suffering.
Said it early. League of Legends is miserable sometimes, buddy.
Oh, good sidestep. Gets away from Shale, but there's more.
Unbreakable Will coming out to get away from that arrow stun, who will be able to flash across the wall. Still chased away here. Antonio coming in from the side. Ignar will fall. Antonio joining the party now realizes perhaps that wasn't the wisest of decisions.
So BDS is just going to win this game now? Ignar obviously trying to get vision around the Dragon Pit, but he's doing it alone. And you're playing against an Ashe Braum who just quickly catch you out.
And 8 seconds until Soul as well. BDS are going to be able to move back towards this, and you're a man down on the Giant X side. So I don't really know how you try and contest this. You still have your 2 tanks. Maybe you can try and get something in the 4v4, but this is already gone.
Cloud Soul secured for BDS. They'll wear that buff for the rest of the game. The Baron expires in a minute's time. They might have time to push in a couple more waves. On the other side of the map, Jackies has decided these boots are not for walking. He's sold them and has gone 6 full items on the Tristana.
You know, often at high-level league, draft is normally the determining factor, right? Because if you assume that both teams execute their drafts to the theoretical potential, then there's a kind of predetermined outcome, right? I don't think draft is the factor in this game, even remotely. There have been a comedy of errors, people getting caught out left, right, and center, executing around the Barons. I'm fascinated to see how this ends, because quite frankly, gentlemen, I have no idea.
It's still, like, as you say, it does rest on a knife's edge. BDS, if they win one fight, the base is theirs. If Giant X can find that turnaround fight, which they can definitely do with the amount of tanks that they have and the damage on Jackies. So BDS do have to be careful how they set this up. Ignar would love to have Flash to try and set up alongside his team, but either way, the Antonio or Juhan could start off these fights happy out.
Yeah, because I mean, at this point, gold doesn't really matter. You know, most of the damage dealers are at basically full build. I see Patrick and Ice about half an item off completing. The tank in the top lane, of course, still trying to finish up those items where he can, but he's still in a pretty solid spot, I think, all things considered. And yeah, it's, as you rightly said, it's ultimately going to come down to execution.
I do think Giant X need to exploit these windows, though, when Unbreakable is down. There's a couple of times where even there, Adam was pushing in mid lane, Nabrava just uses Unbreakable, and that should be the time when you want to try and engage, because that's such a big tool that's sent down.
They have to be so careful, though, because they've already shown what happens when they fight without Jackies. Patrick can do decent damage, but Jackies is the bulk of it, really. And so if he's sitting there clearing waves and mids, then I think they do have to be scared about forcing a fight here. Jackies not making his way over now.
Equalizer down will take Patrick down to half HP. The turret falls as well, tier 2 in the top lane for BDS. Gold 500 the difference between these two teams as Ignar's caught out with the Spectral Maw. Glacial Fissure going down as well. Unbreakable Will has been popped by him. Engaged from the side as Labrov on the front line takes it with the shield, but still is taken out by Giant X. Nuke has to dash away. Giant X starting to win out on the fight. Jackie's opening up, dashes forward. Ice gets the slow on him. And Adam able to escape with a flash of his own, 1-0 in favor of Giant X.
There's nothing on the map for Giant X really to take, though. They should be able to push out these waves at least, get themselves back onto the map, but it's still a minute and a half until Baron, 3 minutes until Elder Dragon. They're not really in a position where they can test for any of these inhibitors either, so yes, it's a nice pick, but at the end of the day, it's not really going to net them a huge amount, unless they can try and get something else off the back of that, but Juhan just going to end up backing away.
The irony is, Giant X have a composition that's very good at engaging, but pretty consistently throughout this game, they've been over-aggressive, like overextended in the fights. But it's very difficult for BDS to actually start the fights they want. Good use of the Rumble Equalizer to actually get the objective, and now they want to leave. So you can see the recall starting to come through, but you're recalling in a bush, and instead they go, let's try and get a pick onto Ignar of all people, has the ultimate available. Jackies is now perfectly safe to just free throw out the damage, and look at the chains you see coming out from the front lines. This is an ideal setup fight for Giant X, where they can play behind their front line and just whittle away whoever's in front of them.
Also use the mobility of their carries to get themselves into positions, because you can see initially they're behind the wall, but as soon as they get one kill, it's jump over the wall, arcane shift over the wall, and chase down. So it becomes significantly easier for Giant X to try and play those fights. Now though, set up once more, at least this sort of position I think is better for BDS for trying to engage, because you can use Ice's arrow a little bit easier.
It's our 4th Baron of the game.
Yep. Longest game of summer was yesterday, 47-30. However, the longest game of the year was all the way back in winter at 49-23. So we'll see if we can beat that record on game 1. Giant X have set up control around the topside river. They have Baron in their sights 7 seconds before it spawns. Sheo stepping forward straight into the face of Patrick and takes a chunk for it.
Oh, he's forward. But they can't punish him.
Oh, put down the equalizer. Patrick might have to burn the flash. Doesn't do so yet. Arrow goes down onto Jackie's, and Jackie's is shut out of the fight. Nuke shuffles them back as well as Juhan starts to retreat. Patrick dashing back. Nuke going in. Ice flashing forward as well. Juhan down. Alongside him, Ignat sent back to the fountain. Only the Antonio remains standing, and soon he will be sent to a quick grave by BDS. One fight was all it took. No longest game of the year here today. BDS will close in on the win.
All it took was an arrow onto Jackie's, and BDS found the pick that they needed. It will not be the longest game of the split, as BDS is going to take game 1.
Well, a couple more of those will be interesting at least.
I mean, I am surprised that BDS ended up winning that game. Yeah, I mean, maybe a QSS would have been valuable this game. You know, Jackie still had his flash in the final fight. He was so crucial to their damage that finding a pick onto him was all BDS needed to do. Credit to Ice, ended up closing out the game for BDS.
That he did. We're going to close out us talking for the moment. We'll be over to a short break and be right back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs, where BDS managed to pull out a win. I watched that entire game from start to finish like a hawk, and I'm still not entirely sure how they did it. But they did make it happen, and it did all start in draft. Let's talk about it, boys. There was some stuff we liked, and there was some stuff we very much did not like.
I was a huge hater here of this Viego, because you have Rumble, you have Azir, and you have Ashe. Everything is looking so great, but I feel like the Viego just took over. GX, their draft was typical GX fashion. They got everything that they really wanted. Double ADC with triple frontline. But I expected a little bit more from this BDS, because I wanted them to learn a little bit from the mistakes of their past, because they already did the Viego experiment with Mundo the week before, and it didn't work out. And now I guess they just ran it back with the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bring that Rumble specifically. I'm going to bring something up you were talking about in the green room, Drakers, which is I don't think BDS expected Rumble to be open. I think they saw Rumble was open. They know that's one of those champions that Antonio do well on. So they thought to themselves, we have to first pick this. But BDS probably haven't played this in a while, and even when they did back then, it wasn't their most comfortable style either. So suddenly they had to tailor this draft around their Rumble first pick, and I think that put them in an uncomfortable position because they couldn't really do that in a way where they got all the tools that they wanted and wanted to play the style that they wanted.
And as much as when we looked at this draft on paper, it felt like BDS should be getting these big leads early on and should be set up for success. Even if Viego was kind of a black mark on this otherwise solid draft, it didn't really happen.
I mean, they got leads, like just random leads where it's like, oh, we're ahead, we got some farm, here's some grubs, I'm a jungle camp ahead of us at Sejuani, big deal. That's the lead we're looking at, and no explosive fight. It was sort of boring in the early game, I'm not gonna lie.
I can see how it would work though, because if you have this Viego with Rumble and Azir, you have strong side lane pressure, and if you wanted to go for this, then sure, you can do it, but you really need to create some chaos on the side lane where you get like side lane push aggressively, and then you look to collapse on mid lane and get some magic going. But it was just the typical BDS game where you just group up, ARAM a little bit, fight on objectives. So from this, I don't see any sort of value in the Viego pick.
I mean, I think they still tried to side lane, at least alone with Nuke, but it's just they never did it as a team. And I agree with that. That's my main issue with that. But Nuke was actively trying to make use of those grubs. It's just they were never in a position where they had enough time to take any of these twos down.
And of course, this is one of the situations that you kind of talked about, Otawamne, where we saw the problem with the champion like Viego is that he really struggles to contribute in a lot of these fights that probably could have been BDS favored with a different champ.
Especially now when he's forced to Viego ult outside, because right now he's just a cheerleader on the side lane. His contribution in this whole fight where everyone just buying so much space, granted it's 4v5 because Azir is top, but Azir even finds the flank TP now in, and all he can do is sit on the side and try to land a W. He's a utility bot when the identity of the champion is this sort of reset bruiser assassin, and right now the moment he tries to get in, he doesn't really do anything. He's just sitting there.
And they're so scared as well. They don't have enough vision in their own jungle. They're getting poked out by the Estrels. They have to worry about if Antonio is charging a Q in the bush, and even when they hit the stunts, Nuke isn't feeling himself enough to go in for a slide either with the ultimate because he's scared of getting burned up immediately too. So it's just awkward looking at them posturing around like that.
And this whole game, to be honest with you, if you're watching home, it's a little bit awkward because mostly, while GX were behind early game, this is a positive change. GX were kind of winning right up until they lost. It's a weird game because GX, we saw marked improvement. Don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. I didn't really love what they had in draft, but if BDS kind of show what they showed in this game one for the vast majority of it, it doesn't feel super BDS favored because they didn't find that big lead. They were, in theory, kind of in this position set up to be outscaled, at least in terms of ease of execution, GX were favored. And at the end, it just went so late that it came down to one kind of play, and that's not where a team like BDS that should be so clearly favored in this matchup wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really walking away from game one feeling good about any of these teams going into it. We saw the first Baron where BDS Jaws started it up and they just straight up died. Then we see this one again where GX finally has a lead and they just don't manage to actually have all 5 members available. Jackie's not even there. He's been trying to push on tier 2 or tier 3 on the top side, and they just burn Sejuani immediately, and now suddenly BDS can play the game.
For me, it's a miracle that they get the Snatcher because it was way past the point where BDS can win this game, I felt like, because the tanks were online. And Viego just, again, pulls out a little magic trick out of the hat, disengages the fight, and now I think they just see this hawkshot will reveal everyone basing with Sejuani dead. Now it's your prime time to get the Nasher. And even after this, even with the worst team comp, this Baron buff is just so strong given that your side laners are still super strong in the game with the Rumble and the Azir, that you can just set up the map. Even though you don't really have a lot of tools to fight, you can set up the map and just get control of everything.
Yeah, but also just speaking of that control in the early game, like there's so much of a domino effect going on here. The fact that in the early game, GX was only able to really get one neutral, which was one Drake from it, but it was still BDS stacking the early dragons, BDS getting all the grubs. So when they finally got into a position where they could take one of these dragons again, well, suddenly you see BDS with Soul, even though they, when you look at the gold graph, they should not have been in a position at all to even be allowed to get something as strong as that.
I mean, it's a really excellent point. While we still want to see more from BDS in the early game, they did have that insurance policy. They did set themselves up where if, yes, it did take kind of a miracle opportunity, it did take a bit of a slip up from GX, they were still able to bring that home, and I think that is big as we head forward in the series. And I gotta say, as much as this has been a very critical segment, I do think we need to give some praise where it is due. BDS do manage to hold on. I think on the opposite side for GX, weathered that early game storm well. It's not my favorite way to play the game. I don't like giving up priority a lot early on, but if you can survive, if you can scale to that late game, GX doing much better. Yes, it's still a negative deficit. We expected it in draft, but this is a position where GX showed some improvement and BDS at least set themselves up for a comeback.
Listen, the reason we hate so much on these drafts is because they just narrow your win conditions so much. Sure, the trade-off for GX is that they get these tanks, which gives them a lot of win conditions later on in the game. And BDS, we are so critical because they get to the point where, since they're in a gold deficit, they don't really have a lot of tools to win the game, but they can still do, and we saw that later on in the ARAM on mid lane.
I mean, we also just have high expectations of BDS from what we've seen in regular season, from what we've seen in previous splits. They should just be the team that locks into that third place multiple times, and their story should be they should conquer third place. They should get past it. For them to be stuck here against GX is not what you want for a team like this. On the other side of the coin, you have GX as a team who needs to make it to season finals. We need to see more firepower. We need to see higher tempo, because if you just burn out like this against a team like BDS, you're not going to make it to season finals.
Ultimately, feels like expectations on both teams to kind of ramp it up in this game too. A bit messy on both sides in game one. It is safe to say GX, of course, have chosen blue side. We'll see how they adapt as we send it over to our casters for game two.
Thank you very much, Drakos. We are here for game two. I wonder if it will be as roller coastery as game one.
That's the word for it.
Yeah, roller coastery is the word we're going to go for. As a reminder, for Giant X, if SK win today, they are in season finals, even if they lose this series. For SK, if BDS win this series, they're into season finals as well. So then the battle would be between Carmine Core and Giant X for that final spot. Carmine Core would need to get third place in summer.
Let's see how things pan out. We're getting ready for game two. The drafts
don't matter. Whose line is it anyway? The drafts are made up and the points don't matter, buddy.
I agreed with Odo's assessment, and I think it's a strange situation where I do think Giant X had the better draft, but they played fights worse, ultimately. So BDS, if they can just get themselves a stronger draft, as they should be, they're coming in as favorites in this matchup, I think they should be favored. And I think that they should reassess their approach in terms of how they want to play fights.
But I also agree with the desk. I don't want to see Viego anymore. I don't want to see that. I just don't think it works in the meta that we have at the moment. And the fact that you then end up losing out on an AD mid as a result as well just really doesn't suit it. I think highly prioritizing things like the brand work out well, and especially with already Zyra and Talia already taken off the board, it feels like the AP, well, mids to a certain extent, but definitely jungle pool is going to get pinched here.
Tristana and Kai'Sa taken away by Team BDS. There's the brand banned away. BDS have their final
those are all
ban
target
left.
bans towards Sheo.
Yeah.
So now you have to imagine Sejuani is the first pick.
Yeah. And then where do you go if you're Sheo? Do you look to something like the Ivan? Do you
probably
play Rumble
Maokai.
jungle?
I think
because Rumble's up.
Oh, they took Ral away from the Brav, so they really didn't want him to have that. I don't know if that's a huge deal, because he can still play Alistar, Leona.
You could look for Sejuani Renekton here if you really wanted to. That's like very LPL, where you can just get that set up. I don't dislike the Sejuani, and then even if you wanted to take like a Corki or something here, that could be the option.
Sejuani Rumble? Wait, Rumble's still up. Still a possibility.
It's banned.
Oh, it is banned. It was banned finally by Team BDS. I looked away after that ban. Before that ban, in fact. That's how eyes work.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's the Maokai instead of Sejuani. So leaving that up for Giantex to take on the next rotation if they want it. Stop cheering. Guys, they picked their jungler.
And the rotating AP junglers, basically taunting Juhan, saying, what are you going to play?
It's going to be Ezreal. Yeah. You guys knew it would be Ezreal. All right, Giantex, how are you going to round this out? Are we going to see Patrick on Zeri, perhaps? I'm surprised that Zeri's kind of fallen to the wayside in this series. Ashe is, of course... Oh, okay. Well, Ashe is, of course, still available, is what I was going to say. And it's likely going to be locked in by Patrick.
Yeah, I think you have to take your jungler here, though, because there is a world where you could take, like, Lucian or something in towards the mid lane, but then how many AP options do you have? Like, the Morgana we've seen brought out. I wasn't a big fan of the Diana. I don't think we'll get that. I would be surprised to see Juhan play something like the Nidalee. So I feel like taking that AP jungler here is probably your best bet to keep that open, but
do you need to AP? Oh, instead they're going to go for the Ornn. So the Antonio's most played across the year, 6 games on it. Second most played is 2. So has quite a lot of time.
I think you take the Braum in response here, though, because now you got a good answer into Rel, good answer into the Ornn ult as well, and you're totally fine. Okay.
Yeah. I like that more.
I told you drafts are made up and the points don't matter.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of any teams to draft.
I'm not going to lie.
I think it's good. I think there are plenty of options into Ornn. I think the Braum ban is more than likely going to come through, and now you're kind of left with
Olaf specifically into Ashe is what I like, because even though it's a very good matchup into the Ornn, Ashe doesn't get to play the game now, and I don't think that Rel is ever going to provide the peel that will get this Olaf on top of you. Of course,
how can she when he's got Ragnarok?
Exactly, right? And so Adam, I think, just wanted to make sure, like, I think Olaf is really good here. I want to lock that in. It makes sense. Giantex, I think, should just ban supports. I would have considered banning a way more engaged, things like the Leona. Braum is fine because of how good it is into Ornn and, you know, engage in general. But I would be concerned against BDS's just ability to start fights, which is why both Alistair and Leona, I think, are good hits.
I think there is a world where you could also flex that Ezreal into the mid lane for nuke, and Ice could go something like the Jhin. It means that you don't really have the tank taking power, but because you've already got the Olaf, which is a lot of that damage anyway, just enabling the Olaf with the long-range flourishes or the slows could also work out very well here. So I think there's a lot of rotations that BDS can try and play for here.
Could even bring back the Twitch. Just run into Adam's lane. That's how you enable him. Braum banned away, Amumu and Sejuani taken away by BDS, so trying to really pinch on that CC jungle pool. Alistair removed by Giantex as well. BDS probably looking towards... you could go mid here if you wanted, or you can save mid for final pick. Yeah, Leona.
I think Leona is actually a bigger threat than the Alistair, because Leona can get that long range ult to CC Ornn and make it a little bit uncomfortable.
I think they might do Rakan, though.
Yeah, I think having Leona there because she's just a bit beefier.
My instinct is just, I don't think LeBron likes Leona.
Yeah.
I think this is a player preference thing. More
he
so
hasn't played it at all this year. This split.
He's got 1 game on it.
Yeah.
Does he? Wait, am I wrong? I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh, yeah, I think you're wrong.
Yes.
He hasn't played it in summer.
Yes. He doesn't have a game on it. Yeah. So that's why. Juhan looking to have a Razork performance. Let's find out.
Well, we have Canyon. Yesterday we had Canyon. Then today we'll see. Because it's the N with the... What's it called?
We got the joke.
Yeah. Well, Dagda looked at me like I was insane.
Yeah.
No, well, you are. It was just obsessed with the joke.
It's a great joke. What are you talking about? Lucian mid for Giantex to round it out, so it's another AD carry falling into the mid lane. Azir picked up by BDS.
I like BDS's comp a lot.
Yeah.
I think it makes a ton of sense. I think giving out him that agency to threaten the backline is also really good. Lucian to try and answer some of the side lane pressure, I think, also makes sense, but BDS in the late game are going to have so much side lane pressure. They have very good scaling. They've got great range. Giantex have an ability to start fights, but I don't think a team fight comp is very good. Like, it's Nidalee, Lucian, Ashe. You know what I mean? It's like you've got a bit of poke and combined with, like, if this was Renekton Nidalee, I could see it more, but
even then, it's like Olaf hits his ult and you can't CC him. Maokai has his W to try and get away from the spear.
Yep.
Everyone else is super mobile. It's really difficult for Nidalee to operate in this space, especially when you consider Olaf going to have push in top. You're more than likely going to have a Ice and Labrov, I suppose, will actually lose out on bot, but you still, the options for you as Juhan here are kind of slim as to how you get this Nidalee up and rolling.
I also like that Rakan can just easily follow an Olaf.
Yeah, just running with it.
Often champions like Olaf who can find themselves isolated away from their teams have the Jarvan effect that I like to call it, which is like I press E, Q, Alt, where's the rest of my team, right? And it's because you have the ability to get onto the backline that many other champions don't. But a Rakan can easily follow, provide that additional CC, and work with Adam. And Azir and Ezreal, very self-sufficient, right? They don't need that same peel, especially with the number of threats on Giant X. So I like the approach to BDS. I think that they should have an advantage in this draft. We'll see how things play out, though, especially after what happened in Game 1.
On to Summoners if we go for the second game of this best of 3. We'll see if we C3 or if we go to the Carmine Court versus SK series, which is
I thought you were going to end up with
this. PO. I was thinking about it, but I'll be honest, decided against the Star Wars references.
But are you a Jedi Master of the Rift?
Well, see, here's the thing. We could do that readout, or we could wait for the lower third to come up that shows the thing. And then we'll do the readout. See, now they think we're doing the readout, which is why the auto skew is moving.
I thought it was a great segue.
I was told a lower third was going to come up.
Okay.
I've also not been told anything by ears right now, so I don't want to start reading.
I've messed up everything.
There we go. Are you a master of the Rift? You never miss a game. Santander is here to reward you. Head on over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is PENTA50. That's PENTA50. And someone will ask in chat in about 2 minutes, so if one of you can just copy-paste that when someone asks later on. It happened for like 10 minutes into the game when I was watching yesterday.
What they'll do is they'll all spam Penta50 in the chat, thinking that somehow that gives
Oh
you
yeah, if you type Penta50 in the chat right now, something could happen.
I like the way you worded that.
Something good.
Exclamation mark giveaway.
Yeah, if you follow us on social media, that also something might happen.
Yeah.
At Penta50.
Yeah.
Adam looking for the invade once again. He's been a nuisance to Juhan in the early portions of this series, just trying to get in, force Juhan to waste a little bit of time, and he does exactly that.
Adam not taking TP this game.
Who needs it?
Of course, Nuke will likely be the side lane threat as we get later into the game, and there's very few, I mean, only the Lucian could really match him. Against the one, he's going to have so much free push. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, as you can see, Rel doesn't do a huge amount when in the unmounted state. When you mount, there's an opportunity to make it some sort of play. But with Ezreal, you have so much poke at your disposal, you're able to get the early level 2, and they're going to be able to have a small advantage in this very early laning phase.
Yeah, you saw Ignar dismounting to get the shield to try and harass a little bit in the lane. Couldn't do much because you've got the Gleaming Quill from Labrov. That Q start means that you just walk up, Q someone, and you heal up any of the damage they put back onto you. Rel really tricky to play into Ezreal as well because he can always just Arcane Shift away from your initial Magnet Storm. It's going to be a difficult game for Ignar to find any of the backline of BDS. Really needs the backup of a Call of the Forge God or even an arrow landing. But with Ice having Cleanse and with Nuke, being able to dash away, it's going to be tricky for Giant X to actually CC the backline of BDS.
You can see where Sheo is at the moment just trying to make his way down towards his bottom side, but at least be able to match Juhan as he tries to move in towards his spot end, because I think that's probably where his best bet is to make something happen in these early stages. Try and get a slow with Patrick, set up for Ignar and a stun, and then continue forward.
Oh, Adam
takes a tower shot. That's not ideal.
Yeah, suboptimal. I think we could all agree on that. Adam's still healthier than the Antonio, who might try and hold this wave.
Oh, I actually expect
Yeah, I think because the Antonio holds the wave, Adam needs to come back to make sure it shoves in.
But this is the thing, right? Because he took the terror shot, he actually can't play up because he's in pillar range, which means that then you have the opportunity to go for potential all-in. You can kind of see how much damage can come out there. Now, obviously, Adam's healed up, but that's why Adam had to stick around now to crash another wave. Yeah. So it ends up a little bit funky just because he took that terror shot.
It's a bit of a shame that Sheo path towards bot. In an ideal world, he would have been in here to threaten a dive. But not going to be the case. Juhan now pathing towards that top side to secure the crab.
Adam's already finishing his recall though, so no fear for BDS in the top lane. Juhan will be able to
speed from Sheo already on his second raptor spawn.
Yeah, as you say. You have to remember Juhan was delayed on his first camp. Juhan doesn't have Smite here, Sheo does, so with a Bramble Smash and a Smite, he'll be able to secure his own Razor Beaks.
I mean, Juhan's just being a nuisance right now, but Sheo's still full health. He has to be careful though. I guess the advantage that he has is Adam doesn't really have that much health or mana.
Adam not finishing his recall in the end in the top lane. maybe just staying around because he saw the invade from Juhan.
Yeah, he just wanted to be there to try and help out. But Xiao now actually stopping his, so they should see those Krugs go back onto the ward, and that might be the sign that you might need to back up the Antonio.
Yeah, you see the pings on the tri-brush. Be careful, the Antonio. There is likely a jungler in the vicinity. He will respect it. He's going to go back to base. He has the TP as well. Adam being forced to catch this wave because, of course, he doesn't have the TP. Both junglers returning to their clip as Xiao does a bit of a base. His pathing is now a bit awkward because he has abandoned the Krugs and his bot side is now going to respawn. Dragon is alive though. Vision going to be gained from the side of BDS towards that bot side of the map. As Xiao is hovering around the top side, recognizing Adam still hasn't base yet.
Hits the level 6 and has to pop the Ragnarok immediately. Doesn't have a huge amount of mana here. Juhan on his way across as well. Adam able to dodge away from the spear. In the end, just trying to force Antonio low.
Goes bot though to try and make that play happen, so you're kind of happy that as the Antonio should still be fine to just crash this wave, and Adam has to take the long walk back. Oftentimes you see people use that ghost to try and get back to lane in these matchups, but not going to have that available now, so I'm curious to see what the Antonio does with the wave. If he does try to crash it to get the bounce, but Patrick in a little trouble.
And the flash here does to get away from the grand entrance, and Labov can just battle dance back to ice. Xiao went phase rush on the Maokai. We saw a first strike Maokai when you go towards this Leandri's build before, but instead Xiao deciding he wants that little bit more mobility when it comes to team fights rather than the extra golden damage you get from first strike.
Yes. Putting priority on the first objective though.
Yeah, I'm still just not the biggest fan of often opting in towards this Leandri's Maokai first, because I still think you do need to provide that main tank, and you're not going to be able to do it. But set up here for Lebrov.
Heal coming out. Jumping away onto ice. Ignite was ticking as well. Well played by Lebrov and Ice. Part of the power of the Rakan Ezreal is that ability just to dash out and dash back in. But Giant X will take the leash and steal away that first objective.
Nice contest there from Giant X. They just found a good trade in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. Xiao on the Maokai can't really do much against an Italy. So just some good awareness there from Juhan to be able to fight back and secure an early objective. Now the Grubs have spawned. This objective may be a little harder, given that Adam does have the push in top lane, was able to get his base off with the Phage in his inventory. He's going to be difficult for Giant X to deal with in the early game.
Yeah, I think your Xiao just wants to see if he can hit level 6 before they fully commit towards the Void Grubs. You've got Reset coming through on the bottom side, so Ice wants to get back in lane. Actually, just going to try and start up, actually maybe just after the Crab is taken here, but if he could hit 6 before this, it'd be such a nice win where they can try and use that ultimate on the Maokai, whereas Juhan doesn't really get that value from the level 6.
Juhan chasing Xiao up the river here, water walking, getting him out of range of the sapling. Adam's going to be able to get a plate and a half, not quite 2. Gets himself about a 250 gold lead, but leads in mid and bot. Not monumental, not massive at all for Giant X, but a better start than they had in game 1.
Xiao not going to hit 6 off the Krugs either, because they were still only the level 3, because he never cleared them out initially. Doesn't get the little bit of extra XP. Now he's going to hit level 6 actually, so could potentially look for it, but with the positioning of Nuke and Adam, seems like Giant X are just going to be able to get this, so nice control in the early stages from Giant X on the objectives.
Yeah, really nice start for them overall. Still not too much in terms of bloodshed as the arrow connects. Nuke falls low but can dash away.
Says Culling.
Nuke has the flasher. No. Culling not quite living up to its name.
Where's the blood?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, we're 8 minutes in. Some towers have lost their plates. Not blood, but rubble. Mortar perhaps falling.
Do you know?
Someone's out there grouting them.
Do you guys remember when we had Bwipo in the league and
no,
we had, okay, maybe you don't, but when we had AP carries bot lane, and bot lane was like Swain, Alistair, or some stuff.
Garen, Yumi, oh wait, no.
I mean, and then all the AD carries got really mad because now mages were just better to play in bot lane. I miss those days.
It's funny how mid laners don't get mad when AD carries have to go mid.
I mean, I think some mid laners are mad. Like the mage and the assassin players, actually. I've heard a lot of complaining from assassin players.
Mid laners, in general, have to play everything.
Yeah.
It's just kind of an expectation that, I mean, unless you're a one-trick and solo queue, right? In the professional scene, mid laners just have to be very flexible. It's kind of the part of the role, which is why I think players like Faker have done so well over so many years because they have had such a very deep and flexible champion pool, right? But AD carries have always been quite stringent, and they have struggled to adapt. And that was the funniest thing about that meta, the fact that a top laner was one of the best AD carries. Just went to show how difficult it was for some AD carries to adapt.
And then when Perks went to AD carry, he was one of the best AD carries.
It
as
was,
well,
that's
so you
true,
know.
I remember that.
And when Caps went to AD carry, it was the same.
Yeah. It's, yeah, but I mean, I think that's one of the cool things. I mean,
that's why you play mid, right?
Well, no, I mean, I'm a washed-up mid laner for sure. I'm an Ari one-trick now. But it's one of the, like, shout out to K-Draw. To his credit, he was a mid laner, went to jungle, and he was a very good jungler. Like, I do think mid lane is the role swap can actually do very well in other roles. Just because mid is, I think, a very hard role, but you get more options. Well,
even people like Core JJ swapped from AD carry.
Another great example.
Yep. Not mid lane, obviously.
Oh, true.
Lucio switched from mid lane in the challenger scene.
Was the most famous one Ambition?
Yeah. Ambition. But yeah.
Overall, we're just chatting right now because, you know, we're waiting for the next dragon to spawn. Grubs in about a minute's time. It's been a very slow early game. Both teams just kind of farming, scaling up.
Would you say this is acceptable for both teams, or do we expect one team
for
to get a lead? Okay.
Because I think that they scale better, and I think their comp is stronger. I think that when you have Nidalee, you should always be trying to leverage strong lanes to make the enemy jungler's life difficult. And I don't think Cheryl's even remotely sweat once this game.
I think there is a world, though, where if Giant can find a good fight, just with coming in with a good ult from the Antonio, good engage from Ignar, you always do have to be a little bit dangerous. Are careful, sorry, because in the early stages here, Sheo hasn't gone for a particularly tanky build. Adam isn't going to be particularly tanky either. So someone to actually take the brunt of Giant X's up front first isn't really there. So you do have to be careful as BDS.
I mean, I agree. I will say, haven't really seen any bursts from either team so far. So I think it's okay. The latest First Blood in summer was 1332. On our way towards that.
Really?
Yep.
That doesn't really seem that late at all things considered.
KC Mad Lions in playoffs, I believe, was when it happened. Maybe we'll see it here. Last time I talked about a record in this series, immediately that record was not broken. BDS starting up the Drake down to about 2,000. Nature's Grass coming out. Drake secured. Lebrov going in with the quickness, waiting for the route to expire. Juhan flashes away from the charm in the Emperor's Divide. Adam taken low as well. Call of the Fortune coming out, and there's First Blood. A minute and a half too early if you want to be a record setter. But for Giant X, they'll be very happy with this exchange. A Drake for 3, I think, is good.
And that's what I was saying, is that if you don't set up properly as BDS, the re-engage or the engage from Giant X is something you have to be so careful of. They tried to separate Sheo. Lebrov just wasn't really in a position to follow up as best as he could. It meant that Giant X got to turn that one around.
I mean, Adam just ran away in that fight. Really good job from Jackie's on the Lucian. The initiation looks promising, right? Ice throws out the ultimate on the backline, but look how much damage Adam takes. He just gets cold to oblivion by Jackie's, and then the re-engage here from Giant X is clean. BDS kind of run out of tools to continue the fight. Their front line, well, I should say the backline threat that Adam should offer doesn't really exist, and so just a well-played patient fight from Giant X.
TP in here by Giant X. They're trying to test these grubs. They started them up. They've already got 3. They're looking for more. Sheo gets a smite, takes 1 away, so no 6 grubs. Blast Cone. Twisted Advance going in. Lebrov with the knock-up as well, and Jackie's still living in the end. Adam brings down the axe and puts him in the grave. Giant X retreat from the grubs. They only get 3 in the end, and BDS will get 3 of their own. Ice chunked out by Patrick, but can just jump away with the Arcane Shift.
The Blast Cone bounce really hurting Jackie's there, sending him into the waiting hands of Sheo, and then it's an easy pick. So BDS going to be able to equal up on the Void Grubs, cover mid-wave as well. You do see the Antonio getting at least some chip damage down onto this bot side tower. We'll probably get a plate or 2 from himself. Yeah, just before we get the despawn in 15 seconds.
I mean, it's another weird one where I think the Giant X just overplayed their hand. They were feeling strong, but I think they needed to respect the fact that they did just commit a lot of resources to winning a fight around the Dragon. A lot of their tools weren't going to be available, and also just the circumstances under which the fight happened meant that the Dragon fight was good because a lot of the tools were used initially, and then Giant X could get a re-engage. But this time around, you were stuck in a choke point, and then, you know, BDS could find a much better fight. So they find that pick. They're going to get the Herald off the back of this as well. Then Italy is not in a position to contest. Instead, they're going to be forced to cross-map. This will allow BDS to set up a play for the mid-tier 1. And if they can unlock that, then deeper jungle plays become easier, and it becomes harder for Juhan to really threaten Cheo's jungle.
I think they do have to be a little careful as Giant step in mid here.
When Rob tanks up the arrow, can dash to ice, can do it twice, and that will suffice to disengage the play.
But even though you've gotten the Rift Herald, you still have Jackie's down on this bottom side who's about to get bot lane turret. You can then start to rotate Tim around the map, who's now going to pick up about 1.5k, there you go, gold lead for himself. So he's now a major threat in the side lane. At least it will be answered by Olaf in the side lane for Adam, but I still think Jackie's getting into this position where he's such a strong carry is going to be an issue for BDS.
Yeah, while that is true, I feel like he was in the same position last game, and then he got hit by an Ash arrow.
He has had issues with...
Yeah. I will also say, Ash is on his team.
I'm sure. It's just one of those things where Jackie's as a player has definitely both been a carry and also been the reason why Giant X have lost games. His propensity for getting caught out is something that I really want to see him improve on. And you're right, he's set up to be a huge carry threat in this game alongside his jungler Juhan. We'll see if they can deliver on that as they find themselves in a good position in game 2.
All of Giant X's gold lead sits on the shoulders of the mid-jungle duo. Jackie's continues to push out top lane, shadowed by the Antonio.
And I think it's an interesting way to use the Antonio, because if you look at where the bot wave is, it's frozen really far back. You can't really get anything on that bot side, so use that window for the Antonio to actually create some pressure on the side lane and work with Jackie's to get something. But now that he's reset, you're going to need Ignar and Juhan to take over that mantle. It looks like that's what they're going to do, play around him on this top side to get that top lane tower. And the Antonio will have to try and deal with the 3-man play on boss.
Yeah, difficult dive. Adam pops the Ragnarok, runs onto Juhan through the Magnet Storm, almost takes Juhan out, needs another axe, and binds it 1-for-1 in a 1v3. The Antonio trying to survive the dive on the bot side. Rift Herald comes in and no tower left to support him. Makes it a sticky situation for the Ornn to be in. Sheo takes the kill.
That is exactly what I expect to see from the Olaf moving forward. There is very little that Giant X's comp can do to stop him outside of mobility, and now that he's got the stride breaker, it's that much easier to stick onto these slippery targets.
Yeah, kind of like Ignar just was sitting there watching as this Olaf ran down Juhan and was like, I got nothing new.
Hits onto nuke. Ignar doesn't have the Magnet Storm, no real engage. The arrow slows the push a little bit, but the tower still falls. 3 turrets to 2 in favor of BDS as they start to back away. The gold lead shrinks to only 1,000 between the two teams now.
I mean, the gold is quite distributed between the two teams. Of course, Adam has a pretty significant lead thanks to playing against the Antonio, who's now just lost his life on the bot side of the map as well. But Jackie's being the one to gain that gold on the top side puts him in an even better position. The Dragon now alive. It's Giant X that's first the objective. A reset coming through from Ice could make it hard to contest. Adam takes a lot of damage ahead of the fight.
He's got no ghost here.
Nice trade there from Jackie's. Very nice. He's going to be forced back, and that's going to be the Dragon's loss.
Yeah, especially with Jackie's holding on to the Culling there as well. Was just like, look, if you try and come in for a fight through these choke points, I've got the Culling still, so there's no way you can really contest this. So nicely orchestrated by Giant X, because I think getting that mid-wave control would have let BDS try and set up for multiple different angles of attack, but not going to be the case anymore. Now we're seeing again Nuke set off onto a side lane, trying to see if he can farm up to be that big threat in these late game fights, but it's still very even between these two squads.
It's pretty even in game 1 as well. Obviously BDS coming out the victors in the end in what was a messy affair. Here BDS looking to take themselves into the top 4 of LEC Summer. Being ever cursed to be 3rd or 4th. And really being able to crack into the top 2 consistently. Perhaps this is their year. After watching Fnatic G2 yesterday, though, it's a big mountain for them to climb.
But I think a lot of people were looking at BDS saying, oh, hang on, bro.
Quickness, cleanse away by Patrick. Call of Portugal coming out as well. The Sun Disc comes down, but a great engage from Ignar. Ragnarok going out from Adam as he tries to escape. Giant X low, but everyone's surviving. 1-for-0, but a turret over to BDS.
The re-engage from Giant X is consistently so lethal. Both the Rel and the Ornn, the moment that you've committed, find such easy ways to land their crowd control. It ends up being just a 1-for-0 as BDS secure that tower, but Those H bars are getting dangerously low on both sides.
I thought there was going to be way more deaths here. So Lebrov gets the nice engage, good cleanse flash from Patrick. But here, like, you're set up for such a perfect engage from the Antonio. So I thought there would be more, but the immunity coming through from the Olaf means he's able to get away. Sheo buys space in the backline as well before he has to flash. And so Ice and Nuke still are a threat in the fight. But that was a precarious situation for BDS.
But what you are seeing is what Adam can do in the fight. The moment that he presses his ult and then threatens the backline, the damage dealers now feel that they need to play for themselves, right? So the CC can, in some situations, not provide value. It very much depends on how much impact Adam can have. And right now, he's still a very squishy Olaf. As the game progresses, he's going to get tankier, and his threat onto the backline is only going to continue to grow.
I think he just has to be careful not running into the Cully. As long as he's not just base tanking that the entire way, as he's running through, he's fine. So I think looking at like Patrick or Juhan as your main targets is probably your best bet, because well, outside of that, there's no one who can really take you down.
Honestly, in the last fight, I think he could have traded his life for one, but the tower's there. So that was the thing, the big deterrent. He had the Azir tower to play off of as well, which kind of allowed him to escape. But these upcoming fights are definitely going to be interesting. I feel like Giant X definitely have more team fighting prowess than I initially anticipated. So I'm looking forward.
I think the problem for Giant X is if we get a fight in the next 4 minutes or so, Patrick doesn't have flash, Juhan doesn't have flash, the Antonio doesn't have flash. Like, the Antonio less important, but Adam will have a field day. He can just go splash and run at that backline, right? And then Lebrov, even though he did burn his flash in that exchange, Rakan doesn't really care. He can just jump onto someone and get onto the backline. So it's going to be trickier for Giant X without their carries having these summoners. Jackie still has his, so if he's your first target, perhaps you're making a mistake. But if Adam just runs at either the Nidalee or the Ashe, he can chase them down unless they find some support from their friends.
Now we wait once again for another objective to spawn. Both these teams tend to not leverage their side lanes in a way to try and force something like a pick or a fight. Usually they play around those objectives, which means about a minute and a half until Dragon spawns.
But I think that's kind of the heartbreaking thing for me watching BDS in playoffs is it feels like they've lost that. Like, this was kind of where I saw BDS growing as a team, was using side lanes, using their wave states well, but we haven't really seen them get that control to go for early void grubs as much. Like, in the mid game, it feels like they're nearly regressing to where they do need to force these fights, where they do have to rely on team fighting. And the Antonio
Ice has to burn the flash to get over the wall. Jackie's with the culling, the arrow, the cleanse, not enough, shut down. Jackie's finds his man. Great engage by Giant X.
It's kind of how much do Giant X want to take, because they could even look over towards this barn, but not feeling fully confident that they can take that with so many of the ultimates down. Sheo wants to re-engage.
Nature's Grasp, looking for Patrick, but good body block there by Ignar. Makes sure that his Ashe can walk away unscathed.
It's a big ultimate used ahead of Dragon, but yeah, I'd be hesitant to start a Baron with Olaf on the enemy team. It's obviously a very scary situation. Even with Azir, Maokai, there's a lot, right? It's only a single pick, but it's a valuable one for sure, because now there's no summoner spells on Ice. Those flashes are going to be coming up for Patrick very soon, and BDS won't be able to force the fight before he has his flash once again, which will make things a little bit harder for BDS to threaten that backline. Dragon, though, 10 seconds now, the bot wave being pushed in. Mid-wave contest starting to come through, his respawns are starting to happen. Nuke has TP, he's sitting in the top lane. Items being completed. Third almost done now for Jackie's, putting him in a very strong position.
Juhan's going to dash forward, predicts the jump, but Lebrov able to eat that damage. The Warmog's first build, or even though he hasn't completed it, makes you relatively healthy to eat a spear here or there. 2 items on Juhan with the Event Horizon and the Leandries. BDS using this time to let Nuke push in the top lane. Both of the mid laners have TP.
Patrick just ulted top to try and hit Nuke with that Ashe arrow. It doesn't connect, so that's now down for this fight. They were seeing if they could try and set up for a pick with Jackie, so a big tool now not available for this next fight.
So the Maokai ultimate is back up. I was concerned about not having that available for the Dragon fight, but enough time has passed.
So Jackie's has walked across. Nuke has another wave coming in. In game 1, we saw a little bit of a split call around a Giant X engage around this Razorbeak pit where Nuke was pushing in a side lane, took a tier 1, didn't TP behind Giant X. Adam's looking for the long way round. Jackie's has walked his way back up towards top. Nuke starts to go into that fog of war. Adam loves these flanks positions on Olaf. If you can just get easy access to the backline, it's a lot easier to play.
I think the Antonio is trying to basically mark him, find out where the hell he is, because they've completely lost vision of him, but they don't have anything here on Giant X, and if Adam just walks over towards Razorbeaks, he's good.
Adam runs forward, Straight onto Juhan. Ragnarok coming out. Nature's Grasp used as well. Flash by Juhan, not caught with the roots. Antonio coming in. The Ragnarok continues as Adam gets more autos off. Now it will fall off. There's the Magnus Storm, Call of the Forge God, and Adam immediately is put in a bouncy castle and sent back in a body bag. The Drake secured by BDS. Jackie's TPing in. He's looking for Sheo, and Sheo flashes the volley. Patrick can't get in range because of the slow from the sapling. BDS just about walk away.
But the damage is done. They have the health advantage that they need to start the Baron off. The fact that Juhan was able to survive that flank from Adam meant that they were able to find a great re-engage. Once again, Giant X showing how they can restart these fights so quickly and punish BDS for their aggression. Sheo needs to get back out onto the map, but he's going to be zoned away by Ignar.
Spotted on this ward. Sheo there. Jackie's meets the tree in his own jungle. And we're all yelling timber as a Giant X find another. The Baron, their next target. Giant X now 2,000 gold ahead, will be more after they secure the big purple worm.
And Giant X are just playing this really well, kiting back as Vetty was saying, and just not giving BDS the wins that they really need, and now even catching Sheo as he's coming out of base. But you see here Adam in a fantastic position, but the core carries that he really wants to get onto are Patrick and Jackie's, but Jackie's is only going to TP in. He tries to go for Juhan. Juhan has that mobility to get over these small walls. And then as soon as that Ragnarok runs out, Ignar immediately sees his moment, jumps in, the Antonio with the re-engage, and sure, Sheo gets the dragon, but it's the after party where Giant X are really showing off.
Yeah, I think the execution of that fight was ultimately poor by Adam and BDS, because focusing down Juhan, the idea seems promising because you're zoning the jungle away, but the moment you got his flash over the wall, I feel like that should have been enough, and then you turn your attention onto someone else. Instead, they end up falling short.
Patrick has the cleanse. Adam coming in for the flank, though. Patrick holds on to that summoner for now. Call of the Forge God going in as Ignar looks for the stun, but the Ragnarok chase onto Patrick. He can't escape. Lavrov flashed away by Jackie's. Adam taken low by the culling. In the end, they'll settle for one.
That is very much what I expected the fights to look like. Patrick basically just not getting to play. That's the first instance of BDS leveraging their comp to its strength. But Giant X, they still have the Baron. They're still setting their sights on this mid-tier 1, and they're likely going to secure it.
The Giant X still have the health bars to try and force this one down. Adam had to reset, so it is still the 4v4, and I think that's where, if Adam can get the play started and BDS are able to overrun the fight, it's great. But if you're not able to kind of win the fight outright through Adam, I think that's where you start to struggle, because you still have the Antonios tanking the Ignar, who can try and get these counter engages, and you still have very healthy members on Giant X at a lot of the end of these fights, so I don't think it's as easy won with Adam in a lot of these situations.
I definitely think that these Maokai builds, as you comment often, Daija, it's just, he melts like paper.
Yeah,
right?
I really don't like
against
this.
a Lucian, especially who's this fed, he's just going to destroy you. So if it does end up becoming a front-to-back fight, I feel like the Giant X have the tools to chase them down, which is why I do think that Adam is so crucial in terms of the execution of how these fights play out for BDS, because I think they do need the fights to be a little bit more scattered on the side of when playing BDS's comp into what Giant X have brought.
As the game goes on, Giant X only gets stronger. Those masterwork items starting to come into place. Jackie's has one on his Kraken Slayer. The Antonio has another on that Sunfire. And the gold lead, although it's 4,000, more like 6 when you account for that passive. The Baron remains for 25 seconds. Don't think Giant X will be able to get much more than one more wave pushed in. True Shot Barrage coming out. Takes a chunk out of Jackie's back.
And this is where you do struggle as BDS, because although you do very well going forward, the poke from Juhan, Jackie's with Culling, the aggro from Patrick makes it very, very tough. So BDS, at least doing a good job at the moment of keeping them at bay. It looks like Giant X going to just back it up for the moment.
Tense affair. Ultimately, though, the Baron wears off. Giant X only securing, what, 1, maybe even 2 towers off the back of that. So BDS, while they do find themselves at a deficit, not the end of the world. Of course, this Lucian is very strong. Nidalee has a much greater item advantage over that of Sheo, along with experience. Is that level 16 to level 12?
15 to 12.
Oh, he's ticking over to 16. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so...
you were looking at the future camera where you were ready for a second.
No. I was just looking at the number and I was like, that looks like a 15. But yeah, 16. Whatever. Medic! 25 seconds until the dragon. And that's going to be the next big objective.
Glad you agreed that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nostradamus, for
So annoying.
that review. As you say, both teams have 2 Drakes apiece. Won't be soul for either of them, but soul point, pretty powerful. 2.5 items on ice. Nuke almost has the Rabadons. Wonder how much gold he is short of that.
The Sterix gauge being completed for Adam is massive though, because it means that he's going to be way more difficult to try and deal with, and just having that little bit of extra time can mean that he kills off Patrick, maybe get some good damage on towards Jackie's as well, but you kind of need BDS to not come through these chokes. I'd like to see Adam come through mid lane.
Forge God, Nature's Scar's coming out. Labrov already chunked. And Giant X find their first kill of the fight. Juhan chunked out with a Mystic shot into his back. Ice continuing to put the damage down, but BDS, although healthy, have lost a man. Looks like instead of going for the Drake, they'll try and get the mid lane prio first. Giant X chunked away. Ignar looking for that flank.
Ignar is going on a very long journey. BDS though, don't spot him out. We'll just now see him on the ward.
I don't know if they pinged him. Nuke's going up there now. Obviously, we'll see him as Nuke is in vision range. The Drake down to 2,000. Taken by Sheo with a smite. Ragnarok in. The flash forward by Adam, but he went in the wrong direction as Patrick is able to escape with a flash of his own. True shot. Straight through the heart of Patrick as he falls in the end.
But it's BDS that put themselves on soul point with the Infernal Soul as well. A quick steal coming through from Sheo means that Giant X gonna be left wanting. They do find 2 kills. It ends up being traded for 1, but a frustrating turn of events for Giant X, providing that space and opportunity for Sheo. I feel like they should have just been more confident with their front line. The Antonio, rather than looking for a flank, you have numbers advantage.
Especially when in this fight, I would have preferred to see Adam kind of coming down here and trying to separate, oh, this is the second fight, but trying to separate basically out the front line and back line of Giant X. In this position, you should feel very, very strong, but Patrick just getting sniped out right at the end. And now BDS, as you say, 3 dragons set up. They can start to push out towards sides. You're getting this Rabadon's death cap now completed for Nuke off this reset. Like, things are starting to come alive here for BDS.
Giant X still the lead in terms of combat gold. Jackie's ticks over to level 18 at 31.5 minutes. 2 levels higher than anyone else in the game. Has 4 items on the Lucian, 6, 1, and 2 so far this game. We'll be looking to make that more obviously as the
Nuke.
Baron is down to 10,000. Nuke has the TP, now he uses it. Nature's Grass coming in as well. Ignar can tank that as he crashes down. The root hits onto the backline as well. Call of the Portrait going out. Adam running away. The Sterax just melted by the culling. Antonio just short of getting the headbutt though. And Nuke starts to open up. Ice dashing forward, takes a spear to his spine. And is down to about half HP.
Look at Adam in the mid lane though. He's going to start to threaten on towards the tier 2 as he's going to clear out this wave. So Giant X now need to try and regroup on mid, but they're completely separated, which is why BDS, with his Sheo, going to try and start up this Baron.
So Antonio has TP. Juhan and Patrick still here. Jackie's TP back in. Ignar heals up with the Warmogs, and Sheo, who the team's on the other side of the map, my man. Sheo taken out. Didn't expect Ignar to be waiting around the river bend, as BDS now have to try and fight back from a man disadvantage, but Juhan's down to a 3rd. Ice with these Mystic shots continues to try and keep the damage raining down. Ignar looking for that flank position. No Magnet Storm for him. Does have the flash, gets the Shadowing Strike onto Adam. Ragnarok about to come back off cooldown, but not yet. The Baron secured by Giant X, and Adam is chasing Ignar down towards the bottom side. He tried to flash, I'm not sure that was the best play. I think you were dead anyway, matey. But in the end, Ignar distracts and Giant X take the Baron.
Another strange turn of events as both teams fighting back and forth for the Baron. It's a situation where Giant X were initially forced off the Baron, then BDS thought that they could re-engage onto it, but Giant X still had both TPs available, being in a position to contest quickly. And then Sheo just kind of gets left in this very awkward spot. We start with our replay, him getting caught out, and Medic, you called it. They were all able to just jump over the wall. Ezreal, Azia, plus the Rakan. Meanwhile, the Baron gets started off really nice damage coming out from Ice consistently throughout the fight. But then Patrick steps up with Ignar to zone BDS away, and they realize, we've overcommitted, we're in a bad spot, we can't contest the Baron anymore, and Giant X do secure that objective at the cost of Ignar's life.
It's the second time now we've kind of seen these fumbles in this series around the Barons. At least now Giant X should be able to put a bit of hurting on, but you can already see from the Red Bull Baron power play in the top left corner, it hasn't exactly started off great, so definitely want to try and crack the last of these outer turrets and get to the inhibitors.
I actually think it's quite hard for Giant to use this Baron really effectively to take towers because the Drake spawns in a minute's time. So you can use it for pressure in the lanes, but if you're overextending for pressure in one of the lanes, then BDS get more time to try and get into a position in the jungle to collapse on you around the dragon.
Oftentimes, if you're in this position, I like using the dragon basically as a fallback plan.
Yeah.
So get full value from the Baron and then fall back onto the dragon afterwards, where you've already taken some of the turrets. Sure, you'll have a bit of extra gold in your pocket, but in theory, you've removed a lot of the vision and the pressure that the enemy team has in the map, so dragon should be easy to take.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Giant X are doing the correct thing, right? They send one member mid, push in through mid, they control all of the vision bot side, and then they siege onto the tier 2 tower and bot. This means that they can easily collapse back onto the dragon. Also, while making it difficult, because BDS have no vision. If we have an opportunity to showcase what BDS can see on the map, observers, you'll notice that it's not a lot.
They do have the scuttle crab.
They do have the scuttle crab, but Giant X are doing the correct steps in terms of suffocating BDS of their vision. They'll get 2 towers, and then they can just fall back to the dragon. The mistake would be overextending to try and push into the base, because if they then lost the fight, you're just conceding a soul, and you'd have no way of really contesting the objective.
Arrow.
But fortunately, they're not going to do that.
Well, Arrow stops Ice's back. Tempo heaven right now for Giant X. As you say, they'll turn their eyes towards the Drake, and they do it by the numbers perfectly. They secure their 3rd of the game. Once again, it might be a second Baron, go into the soul point into an Elder, fight 3rd Baron, 4th Baron sort of game, Vetty.
Wait, is that our have we had 2 Barons this game?
That might be our first.
All the Barons blend together.
Actually, it's probably our, I think it's our first. You're right. But then second Baron would be next. It's like breakfast. It was the second. I was saying, the audience watches better than we do.
So we've had 6 Barons in this series, and we're on game 2.
You say the numbers, I'm
confident in 6. It was 4 in game 1, okay. I know that much. And someone's going to be like, it was 5! And I'm like, it's the count. Anyway, we're gearing up for, well, nothing. There's no objective to play for. So instead, the vision game becomes the key. You basically start, the team that has the advantage, starts pressuring through both mid and top. They set their sights on the top tier 2 because it's the next easiest objective to take. And you start to, again, suffocate the vision while BDS will try and fight that vision back if they can. But as you can rightly see, right now, they're not in a position, they don't have the numbers to be able to do so. So the fog of war grows ever larger on the side of BDS.
And I think BDS are trying to play for a pick before Giant X can really get their wave set up. You do have a ton of poke from Juhan. Even the rapid fire cannon with the full build Lucian is going to do a ton of damage if he gets a double shot at you. So for a lot of this, BDS, you can see hyper aggressive on the wave states. But now you've got the Antonio considering coming in behind.
Sundisk, the Magnus Storm going in, and look at the damage. Somehow they caught Nuke in the middle of all of that. Ignat's gonna go down, but now the TP behind as BDS call for the retreat. Ice needs to get out of here. Sheo puts down a sapling for the slow. The Antonio chasing forward, blast cone away. Infernal Cinder for a little bit of movement speed, and Ice will escape to fight another day.
Adam, you can see immediately trying to move in towards the mid wave and clear that one out, but Giant X will still have a wave now to play off in this mid lane if they want to try and crack open the base. Everyone on BDS trying to reset, but there's no way they can defend this.
I mean, I underestimated Giant X's ability to team fight. I didn't think with this comp that they would be able to execute these kind of wombo combos, but they're making it work flawlessly as we enter the very late game. Really nice engage from Ignat. They follow that up with great damage from Jackie's, and the question we had earlier was, could he step up and be that carry? And so far, he's doing an excellent job.
It's also the ability to pick out a single man in that cluster. Like, all of the damage was falling on Nuke, and it absolutely melted him. Didn't have time to flash, didn't have time to use the Emperor's Divide. And Giant X steal away more of the BDS jungle. Juhan on this Nidalee, although not as flashy as Jackie's, has been involved in just as many kills. In fact, the exact opposite. 8-1-3 to 3-1-8. So he's there assisting his mid laner at every possible opportunity. Has a 4,500 gold lead. Jackie's cresting over 5k now, with Nuke still only getting up towards 4 items.
But with 2 minutes now until the Dragon, that's really what both teams are sieging up for. You do a Baron in a little bit, but oh, hang on.
Well, the Force got out again. Ice going to try an Arcane Shift away. Has to flash, still gets hit with the knockup.
Antonio soaking up a lot of damage. Has the Warmog, so he'll be able to heal it up. Ice doing what he can to land the poke down, but he's now lost his flash.
There's the arrow. Ragnarok in. Adam tries to chase onto Jackie's. Lebrov dashes in as well in the Magnus Storm. It's 4 men and they're dead men walking as Giant X get a clean ace.
Giant X find the engage that they need. Adam gets obliterated by the double AD carries, and just like that, Giant X are taking us to game number 3.
A cleaner performance in game 2 by Giant X puts them on the cusp of the top 4 here in summer. 1 game away, 1 game to decide it here between Giant X and BDS.
I mean, I have to hold my hands up, you know, and apologize, because my expectations were that I liked BDS's draft a lot. I thought that they had a good game plan coming in, but we never really got to see Adam threatening the backline. Instead, every time he tried to, Jackie's just melted him. He was huge in this fight, and of course, bringing out the Italy, we are trepidatious here in Europe about this champion, but 2 days in a row now, even with Isma as well, we're seeing him work here in the LEC.
There we are, and we'll see if it works in game 3 as well. We're going to go to a short break, but don't you dare go anywhere unless you need to go to the bathroom or get some food or make a cup of tea or something, then you can come back. Cool.
See you in a bit.
Deal.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefully using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
can win this.
All up 1 HP by the way, they hit it completely, no?
Go.
Nice. Does he have hook?
I don't know. He has no hook.
Nice. We're gonna pick Olaf. No flash. Okay.
Oh, you think?
Nice. Good.
Go.
Good dive. Adam pops the Ragnarok, runs onto Juhan through the Magnet Storm. Almost takes Juhan out, needs another axe, and finds it 1-for-1 in a 1v3.
Poke. Guys.
Watch me! Oh my god!
No cleanse this guy?
Okay, and mid.
And welcome back to the LEC as GX tie the series up 1-1, one game away from top 4. Not a position I would expect them to be in, but they just keep getting better. They played Nidalee. I thought it was, I thought that champion was a curse, and it keeps working. Guys, what happened between this mid-jungle this game?
Yeah, what is going on with the back against the wall Nidalee pick at the end of the series? But anyway, in the mid-jungle, I think it was relatively quiet in the early game, but once you came to team fights, I think the biggest thing to me was the fact that before every fight, it felt like Jackie's was just absolutely 1v9ing, chunking Adam to very low HP, and that made it so they just couldn't navigate the team fights as well as they want to.
And then Nidalee was just gaining so much pressure and control, even now in this clip. I mean, now he's just baiting the Olaf because with flash and everything. But before every single objective, the Nidalee was there, healing everyone up. It allowed their team to just play a lot more aggressive, lay down traps, lay down poke with the spear, and it was a sleeper OP pick because usually you don't see Nidalee's having a lot of impact, but the value of this champion just always comes from these kind of unseen things.
I do think the big thing that, BDS was going for here was Olaf blind pick, thinking that the Nidalee wouldn't be picked because there'd be more than likely a tank for Juhan, and that way there'd be very little DPS, and that's why I think Drain tanks are very good into Drain tanks. But now the Nidalee pick shows that they can draft more than just 2 damage threats. I think that's really, really big, and now these gods, these Drain tanks, aren't going to work as well for Adam.
I think the other big thing is that the execution from GX is just, over the course of the series, felt better, right? Like this is the second game in a row where it feels like, yes, BDS managed to turn it around, they managed to weather the storm, but weren't able to build a lead early game like we expected it to. And in this game where you expect Adam to really be able to be this big threat, the Nidalee does kind of shut that down, but also the coordination wasn't there either. So as great as these guys have been, this mid-jungle duo from GX, BDS also kind of crumbling in a way that I did not expect coming into this series.
Exactly, it's a team-wide effort where everyone on Giantex is stepping up because playing into that sort of team comp that BDS had is not really easy. You have Ashe, you have Lucian, and an enemy has Olaf, Rakan. It's really, really easy to get caught out of position, but they did such a good job to kind of bait out that engage, disengage, and then follow up by their own Ornn engage, because Ornn really didn't have a good easy time in this game, but he did manage to find a lot of really good angles to pull the trigger.
And I want to highlight one player who we haven't talked about yet, and that was Patrick. I think towards the end, at the very least, I think in general, this game he had a really hard time. He didn't have that much peel versus the Olaf. It was kind of impossible as an immobile AD carry. But then towards the end, the Ashe arrows, he kept landing them, getting multi-man Ashe arrows in the second to last fight, and then the last one as well before the Nexus fell.
Yeah, and overall, like, look, I'm just impressed across the board. The fact that normally when Adam pulls out Olaf, you're like,
it's spooky.
It's spooky. And when it's against an Ornn, you're like, all right, guys, well, I guess it's going to be a quick 2-0. Let's wrap this up. But it's really a credit to the Antonio and to GX as a whole that when it comes down to, and especially you can see this in the last fight, and of course at this point they have a pretty significant lead. But when you look at the coordination present here, they're just all very much on the same page. And while, yes, they're still taking some risks around Baron. I feel like the Baron pit might belong to them, but they're still taking some risks. Ultimately, the coordination's just better. The instant pullback across the team, you can see that Adam just really cannot do anything with the pick that, on paper, when we first looked at this draft, should have been much more impactful.
Yeah, I do think that kept happening a lot, where the engage would come down, and then Adam would have to try and save the play, have to force him in, because on Olaf, you don't really have a choice. You have to go in, otherwise you die and you just run away the ulti, and that expires really quickly. So I think what Giantex did really well was kiting out Adam consistently and then focusing him down.
And they also found fights in unorthodox positions because BDS didn't really choose the best fights that they could have on the neutral objectives. They always found fights in open space where the Olaf was faced with the choice. They're engaging on Olaf. Olaf, can you turn and engage, do your own counter engage or not? It was just poor fight selection from BDS in the areas that they wanted to contest because GX were baiting them in and doing a great job with that.
Right now, if we had, again, coming into playoffs, if you had told me in this matchup, going into the game 3, that GX was the clear favorite, and in my eyes has looked like the better team, arguably in both games, I would have laughed at you. But that feels like the situation we're in. Are GX just the obvious favorites at this point in the series?
I think the interesting thing, especially when it comes to GX improvement, like you're highlighting, is the fact that they've been branching out and everyone's been like, nah, they can't really do it. They can't branch out. It's kind of fake. They're showing us Diana, Nami Lucian, and we're just like, nah, that's not. Go back to tanks, Juan. But now he's showing us that performance. I feel like maybe, are they adaptable? Is that the talking point here?
They are adaptable, and for me, going into this game 3, they are clear favorites because BDS is dropping the ball on objective setups. Their early lane phase is not really so strong anymore. Adam is not having the impact that we expected him to have against the Antonio. And right now, there's just too many gaps in BDS's game plan where I feel like GX just slots in very, very well against that.
So if you're looking on the side of BDS, right, we'll put them as the underdogs, at least in the context of this game 3, even if we wouldn't have done that at the start of the day. What needs to change? How do you adjust your draft? How do you adjust your strategy? Is it about execution in game? Is it about the champions you're picking? What has to change for BDS if they're going to win this game?
I think that's really difficult, isn't it? Go ahead.
I think the biggest band-aid they can do is just empower top lane a little bit more because right now they're going for this approach where they want to play 2v2 mid, 3v3 mid with the Maokai as here this game. Nuke is having a great time, you know, with his control mages. I don't think he's getting exposed at all. He's always been this rock-steady player where he can do everything and weather the storm. But right now, I would have liked to see more empowerment on top lane because Adam is still doing good.
So let's talk, what do you mean by that empowerment? I want to follow up there because normally when I see one guy gets Ornn and the other guy gets Olaf, top lane to me seems pretty empowered, Odo. So do you want more ganks? Do you want more intention? Do you want them to be diving the Antonio 24/7? What do you mean when you say you want them to empower topside?
I would like to have a draft on jungle as well, where he can invade a lot more, because it really felt like this game he was just getting out-tempoed massively by the Nidalee, and with the fact that you have such a strong top laner consistently over the series, I think you can do a lot more. So I would like to just have a little bit more of a high-impact early-game jungler from BDS, where they can invade, just spot the enemy jungle, so this way you're unlocking the whole map, because right now I don't think you're getting a lot of control because you never see the Nidalee.
And I'm about to cut you off there. Sorry, Aragon. We are ready for the next game. We're going to send it over to Caster, see what the Game 3 draft holds for us. The final game in this series, one of these teams going home.
Let's find out. One of the teams going home from the summer playoffs, as Dracos so aptly mentioned. Important to remember, BDS are into our season finals. Giant X can be into our season finals depending on results later today or next week. We'll see. You know, winning here helps them, but doesn't actually really change a huge amount if SK win later.
The moral of the story is almost always winning good, losing not so good.
True. If only we could teach Europe that at Worlds.
We're getting ready for Game 3. So let's jump into the draft and see what we've got prepared for us today. I mean, quite frankly, I find that we're in a similar situation to the Mad Lions series with BDS, where in some ways I feel like Giant X is playing better. Not in every way, but in some ways. And BDS are either finding ways to punish the mistakes, or they are just getting punished for their own mistakes. And they are making a lot more mistakes than we typically see from them. Let's see how they adapt here in Game 3. Ornn and Kai'Sa going to be taken away once again by BDS from Giant X. The Renekton going to be banned away from Adam.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're trying to set up there for the Antonio with the Renekton ban, because you obviously with the Ornn already gone, it feels like they're going to high prioritize him in these early stages, and they're already trying to get rid of counter picks in that regard. But it is going to leave a ton again of these big picks open. Brand was banned in the last game, but we haven't really seen that high priority on these AP junglers. It's kind of been more teetering towards those tanks. So does Tristana get banned here? Does the Sejuani get banned here? Is that going to be the high priority pick coming in on this next rotation?
As long as it's not Viego jungle again, I think we'll be happy. The Rail band away, next one, as you say, Tristana and Sejuani, those two big ones. Zyra band away, so Brand, Tristana, Sejuani, the big three, and there's Trist locked in immediately by Team BDS.
So will the Sejuani answer come through from Giant X? Will they instead prioritize the Lucian? Ezreal, of course, shown to be a powerful pick in this series, but I think the Ashe has won every game, right? Ashe won the game 1, and then Ashe also won game 2.
Yep.
And so maybe Ashe should be the priority for Patrick.
It's possible. There's the Sejuani locked in. Obviously, you can leave your mid laner for 3 here. There's the Ashe Freyord duo teaming up once again. So Braum Brand, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
If you want some of that tankiness on the front line.
I'm convinced they won't play Brand, mate. I'm convinced.
Look. Let me live in blissful ignorance, Medius, because the world is dark and full of terrors.
And we need Brand to light the way. I know we're going to get it. I do think we can probably go for either the Talia, which is probably the more BDS
comfort.
version.
No, come on. No, come on, don't do that. Sheo, you absolute
But look, at least it still fits that AP role and definitely gives you something that Sheo has looked good on. And when you're looking at a lot of what Giant X is, it's trying to coordinate how you're going to like keep an immobile AD carry away or whatever that might look like. I think the Talia does work out well in that regard, being able to use that wall.
Zeri now can be locked in for BDS, another one of Ice's comfort picks. I did wonder where this pick had gone this series. We'll see how effective Ice can be on the champion, but already you've got great scaling on the side of BDS. Giant X, they want to lock in their support here, or do they want to be able to match mid lane? Lucian is a possibility. Jackie's already had a great game 2 on the champion, but he's going to go with the Yone. Okay. All right, so pairing up nicely with the Sejuani. Often used as an answer into the Corki. Tristana, I think he struggles a little bit more, but still a great side lane threat. His ability to scale, his potential teamfight impact is great, but already Giant X spelling or suggesting that they're looking to play through mid in the early game. Let's see if we can get Ignar now on a roaming support that can have impact and try and make plays happen in the mid lane.
And we saw Jackie's play this at the start of the year, and while he mechanically looked decent on it, the Giant X being able to coordinate to set him up for success wasn't quite there. So I think that's where I really want to see, as you say, the roaming support for Ignar to try and play towards him, get Jackie's up and rolling, but being able to coordinate team fights to set him up is really going to be the crux of this. And at least you do have an Sharo and stuff to kind of enable fights very quickly and try and get those fights for the Yone, but it's just about coordination, communication that hasn't quite been there for Giant X for a good chunk of this series.
There's the Alistair banned away by Giant X. Cannon removed by BDS, trying to get rid of some of that AP threat from the top side. It's a composition lacking in magic damage a little bit so far from Giant X, although that isn't as much of a problem as it used to be in League.
I still think you have many options here for the Antonio. The Gragas can still come through if you really want to. Sure. But even things like the Zac, I think could actually be pretty good for the Antonio in this situation, because you've already got so many long-range enablers with Sejuani, Ashe, and then the Zac to try and follow up. Will leave that to the 5th rotation, though, just because you can say, hey, look, we'll see exactly what Adam wants to go for, and then we can try and counter it.
So right now they're contemplating the Rakan, and they're going to lock it in. All right. I thought they'd think about that a little bit more. Surprised to see Leona fall to the wayside in this series, but Rakan going to be the engage of choice. A little bit more mobility. Perhaps they want a little bit more of the quickness to keep up with the mobility that exists on the side of BDS. It's the Maokai response now coming out from Share. Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
It could be support. We see it a little bit.
Yeah, Mao
over
support
the
into Rakan is okay as well, because you can knock him out of the grand entrance with your Q, and you can chase him with Twisted Advance, right?
Yeah, so that's going to be the game plan, and
Fair enough.
Try and lock him up in place. Now, there is also the counter side, which is if you ever try and engage as Maokai into the Rakan, he ends up W in the opposite direction, and suddenly you're very far underneath the enemy tower. So I think you have to be kind of be careful. It's kind of like a stalemate in that bottom lane where neither can engage, but you still have that big Maokai then for the later portion of the game.
So how do Giant X round things out? Is Malphite good here? Poppy is...
I think Zac is actually... Okay, not going to get it. But I thought Zac could go through here, because we kind of saw Zac come out as the initial one into Cassante, because like, I can tank, I can heal, and then I just have bigger threat into the backline as the game goes on. But
yeah.
Poppy, when you've got so many dashes here, it does make sense.
Also a matchup we saw at MSI, like Oscar played it.
It's definitely a good matchup, I think, for the Poppy, especially if you're a good Poppy player, 100%. And yeah, just the 280 carries both have a dash, so it's helpful, right? I see the logic. Your engage is also fine when you have Sejuani Rakan. You have the Ashe Arrow as well to potentially start fights, which, to credit to Patrick, he found some great initiations in the last fight, really setting up for Ignar to follow up with the Rel. Overall, I think that Giant X continue to stick to their style. Game 2 is definitely a departure from their style, but this seems to be a return to it, with a very solid front line, reliable engage, and their carries mainly being that of Patrick and Jackie's. Meanwhile, for BDS, they are showcasing some of the adaptations that they've made this split. The AP jungler for Sheo, along with Nuke on the Tristana, was a combo that they often relied on during the regular season. And with Ice being moved back onto his Zeri, it feels like BDS have defaulted a little bit more to comfort. The question is, will this be enough team fighting power to win them this game and this series?
That is the question you have to ask. Giant X trying to make it through to our top 4. So are BDS, in fact, both teams. Remember, they play on Friday against the winner of Carmine Core and SK, which we will have later on today. Carmine Core still battling for that top 3, the only way they make it into the season finals. But we have 1 game to go before we get to that series. BDS and SK and Giant X taking to the Rift for the 3rd time today.
So funny. I'm just watching Jackies and Nuke literally discuss the draft in all chat. In any case, let's see how things pan out. You can see the runes on your screen right now. Fleet Footwork on the side of the 80 carries for BDS.
I do like the exhaust take from Patrick, though. We will see once the runes disappear, especially when you're playing against Zeri. Zeri wants to try and all in and dash it. Oh, actually, he swapped the last second. So I was going to say I did like it because Zeri can play hyper-aggressive in that matchup, but going to opt for the cleanse instead. A little bit more worried about the lockup coming through from the Brav.
I think he's afraid of the Maokai, seems to be the purpose of the cleanse.
It's also like Maokai into Seismic Shove, or like lockup into something else. There's a lot of displacement after the initial lockup that can really put you back, and if you can cleanse the initial bit, then you get away from the follow-up.
Now, you commented earlier, I forget whether it was Dagda or Medic, but...
It's probably Dagda, he says the smart stuff.
The Jackie's Yone at the beginning of the split
no, it's Dagda.
was something that we all thought was, quite frankly, cool, right? He did a lot of cool stuff. Odoamne described it as we saw a lot of TikTok Yone, where he was just showcasing some great mechanical prowess. But as you rightly said, the team didn't really enable him. I don't think that they played around it. Like KC was a great example of a team that I think played around Vladdy's Yone very well, really setting him up for success, putting a lot of resources mid early, getting into a point where he can be this side lane threat. And even though they ended up losing that game, it was still a great demonstration of how to play through the Yone. And I'd love to see the same thing from Juhan and Ignat in this game. I want to see them playing towards the mid lane, trying to put not only this Tristana behind, but setting up the Yone to what will be a difficult laning phase early on and allow him to be a huge carry threat later.
But I do think that they've set up what you were already talking about, Betty, which is, hey, we've got push in mid for Patrick. He should be totally fine. And then we can start to move Ignar into the mid lane. So start to play around Jackies in that 3-man unit that we've seen from Giant X from the get-go, right? Like having Juhan involved as well. So Nuke gonna have to be very careful with not making sure he's not overextended to get caught out when multiple members of Giant X show up.
Sheo spotted on the Hawk shot. We know exactly where he is and where he's been. Cleared out his top side, now working his way down towards the bottom side. Both the junglers mirrored in their early clears. Jackie's trying to dash forward. Nuke on the right side of this trade. Jumps in a little early. Can't quite get the 5th auto attack for that explosive charge.
Yeah, I think was expecting Jackie's to go back on the solo bend a little bit quicker and would have been able to get that final shot, but Jackie's just legged it the other direction to make sure that the bomb exploded before that final shot went off. But still, nice trades for Nuke, and Jackie's is going to struggle until he gets that help in the mid lane, just with how strong Tristan is among, which is why I was surprised to not see kind of the higher priority in some of these AD mids earlier in this series.
Keeping my eyes on Juhan hovering around the top side of the map. The Antonio able to get this early push in the 1 versus 1, but Adam not really suffering too much. Nice play there from Adam. Sorry, the Antonio trying to deny him farm, and also just getting a nice trade off Jackie's though.
Should be okay, does still have the flash.
A lot of damage though. You're just seeing the matchup at work really. But here is Juhan looking for a dive. Nice spot from Adam, but no jungler in sight. Means it's going to be difficult. Oh, I stand corrected. I guess Antonio's saying, I don't have enough mana to really commit to this dive. I don't think it's worth it. So for now, they're going to go back to base.
I think they're also just unsure as to where Sheo is. Knew the top side had been cleared out, but wasn't
going to
exactly
get
sure.
collapsed on here.
Yeah.
Goes for the seismic shot, but Ignar and Patrick are on their way. Sheo's going to have to flash early. Does so. Juhan's still coming across. They can still chase. Juhan flashes forward. There's the grand entrance. And there goes Sheo, sent back in a body bag.
What's better than 3-man mid? Well, it's 4-man mid. They just brought Patrick along for the journey, managing to pick that first kill up and give it across to Jackies as well. Great stuff from Giant X to punish Sheo back in on that vision.
Get the red buff as well, so that extra bit of HP regeneration can be very valuable for Jackies. Really nice start. Definitely not like a planned play, but an opportunity that Giant X was able to find, and one that they will be very grateful for. Sheo both losing his flash and his life mean that Giant X find themselves off to a good start.
They do use 2 flashes to get it, but in the end that is very much worth. Good ward as well by Jackies around those wolves to spot out the fact that Sheo was waiting there. Now Patrick and Ignar come back down towards this bottom side. Ice, having yet to reset, is about 13 CS up, about 2 waves. But Patrick and Ignar should be able to get the push in here because Lebrov is up a little late back to the lane.
So we find ourselves in a situation where Gianx are able to get the push in top, we've got the push in bot as well, and Jackie's, while he is being pushed underneath his tower in mid lane and is definitely behind in terms of farm gold, in a solid position. Has now committed the TP with a few more levels under his belt. His laning phase should get a little easier, but he's still not going to be able to match the pushing power. But Juhan being given a lot of freedom to kind of roam where he wants. And we'll see how he leverages this to play for early objectives, as Adam could be a potential game.
Yeah, looks like it will be. Knowing that Sheo has no flash means you kind of have the advantage in the 2v2, but not going to be so. It's just going to be Adam having to run away.
He's got the all-out, so a little bit harder to actually lock him down.
I think the big thing is Sheo not having flash now does start to impact the rest of these objectives. As Adam, yeah, he's just going to walk off, but it's very difficult for you to say go for these early Void Grubs because Juhan can immediately turn on to you. You've got Jackie's who will have his ultimate available. You become the prime target for a lot of these. So I think that's why we're kind of seeing BDS falling back into, hey, we're just going to try and trade on towards the objectives from the bottom side because Giant X have already set up for that Void Grub take.
Grub's being secured now for Juhan. Jank is falling on the side of BDS. I see Jank is feeling a lot more confident in his trades in the mid lane. Very close stuff there. Lebrov, though, being spotted on a ward. Jank needs to be careful.
I mean, as soon as you get 6 on the Yone, you just have a lot more to play with, right? A lot more playmaking potential, a lot more safety. Go in with the Soul Unbound, and you can always dash back out with the Fate Sealed whenever you desire. Early on, good start here for Giant X. About 500 gold ahead through the top lane and the mid lane predominantly. Lebrov's still on a ward as Ignar begins to collapse. Lebrov doesn't want to meet the same fate that Sheo met in basically the exact same position as Juhan goes back in, but a buffer out from Nuke. Lebrov having to use his flash to escape the initial engage.
But this picture that we see on our screen right now is what I want to be seeing from Giant X, right? You've got your jungler here, you've got your support here, primed and ready to make a play. Nuke was getting traded on a little bit. Not only does it alleviate the pressure from Jackie so that he can actually farm and stay relatively healthy in the laning phase, but it also sets up for a potential opportunity to find a gank.
I still think just Sheo not really being able to get involved is going to hurt. We'll have his flashback up very, very soon, but Antonio, good spot here with Juhan.
Glacial Prison blocked by the Pathmaker, and Adam should be able to walk to the safety of his tower.
Big ulti committed, though, from Juhan. And Adam doing a good job of weathering the storm. Couldn't quite connect the tower there. Sorry, connect into the wall from the Antonio. And his trades are very nice. Adam getting very, very low. Juhan still hovering around, but this time Sheo is in a position to stop it.
Yeah, has the wall to try and zone people off if he wants to. Juhan going to spot him here. Immediately going to back away, but I don't think it's the end of the world for Juhan unless he gets caught here.
That's the Weaver's Wall. The Antonio flashes early. Adam chasing forward. Juhan has a flash of his own, but doesn't have the time to use it as Adam takes him out of the picture.
Nicely done by BDS to capitalize on it. Sheo using that wall to cut off Juhan. I was about to say, I don't mind Juhan using that ultimate because there's no real, objectives up and available for them to try and focus on, but the fact he didn't have it meant that he ends up falling down. Good collapse from BDS to punish that.
A lot of time was just spent from Juhan hovering around the top side of the map when arguably it wasn't really necessary. I guess Juhan was in two minds around whether he could make a dive work. But Adam, with his pots, was staying relatively healthy. Sheo was in a position to counter. And then he also had the rest of his team on his way up to assist in that play. Now, Juhan, he was very close to flashing over that wall, but Gather decided it wasn't worth it. So we're seeing an arrow fly by. In any case, 1-1 now, the kill score. Grubs in about a minute and a half, Dragon in about 2 minutes. We're looking at both these objectives in the near future.
But look how much vision Giant X have on that top side. It's going to be really difficult for BDS to try and break that because you need to try and put hyper pressure on mid to clear Jackie's away, and then you can start to deal with some of this. But Juhan having his ultimate now back up and available, Jackie's been able to follow. It's going to make it very tough for them to try and contest this river control that currently Giant X have.
In using the mobility of Rakan just to get extra vision in, going to be cleared out by Lebrov, but it's defensive. It's superficial from Lebrov, nothing really in the face of Giants. X-Shares should be able to steal, take away this Scuttle Crab. It was spotted on the ward that has become a zombie ward. So with 40 seconds on the Grubs, vision control predominantly in favor of Giant X, but push for BDS in the bot lane. Wonder if we'll see a reset coming out from Ice and Lebrov to go towards that top side.
Yeah, I think there is a world, though, where you're able to try and play from this bot side in towards mid. You look, there's a pink ward, the spot's out there. You play, try and catch out Tristan in the mid lane. And then if you're able to push her back, you can start to shift that over then in towards the Rift Herald. So just completing the kind of shift across will be able to push BDS back. And then if you're trying to enter its BDS into River through choke points, well then Jackie's gets great value. He can come over a bunch of different walls. Ignar and Juhan's ultimates get a ton of value, but they end up going for that bot lane play. And I think that's where it's kind of put them back a step, because Juhan hasn't been in a position to get, had to reset, wanted to pick up a Zeke's convergence, and now Giant X are kind of stepping forward with BDS, where they aren't using choke points to their advantage.
Hits onto Nuke, but he's not the target for the rest of Giant X. Ignar takes the kill, Lebrov goes Timber. A seismic shove out by Shea will take a chunk out of Juhan's health bar, but not going to be enough to really perturb him.
It's a bit unfortunate for Giant X that the kill went over to Ignar due to his Ignite, but they can still use the numbers advantage to secure the grubs. It's going to be difficult for BDS to contest this. I noticed the Ice is making his way up, though.
I mean, that's the 4th grub for Giant X. So I think they're just accepting this is all they really need out of it. Juhan can jump out of the back of the pit. They get the Might spawn, and BDS will take the other 2 to make sure that Giant X don't get any more of an advantage.
Fair enough, they respect it because of how quickly Lebrov came back out onto the map. And but now BDS are in a good position to actually just move towards the Drake. Getting 2 grubs, denying the 6 grub buffs, and securing that objective, setting yourself up potentially for assault. It's a nice play to make. Okay, if they've decided that they don't want to go for the objective, they don't want to press their luck, instead they're just going to focus on the clear.
Jackie's still going to put out a lot of hurt. You have such a strong combo with Giant X right now, just between the Ash Arrow into potential pick with Juhan and Jackie. So even taking this vision as BDS, you have to be very, very careful. No one is tanky enough to kind of dissuade that engage. The only thing that's really been playing into the favor of BDS is that the resets from Giant X haven't been at great timers. So Ignar now back means you can't fight for the 3v3 in mid. Juhan would already reset to pick up Zeke's convergence right before Void Grub. So there's been like these moments where BDS are able to get positioning, and it's kind of a similar story here where now they have river control and can fight Giant X on these choke points.
Ignar and Juhan teaming up once again. The support jungle synergy, something that has been so important through this series, and once again a slower game for us, as you can tell both these teams are perhaps a little apprehensive, perhaps a little anxious, as it is an elimination series at the end of the day. The season final still quite a way away, getting through to the next round of summer playoffs, more important in this very moment.
For BDS, though, I think people kind of expect them to come in and sweep this.
Yeah.
And Giant X put on a very strong performance from what had been a great regular season for them, but perhaps it's not been kind to them, and Giant X taking a step up, and they're taking a step forward as they push out Ice and Lebrov out of this bot side.
Oh, interesting. They brought the Antonio down. He still has his TP, so he can just TP back to top, and they've leveraged numbers to just force their way through this objective. Jackie's goes in. Oh, the play to the Ruin King. We're kind of at that point where you can see Jack is feeling very confident. Of course, no first item completed just yet for Nuke. And the TP back to top. So nice play overall from Giant X. I like the way they executed that. Now 1-to-1 in Dragons. Similar to the previous games, I should say.
Yeah.
Dragons, Soul, not going to be an immediate issue.
Probably will be an issue by the time we get to the end of the game, if we continue on the same trajectory as previous games.
I feel like we're heading on the same trajectory as previous games.
The 40-minute plus games.
Yes. Herald going to be secured. A difficult objective to contest, and I like the pings coming out from Giant X. The crossman makes a lot of sense. The Antonio just fishing for information. He shouldn't overstay. Nice interrupt there.
Yeah, you can see the crossmat that's happening, right? Like Juhan and Ignar are in this red side jungle. BDS have given up the ghost on anything on the bot side of the map. They are investing 4 players towards top.
But you are only 1 on the bottom side, and you still have the Tristan on the top end, so I don't like the TP. I was going to say you just match the trade, you still have Rift Herald, but Adam now thinks he can clear out the wave. May not be able
And
to.
he survived. Pathmaker out, gets a good double stun, all out coming out. There's the quickness as well. Adam trying to survive this, but he's just CC'd for days. Adam dies, TP's in. Costs him his life.
And it's mistakes like this that BDS wouldn't make in the regular season. You have the Rift Herald. So instead of playing for this TP to protect the bot side, you just go for the tier 2 instead. Now, they don't have the numbers advantage, so the Antonio is going to be able to try and clear out this wave, but the Ice coming back. Antonio might make the exact same mistake that his counterpart did.
Has to flash away. Has that luxury. Adam did not, running the Ghost, of course, in this game, but because BDS have spent more time around this top side, they're going to lose their tier 1 in mid.
I mean, oh yeah, they definitely will. I was going to question whether or not it would actually fall. Jackie's can't afford to spend any more time in bot lane, so he's going to be forced to reset. Ends up being 2 towers traded for 2. That top lane is now a very long lane, which they likely will send Jackie's into. Always got to draw your attention to the top of your screen. Look at those objectives. Think about what these teams are thinking about next. But the Dragons, still very far away. Baron, obviously, still a far away objective. So the next priority is securing, thank you, Medic.
Oh, I missed.
It's
It's
why they don't let you use the tower
It's because there's
trader.
other buttons there, and I didn't want to press the other. Can I cross out of that?
Yeah,
see, now we can do it.
Beautiful.
That's still a pretty poor circle. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, we got 2 circles.
Oh, yeah, here we are. No, we can make the Olympic logo, guys.
The chat is going to start.
Oh, no, it's a small one. Nothing's happening in the game, guys.
I remember,
promise you.
Medic, do you remember that one game? I don't remember who it was, but we started just putting circles on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, and the chat basically just went, all praise the circle.
There is a cult of the circle that goes around every now and again.
Oh, it was because the circle kept appearing on the screen
yeah,
randomly.
kept popping up, yeah.
And so, yeah, we had no control over the circle. It's like a message was being shared.
We can do circles, and I think we can do like...
Oh, wait, what are you going to do in the circle?
Oh, praise the circle.
Got a bit darker in terms of cults than I like here. Here we are. As we see a minute and a half before the Mountain Drake comes up. And a little bit of time for both the teams to take a breath before we get into that next fight. A dragon apiece so far. First item starting to be complete across the board. You already mentioned the Blade of the Ruin King Veti for Jackie's. Leandri's, Kraken, Static. No real surprises in terms of itemization.
They're not going to try and get vision here. Shea going to spot him. But they got a good amount of damage off. The biggest issue for Giant X is that until you kind of set up for these objectives, you're not really able to use your composition to your full extent. You want to be able to use these wombo combos, maybe look for picks, but because BDS tend to have pushing waves, the opportunities to find these picks with an Ashar are kind of null and void until BDS have grouped up. So it's kind of hard for GX to push anything from this position.
Well, the dragon is in 30 seconds. Right now, Giant X are prioritizing this top tower. They realize they're not going to siege it against Adam. And now they're in a bit of an awkward spot if they do want to contest the Drake, because they're going to be late to the play. Of course, Vision already set up loosely from both sides. Ward's going to be replenished from Lebrov.
Now, I think what will happen, Veti, is one team will take this Drake, then the next team will, the other team will take the next Drake. And we'll just keep going back and forth. We might go 3-1, and then the other team takes a couple.
I mean, these teams are definitely playing very safe. You already talked
Evenly
about it.
matched is what the wording we'll use.
I think safe is also perfectly fine.
Oh, true.
Because, as you said, there's a lot of pressure on both these teams. It's their potentially their last game of the summer split. So they don't want to be the one to make the mistake. Yeah, the teams right now eyeing up the dragon, but it will be Giant X to start the objective up. Once again, they brought the Antonio here, but this time, Adam is in a position to contest.
Lebrov going in, looking for Jackie's. Nature's Grass coming in from the side as well. Glacial Prison eaten by Adam. Ice starting to dash forward. Not able to find too much more damage.
Problem is, Nuke is on this bottom side, not really in a position to follow up, and his tanks have had to go protect each other, so no real frontline for Ice means that his ult is going to fade, and now Giant X feel comfortable to re-engage.
There's the quickness. Ignite immediately jumps onto Lebrov. The Weaver's Wall coming out. Twisted Advance saves Lebrov for a second. The Giant X have already felled the tree.
I think there's a window where Nuke can secure that bot tower, but Jackie's is... Ooh, but Jackie's are going answer. Very scattered situation here for both teams. BDS still want to contest.
Adam on that front line. Pathmaker immediately into the steadfast pistol. Like, what? Like, Giant X collapsed well, but BDS were just trying to pincer without any claws.
Yeah, I don't understand what's happened to BDS. It just looks like a complete breakdown in communication, like how they want to approach the game, how they want to try and set up for objectives. And Giant X, like, this is a composition that is perfect for punishing those sort of mistakes. And they've now got 2 picks. They get to protect bot tower, they get Dragon. It's a complete shambles.
I mean, this is the second half of the fight. You've got to remember that LeBron at this point doesn't have his flash anymore, has already used the ultimate, and it's Giant X just finding a good re-engage. BDS felt that they could still make the fight happen, even though so many tools had been used by LeBron already. And now Adam is finding another angle to fight, but look at Sheo here. I mean, he's already used the wall. There's no tools left in their kit. They've got to disengage at this point. An overstep from Adam costs them another Dragon, costs them more gold and kills. Look at Jackie's now, 2-0-2. Of course, he's not ballooning the individual matchup gold lead, but this Yone is going to become a problem inside lane. He's only going to continue to get stronger and be harder to deal with. And while Nuke can definitely wave clear against the champion, it's very difficult to kill a Yone, especially with how Juhan has been shadowing him for most of this game.
I think it is great, though, to see Giant X kind of stepping up on how coordinated they are when it comes to these objectives and how they want to take these fights. Because when you look back at like their very first game versus Heretics coming into the split, it was very disjointed. They didn't really know how they wanted to try and approach these early fights, and it showed. But coming into this, it's been clean. Like, every time BDS step up, they know who they want to try and focus down. You've got Jackies who's playing hyper-aggressive. Now he's got Ignar and Juhan here, and now they're going to catch Lebrov.
Lebrov gets a good knockback with the Bramble Smash, but the quickness will still lock him in place. Nature's Grass used for a bit of disengage. Patrick has to flash across the wall. Ice with the lightning crash, looking for the damage. Jackie's caught in the midst of them all, but the Soul Unbound will get him to safety. Antonio on the backline now going forward, knocking Adam down to half. Already Lebrov has fallen, and BDS once again just don't quite have the damage. Giant X walk away wounded. The Antonio stepping a little bit too far away from his team, and Nuke's on the chase. The red buff slow, not enough to get any more out. BDS pushing forward at a numbers disadvantage, TPing in now with Adam. You can see how low Antonio and Patrick are. With double AD carry, this tower will melt.
I mean, it was a fight that was initiated by Giant X, but it's BDS that secured the objectives off the back of it. Nice punish against Giant X, and even though they did end up losing a member, ultimately, in terms of map control, it is a big win for BDS. Jackie's, he was in an awkward position in that fight. He got chain CC'd, he was forced out very early. You got to recognize that he's a lot of damage, he's a lot of the team's gold, and so if you eliminate him right at the start, then it becomes difficult to follow up. Props to the Antonio and Patrick. Nice play from them, good flashes, good positioning to at the very least get a kill. Now the Baron is being set up for.
No flash for Patrick, Ignar, or Jackie's.
I'm a little worried there.
BDS setting up around the Baron, as you say, but they don't really have mid-prio. The Antonio's keeping Ice at bay. No tower stands for either team in that mid lane, at least tier 1.
You do have to be careful as BDS trying to contest Giant X in these positions, because you could see the Antonio and Patrick getting mid-control. Ice is now separated, and then the Ashe ult. And that's what I was going to point out, is that it's very difficult to try and get away from that. Good on Giant X to try and go for the play, but again, you're constantly separating BDS and giving moments for Giant X to look for these picks.
Baron going to be tickled there. That's Giant X.
Do you think Baron laughs?
I think he was having a giggle at the damage that was being done by Juhan there. Patrick going to catch this mid-wave. Jackie's continuing to take all of Juhan's jungle. But ultimately he is going to be the funnel. He is a full level ahead of Nuke. He's been doing a great job off on the side lane. But again, we enter this tense state. Giant X have the kill lead, but it's BDS with the gold lead. You can see that both Ice and Sheo have been doing a good job keeping up their farm, securing those items, but in terms of itemization, it's very similar for both sides. Minute until the Dragon now.
I also know who I'd take in a team fight later on, right? If you're going to pick an AD carry between the two, Zeri over Ashe would be my general choice. And then you have Nuke to back it up. The question really becomes, can Jackie's isolate that backline? Can he assassinate someone before the fight really begins? And can Giant X's frontline be strong enough? Because they have the tools. They have the CC, they have the ability to stop mobility from BDS.
I think as well, the lack of summoner spells on Patrick and Jackie's is going to help out BDS in this upcoming fight, so there is definitely wiggle room when it comes to how you want to approach this. Even the LDR now completed for Ice is going to be big, and it seems to be big enough that they spot out the GX on the bottom side of the map and they start the Baron.
Bell has been rung, the Baron begun, ding ding, it's time
Ice
to
took
fight.
so much damage there.
Ice is at half HP, and I think the bell has been unrung in a Pavlovian pattern.
I think
Giant X,
Giant X should consider just running straight back towards
salivating.
the dragon.
Like, ooh, we can go for it.
I mean,
no, Drake up, Vedi. Drake up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just run back towards it. If anything, send Jackies and solo it. Ice is going to go towards the red buff. He'll get a level up along with the red buff passive to help him regenerate. Actually, he doesn't take the level up. But I like this play. Just have Jackie solo the dragon. You know that he can do it. He's not really going to lose much off the back of it. Put yourself on soul point. BDS, poor decision by starting off the Baron. I wonder if they were trying to bait a TP out, but I'm not sure who would really TP because Jackie's was with the team in mid lane. Yeah. I guess Giant X was setting up for the dragon, so perhaps BDS thought we can catch them off guard when they go for the dragon. We can start the Baron. We can create numbers, turn, fight.
Double Mountain Dragon is great for people like Jackie's, though. You can see him trying to play hyper-aggressive, but even in the side lane against someone like Nuke, if you've got these two Mountain Dragons, it makes it significantly easier to take that 1v1. So BDS going to slowly start to struggle as this game goes on, and only more and more items starting to come through for the Giant X solo laner. Jackie's has the ability to carry this game.
I will say that Ice also in a great position, though. Zeri Medic already commented on it earlier. It's still a great late game threat. We saw Ice with a great Ash Arrow in game 1 to kind of secure the final team fight. And Ice is, I mean, we think of throughout the year, a player that's often in the conversation for best performing AD carry of the split. I think he's a player that you can trust to have those high moments. See if he can step up here in this game. Baron on the cards, of course. Waves continue to be caught. But again, as we've kind of seen so far in the series, very objective-focused teams. Credit to Giant X, though. If you think back, they've had a very difficult year. They made a change coming into summer. And it's worked out. I wasn't expecting it to work out. Like, they find themselves top 6 right now on the precipice of securing top 4. The Antonio, a player that was already criticized before he even joined the league as just being a tank player, and he's come into the league and he has been a tank player.
Yep.
And every single week, the analyst desk says he's a player that you can punish, you can abuse, you know what he's going to play, and you can find ways to exploit that. And Giant X find ways to make it work. And if they can secure top 4 by having I think the biggest difference is they have an identity now, which is probably something that they struggled to find all year. And at the precipice of honestly finding a huge upset. Defeating BDS, considering their performance throughout the year and how they've been in summer, this really should be considered a massive upset in the context of LEC.
Considering how Giant X have done throughout the year as well. The Baron has been started by Giant X down to 11,000. Nuke pushing in the side lane. BDS trying to gain control, wrest control out of Giant X's hands. TP comes in, Nature's Grass, Antonio on the front line, Weaver's Wall coming down as well, and the Antonio has been separated from the team. Jackies can snap back.
Wait, they can finish
the
this.
Baron at 4,000 now. Sheo has the flash and has the smite and has the opportunity to steal this away if Giant X continue it. Baron begins to reset, back up above 12k, and both teams back away.
Giant X are sent out towards the top side, though. You can already see Ice immediately trying to shove in that mid wave. They would like to use this mid wave to potentially look for the mid lane tower, which is why Giant X have to stay around this Baron. They may need to start up to pull BDS in.
Patrick beginning to put the damage down onto Lebrov, who no longer has a flash. Glacial Prison behind, the fate sealed, and the game perhaps sealed as well for Giant X. Lebrov is already down. Alongside him, Sheo will join him in the dirt. Giant X now have to fight into Nuke and Ice, who are doing everything they can to turn around the 2v5. Jackies goes in, he's busted back. Ice is low, but now Nuke can hop, skip, and a jump forward. A 2v5 for BDS.
What just happened? It looks like the game had been sealed for Giant X, but BDS's AD carry step up with the heroic play to bring this back.
We go straight into the replay, and it's Sheo that gets caught off to start the fight. Nice collapse from Giant X, and you think with the front line disappearing, with the jungler gone, there should be an easy Baron. But Ice and Nuke kite back beautifully. There's no real risk. They're using their range. A good flash in from the Antonio, but a better response from Ice. They're targeting the Giant X opponents one at a time. They're finding these isolated skirmishes where Nuke then has the health advantage to commit to the fight. Double kill for Ice, triple kill for Nuke. And they absolutely pop off when they very much needed to.
Because if they lose that, even if they just back away after losing 3, that's Baron for Giant X, a gold lead for them. They start pushing in, taking some of that standing gold off the map, and you can see 15K between them in that singular team fight.
I mean, that's the impressive thing. They just kept hitting, right? Even though the fight was lost, they didn't stop hitting their opponents, and they gave it their all up until the last second. They make it work. The gold still very much in favor of BDS. A lot of that still sitting on the mid and AD carry of BDS, but of course their top laner, as he often has been this series, with a 1K gold lead. Not that it really matters between the two tanks.
Well, before that fight, Jackie's had the lead in mid,
It's
but
true.
because Nuke picked up 3 kills, he now has a 500 gold bounty on his head and 1,000 gold his advantage. The Drake up though, Giant X would secure the Mountain Soul if they can somehow sneak it away, but BDS have sent Ice down there to take their second dragon of the game. We'll look to see if we make it 3-3 once again. Oh, knocked back onto the Antonio with the seismic shove. Jackie's going forward, but look at the Buster. Explosive charge. Takes away his shield. Giant X will start up the Baron. Jackie's is low, but he can TP back in. The Nature's Grasp, a possibility for LeBron. No summoners really, apart from Sheo, who has his flash.
Oh,
Jackie's
that's huge. His
can't
back is
get away.
interrupted.
Nature's Grasp going in, takes the blast cone. A couple of roots going down, but BDS will now start up the Baron themselves. Ignar looking for that quickness flank, but doesn't have a flash to really get into the pit. The Keeper's verdict, not guilty, as Antonio just charges up and doesn't unleash the helicopter. Lightning crash, the arrow dodge by Ice alongside the Glacial Prison. He finds a kill. The Baron secured by BDS. And on the flip of a coin, on the flip of a fight, BDS wrests control of this game out of Giant X's hands.
Small mistakes coming back to hurt Giant X. Jackie's getting pushed low, then having his reset interrupted. And Ice stepping up massively there. He was like, I need to take this game into my own control. Managing to get the kill and then dodge both of those crucial spells was so important in that engage.
Now BDS firmly in control of the game with this Baron. Nuke going back to base, completing his 4th item. They will begin their siege. It's been a difficult series for both sides. BDS, they forced the ultimate out from Jackie's.
It's huge. No threat really from Jackie's on the backline now. Doesn't have the flash, can unbind his soul, but doesn't really have the option to get in there. Weaver's walled down as Juhan gets on the right side of it, but the tower already down, the inhibitor short to follow for BDS. They'll move their way towards the mid lane. Patrick just coming out of base. Antonio trying to get out of this. Keeper's verdict going down. Sheo has a Banshees, and once again, it's just a helicopter for naught, as Antonio doesn't set off the charge. The second inhibitor of the push has been taken down, and BDS have lined them up like dominoes. Bot into mid, into top, another inhibitor tower their target, and objective bounties coming up for Giant X.
And is it into top 4? That's the big question as the engage comes through.
Pathmaker in, soul unbound, but Jackie's doesn't even have a chance to snap back as he's snapped out of his body. Sent packing to the fountain as BDS begin to open up. Patrick and Ignar low. The third inhibitor of this push is going to fall. A minute and a half left on the Baron, and all on a knife edge. This entire series could have gone either way, but in the end, it's BDS's day. Juhan trying to tank up on that front line, but Ice still healthy enough to open up the big guns. The second Nexus tower falls, and BDS have a date with the top 4.
Just like that, a snap of the fingers, a single fight was all BDS needed, and it was Giant X to start off the Baron. They punished them for misexecuting, and while Giant X was in a position to turn that game in their favor to qualify for the top 4, that will not happen today. BDS, in a sense, miraculously find their way into the top 4. Struggles shown consistently throughout the series, but they did get a big win today.
Yeah, and you can see in your screen, vote for your key player of the series at LEC on X. It will be Nuke, Ice, or Lebrov. But I gotta agree with you, Betty. Like, this is kind of 2 series now, the MDK series and this series, where BDS haven't looked spectacular despite being able to squeak out a win. So I think a lot of question marks around the squad.
Now, of course, for Giant X, they are not eliminated from the season finals, but a lot is determined on our second series of the day.
Yeah, if SK win later on, SK and Giant X will be our final 2 teams in our season finals, joining MDK, Fnatic, G2, and BDS. If Carmine Core win, with Giant X losing today, If KC beat BDS next week, then SK and KC go in. If BDS beat KC, then SK and Giant X go in.
And just to clarify again, SK have secured a spot as a result of BDS's win, right?
Yes, correct. Oh, well, that's it for us for now. We're going to go to a short break, and afterwards, Adam will be standing by with Trouble to give us his insight on that series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Juhan still coming across. They can still chase. Juhan flashes forward. There's the grand entrance. And there goes Sheo, sent back in a body bag.
I can flash. Listen. Nice. Below, guys. Below.
Okay.
Ah,
She just cleans. Yeah,
Watch me.
Guys, they stand up back clean. It's good. Your time to. Let's go.
It's BDS's day. Juhan trying to take up on that front line, but I still healthy enough to open up the big guns. The second Nexus tower falls, and BDS have a date with the top 4.
Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. I'm here with the victorious Adam. Congratulations on the win, Adam. Before we talk about anything else, the first thing you told me when you came here, be like, I'm tilted. We played like, why?
We play like shit. I mean, we actually did. That was not pretty games, I would say. Like, not up to our standards. I don't know, in streams we play good. And lately on stage, I just feel like we're like, terrified, actually. So, still good games to review and try to be better next time.
All right, let's take it all the way from the beginning. Let's walk straight into game 1. Draft the Rumble unbanned. Now, we were having a chat with the other analysts backstage, and it kind of looked like you guys were not prepared for the Rumble to actually be available for you, as we'll have the draft play on the screen in just a second. Was that the case?
I mean, we kind of expected them to ban Rumble, like every team does, usually.
Worldwide, pretty much.
Yeah, like worldwide, right? But like they kind of prepared the strategy because, like, basically they trade one OP, which is Rumble, for 2 OPs in the current meta, which are Tristana, Sejuani. I think it was good on hindsight, but I don't think it's worth trading because you still have good answers into Tristana, especially with the meta mid that is like so diverse right now. You can pick so much ADs that can actually match Tristana in lane, and you're just chilling.
All right, however, we didn't necessarily see an AD that can match Tristana this time around. At least I'm not going to ask you for any secrets behind the scenes. I want to ask you, what are you looking to change moving forward? Because right now, you guys lost to G2, dropped into the lower bracket. G2 is on the lower bracket, so to make it into the finals, you got to go past them again.
I mean, we still want to win the split. We actually believe it deeply. And I mean, when I take a look at our performance lately, I'm not going to lie, it looks hard. Unless we just like become what we were during the regular split. I think we're like really good during the best of ones, but for the best of threes, I do think that we're a different team. I'm not sure how you can explain that, to be honest. It's just it feels way different to play in game, and like we're not exactly BDS.
You need to bring some scream on your stage games, right?
We can just play the game. We just play the game, like together, because sometimes it feels like it's just one guy playing his game, the second guy as well. We have a bit trouble connecting.
There was one guy that played his game, and it was very well done as well. Ice gets player of the series right here. Congratulations to him. He bailed you out of a very sticky situation with Zeri. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining me in the interview, and back to you, Desk.
Thank you very much, Trouble and Adam. Adam perhaps as bewildered as we are after that series, and we'll just hope that BDS, as they look ahead, can show us a greater showing. Ultimately, a win is a win, and that's all that matters. They will live to fight another day. We'll see if we see GX in the season finals. But for now, heading into our second series, SK versus KC. Stakes are high, and I love KC for this. It's so simple. We don't have to worry about points. I don't have to worry about what anyone else is doing. They just have to make top 3. We'll get Odo in here with the spinny cat from 2 weeks ago. He just doesn't make top 3, right? And again, I think that it's so incredible because making it to playoffs didn't feel like enough to reignite my faith in KC, but that series they played against MDK started to kick things up a notch, and GB, you were the one to kick off this discussion when they finally made it to playoffs. Let's take a look at where KC are now.
Yeah, I mean, they already did something they had never done before, right? They made it to playoffs, and they had to do so much more to make it all the way. You already summarized it. But even their series against G2, albeit they lost, it still looked like a great performance from them. And I think against MDK, it just solidified that as well. I think moving forward, they are in the best possible form they they could be going into this. We've not seen them be better at all. This is the highest peak we've seen from them.
Yeah, and I think in a playoffs with, you know, I don't have a better word, but a really fraudulent playoffs where a lot of teams you'd expect to do extremely well, like BDS, who are shaky, G2, who just lost to Fnatic. I think KC has been one of our more convincing teams, and it's come out of left field to me. They've been really, really surprising. I've especially been impressed by players like Closer, who have facilitated the lanes really well.
I'm still reeling from fraudulent playoffs.
Yeah.
Shaky
Okay,
playoffs,
no, I think we should go, no. We cut it in half. We have an upper bracket, cool, normal playoffs. Lower bracket, cool, we can call that whatever we want then. But I think you're right, there's been so many standout players as well from KC. I think Vladdy's one you can talk about. I think Upset has really been more aggressive with his plays as well. He's been threading that line not so careful anymore. He's trying to be risky with his plays. His management is great, and even though his KDA is still looking good, he's making the most of it.
They updated the copy pasta in the Reddit threads.
They did.
They love to hate this guy, but they updated the copy pasta in that series. They recognized how damn good he was in the context of that MDK series. But of course, the question we have to ask is, was it enough? Yes, it was enough for MDK. Is it enough to take down a team like SK, #1 in the regular season? We're pretty consistent in terms of closing out games, but maybe not in terms of game-to-game performance.
This might be a slightly unpopular opinion, but I actually predict KC to 2-0 this. I think KC have shown really, really good things, especially in the mid-game, sometimes shaky in the early game, but that's where I think SK have done even worse. I think there have been a lot of game states that people ignore for SK, where they're down 3 Dragons versus Team Heretics, and then suddenly they have to outplay, and I feel like KC in the mid-game can beat that.
I do agree with the point, but even though that's your prediction, well, I still feel like coming into the day, SK are favorites, despite how good KC's looked personally. I think the ceiling we've seen from SK throughout playoffs as well, I think there's star power and as well there's mechanics to bail themselves out of situations where it's not looking too good, is also a factor you have to accept when you go into a best of series, albeit they haven't really performed as well as we saw in regular season. I still have high expectations of a team like SK.
We're moments away from the game. One final note from each of you. Prediction, you said it, but I need to know scores. A 2-0, and give me a one line as to why they're going to win.
Convincing 2-0.
Convincing 2-0 for KC. That's enough for me.
Yep.
GB?
I can't back down against that. I have to go convincing
Challenge 2-0
2-0
for
SK.
SK.
Then,
Convincing
yeah, right?
2-0 either way. A quick end of the day, potentially. Trouble, of course, did sit down earlier with KC head coach Rhea in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby. Let's hear what he had to say about this particular matchup.
I'm sitting here with coach Rhea. I hope I said that correctly, ahead of your series versus SK. How are we feeling going into this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. I think we have momentum based on the Mad Lions series that we just played. So the preparation has been short. So hopefully we come up with the right ideas to beat SK. But yeah, the team is feeling good. We are confident. We know it's a team that we can play. So yeah, feeling really well.
I wanted to ask you about confidence in general and how that relates to the pressure you guys have been going through. There were so many expectations with KC joining the LEC all the way back in winter and how it didn't go that great. But now you guys are making playoffs. How is the pressure versus expectations on your side?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been a difficult year for everyone, especially for the people that have been there ever since the beginning. We had to make tough choices, as everyone knows. But same time, yeah, as you said, there was lots of pressure, lots of expectation, thinking that maybe we will be able to go to the top. But like every team, we know you have to take a step back if you did something wrong and see what you can do better. I'm really happy about the fact that the team is top 6 right now. And to be honest, we are like thriving and aiming at even better. So it's up to us now to do the right things to make sure that we can also like make people proud, you know. Like I think top 6 is a good improvement based on the previous splits, but I think even going better, going season finals, I think it's a good objective for us, and I hope we can make it. Yeah.
Top 6 is great, but what not do even better, as you mentioned? Now, of course, I'm glad you mentioned season finals because you're one of those teams that you don't necessarily secured the points yet. However, your fate is in your own hands, which is the best thing you can ask for. You guys make top 3, you lock into season finals. You're going to have to play first versus SK Gaming, and they did look fantastic in the regular split. They had a little bit of a fumble in playoffs so far. How strong do you think they are in relation to your team?
Yeah, so for sure, they're a good team. I think I respect them a lot. But at the same time, it's not a team that I fear a lot. I respect them, and I think they can for sure put up a good show against us. But it's all about how we prepare, how we come up on the stage, and if we're able to replicate what we do in Scrim, just like we've been doing in the last 2 weeks, like relieve the pressure from stage and just play freely, I think we have a good shot at beating them. But for sure, they have good individualities, they are a good collective, and also they are a team that's changed from the previous split and has improved, and you never know what the ceiling can be, you know. So yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to play against them. Yeah.
Two teams that have improved massively. Thank you very much for this interview and best of luck in your series versus SK Gaming. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much.
And here we are for the second series of the day, SK versus Carmine Core, as the players take to the stage. Carmine Core, it's been improvement on improvement over the last month or so, continuing to impress. In their first series against G2, they looked like a much improved team from the summer regular season. Closer deciding currently outside is for noobs, apparently.
It's the most efficient path there.
That's the jungler's mentality for you right now.
All right, I like the mentality that KC have coming into game one against SK. Of course, I think that it is fair to put SK as the favorites coming into this series. Interesting to hear Aragon with high expectations on KC based on what we've been seeing from them. I had the pleasure of casting their G2 series, and I was really optimistic with the game plan that they came in with and were able to execute upon it. I feel like it's something we've been missing from them all year long, and I'm excited to see what they've got prepared against SK. Meanwhile, on the other side, SK ultimately have probably felt frustration with their own performances. They were a very convincing top 4 team, and then they went up against Fnatic. Many considered them favorites against Fnatic, and then they floundered. They weren't able to deliver upon the level with which we've seen from them. And so now we'll see if they're able to perform today. A lot of the pressure is on as KC's riding that momentum over a big win against MAN.
And that's the thing. I think the optimism for KC has come from that strong performance against G2 and a very good look against MDK, particularly that game 2. They were in full control the entire way through. So I think everyone kind of going and taking another look at KC to kind of go, well, where exactly do you now land in the grand scheme of things?
For Carmine Core, of course, need to make top 3 in summer if they're going to make it to the season finals. SK thanking BDS for winning earlier today. They're already into our season finals alongside G2 Fnatic, MDK, and BDS. So, Vi and Kai'Sa removed by SK on the blue side. Rumble and Gnar taken away by Carmine Core. The Gnar obviously targeted towards Irrelevant. There's the Zeri ban, so already 280 carries taken out of the pool, but not the 2 we have seen most commonly today. Tristana and Ashe still available.
So got the Brand as well, which probably won't. See, I mean, Isma has played a little bit of the Nidalee and has tended towards some of the AP junglers, but definitely lended more towards Sejuani, Maokai, these kind of things. And going up against Closer, I don't think that's a terrible idea, because I kind of look at Closer in the same vein where he wants these strong, proactive early game junglers, and that's why we saw the Vi banned away specifically against him.
Sejuani also going to be taken away by the looks of things. So they're really trying to put some pressure on Closer and his ball, seeing what else he can have impact on. Kana, of course, showcased a wealth of champions so far in playoffs. 4 unique champions across 4 games, same can be said for Targamas. Let's see what their priorities are coming into game 1. Will it be AP junglers with Syra, Brand, champions that were mainstay in the G2 Fnatic series yesterday? We didn't really get to see a huge amount of them earlier in the BDS versus Giant X series. But the Ezreal right now is the hover for, well, it could be Vladdy, it could be Upset, but for those that are long-time Upset followers, you'll know that his Ezreal was something that he was very well known for when he debuted on the scene.
Yeah, and I think it's just trying to force him onto something that's not Kai'Sa, because you can see it's already banned away. This has been the go-to for Upset. He has looked fantastic on it. His aggressiveness in fights has really been the standout performer for Carmine Corp in a lot of these kind of skirmishes that we see. So now putting him on towards the Ezreal, still a very strong champion for him, but certainly one where he can still have that carry performance as well.
With the Sejuani already locked in and Azir on the other side. Who else but Corki? Corki Azir always comes back to the front of the mesa when we get towards the latter half of the year. SK now likely to pick their AD carry alongside this, or risk the pool getting a little bit pinched going into the second phase of picks. Could go for support if you want a little bit more engaged and you don't really care where down the rabbit hole your AD carry falls, but with Ashe being up, pick potential, follow up with the Sejuani, it just feels really strong. Instead, they'll go for the MF.
Oh, I mean, Real and Luon have had an incredibly deep champion pool ever since they joined the LEC. They've showcased a wealth of different champions, and MF is simply going to be added to the list. Similarly to our previous series, Leona, very low in terms of the priority list. The Maokai are going to be locked in for Carmine Corp, as they likely will put it in the jungle to pair alongside the Azir. And now that means that there's room for supports to be banned, maybe even Carmine Corp to just lock that in initially and then limit the options that SK have.
Yeah, and I like the MF because traditionally when you look at the Ezreal, you're like, oh, well, Ezreal can just arcane shift out. But the way we're seeing MF played at the moment is that bloodthirster rush into, I'm going to just bully you in lane, outperform you in lane, and get a ton of resources that way, and open up for Luon to then start to roam. And when Luon has prepared things like, you know, the Alistair and these kind of things, the Rel that can set up for great engages, I think it's about trying to play around Niski on this core key, which could work out very well for SK in this sort of situation. And then you rely on the misfortune later on to play around the great setup from the likes of whatever engaged support you have, from the CC coming through from the Sejuani. And it works very difficult then for Carmine Corp to try and play into all of those.
Braum ban is a good one, I think, especially against Misfortune. Sejuani as well. Braum can be a great just mediator at soaking up that initiation. But Leona, Rel, both still available. The ones most played so far in summer has been the Rel, a great initiation champion. Of course, a lot of mobility on the side of Carmine Corp with the Azir and the Ezreal at their disposal. It's SK that actually choose to ban away the Leona, denying that away from Targus.
Looks like Targus is going to go for Rakan. And then SK, I mean, as you say, the Rel still very much a possibility. You have so much AoE control of a team fight as well with that Magnet Storm. If you wanted to be really aggressive in the lane, you could go for something like the Ashe, but we really haven't seen Ashe support in a while.
No one has played it though.
Yeah, he has a couple of times. It's going to be the Rel instead, gives you much more power in team fights and has great roam potential. And there's Kennen. Hey. So AoE for days on the side of SK.
Team fight comp.
If you want to say wombo combo the comp, it's almost Curse of the Sad bullet time level of combination here for SK Gaming.
I mean, yeah, it's a very straightforward composition. They have a strong bot side of the map as well. There's Fortune and Rel. Maybe early levels, Ezreal should be able to get the push, but the Jace response from Kana into the Kennen. So we're getting a little bit more of an interesting matchup on the top side of the map this time around. No tank v tank. The Kennen versus the Jace matchup can definitely be very volatile with some jungle involvement. I'm excited to see. But Carmine Corp, they have range. Something that we've been seeing a huge amount in the current meta with their amount of poke that they have, Ezreal Jace, the amount of just long-range, consistent DPS that they have at their disposal. The engage tools, I would say, are available, if not the most reliable. We saw how squishy this engage actually was earlier in the day with Maokai and Rakan just being very, well, not as durable as many of the tanks in the meta.
The thing I do like for Maokai, though, particularly into something like a Kennen, is you've kind of got two ways you can play it. As Kennen tries to go in, you can either ult on to the rest of the squad as they try to follow up, so you get to turn and burn on towards the Kennen, or you can actually just ult the Kennen himself and prevent him from ever getting into the fight. So I think you've got a lot of options as Maokai for dealing with the Kennen, or even just, you know, rooting him in place. So it's relevant, definitely gonna have his work cut out, because even just getting past closer, he's then got the exhaust, which is going to be on the Rakan, I assume, as well coming into this. So you've still got a lot of difficulties as irrelevant to play these team fights.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift for our fourth game of the day, the first game between these two teams. For SK, they're already into season finals. It's more of a battle for summer playoffs. For Carmine Corp, a win here puts one more brick in that blue wall, gets them one step closer to the ultimate goal of League of Legends in Europe, which is making it to the season finals and lifting that LEC trophy.
And Medic, the stakes are simple. KC need top 3.
Yep, they do.
So they got to win. There's no alternative situation for them. The pressure really is on. They just have to win. As Trouble said in the interview earlier, the destiny is ultimately in their own hands. As long as they keep winning, they can qualify top 3. They can qualify for season finals.
They can win worlds.
They have a chance of making worlds, right?
Again, just don't stop winning. It's simple.
Yeah, it's really simple. You just got to win. If they do fall short here, that will be the end of their year. No season finals, no ability to qualify for the World Championship.
I will say, though, like, this is a team that I definitely want to see more of. It feels like they have finally found their identity, and they've been playing incredibly well as a unit. So even if it is here where they fall, like, this is a team that should be incredibly proud of what they've managed to achieve. But this is not kind of as even, well, as one-sided as people would have thought at the start of the split. Like, KC had become a force to be reckoned with, and SK have to be very careful with this squad.
Yeah, ultimately, we will see today, right? Even though they showed some impressive stuff against G2, they ultimately fell 2-0. Then, of course, they got the 2-0 versus MDK. And so now that SK kind of sits at the outer edge of the pack of the top teams in Europe, this will be a great benchmark to identify where they sit in Europe right now. We jump into the laning phase, we look at the early pathing, we can see both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, pathing towards top. We talked about how potentially volatile it can be, but already in the bot lane,
Upset has to use his Cleanse Ignite, was ticking there from Luon. That's one of the reasons you often crash down, get that shield on the Rel before the lane begins, because then you just get that little flip. Upset flip back, doesn't have the Arcane Shift, still only level 1, and SK will get the push in this bot side.
Level 2 going to be coming in very soon for SK, and KC's bot lane has to respect it. I wonder if the junglers will deviate from their pathing to compensate for the aggression, or instead they'll leave them to their own devices. Meanwhile, Kana getting that bit of early pressure on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is where the most volatile matchup is and why we're seeing both junglers trying to tend up towards this way. Kana doing a great job to get those early trades in his favor, but certainly going to expect a lot of a jungle to potentially try and get this at either side, because that poke can be very... Oh, hang on.
There's the flash done. Upset no cleanse. Remember, cleanse away from the exhaust, and Upset one more auto from Rahel. He flashes for it. They get it.
Beautiful stuff from Rahel and Luon. Upset not able to get out of harm's way, and just like that, the duo kill picking up one for SK.
I mean, this is the star power from the spot lane that we saw from the regular season. They burnt his cleanse early. They find a way to get his flash, and they even convert it into a kill. Great start for SK.
A big part of it as well was Targamas had just missed his Gleaming Quill, so you didn't have that threat of a little bit of health regen in the middle of the fight. Upset and Targamas were still level 1. And because of that, SK were able to punish. Did have to use all their sums to do so, including that Ignite earlier for the cleanse. Isma's going to trade him onto Closer. Doesn't quite get the second half of the Winter's Wrath, but will get the Permafrost. Kana starting to collapse here. Goes through the acceleration gate. Isma dashes back towards Irrelevant. Niski's the first to move from mid, but Vladdy's on his way as well. Kana trading with Irrelevant, who has to flash away, and Kana takes the kill. Isma could look for him. No flash now on that. Jason Niski flashes forward for it. The gasoline gun rat-a-tat-tatting into the back of Kana in the end. Even though the phosphorus bomb misses, Kana will fall to Niski.
So nicely done. They end up getting at least a kill on towards Irrelevant now. Kana can TP back in, but in the grand scheme of things, mid wasn't really in a position where Niski's going to lose out on a huge amount. You're going to have both top laners die, so it doesn't really net any kind of advantage for either side in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, I will say, SK, no flashes anywhere.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a chaotic situation. I like the idea here from KC, because you know that Jace has the push. He's able to win out in the early matchup between the Kennen and himself, and Closer commits. Even though he has a health disadvantage, he says, you know what, I think we can commit to this fight and the 2v2 win. And Kana recognizes that as well. Decides to engage onto Irrelevant. Isma tries to slow Closer down to set him up for Niski to be able to collapse. Niski's getting chunked out by Vladdy. But then Kana realizes there's nothing I can do. I'm just going to waste their time. He knows he's going to die, so instead he'll just drag Niski all the way down the top lane to make sure that he is just wasting as much time as possible. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but now there's a potential replay dive up towards the top side, given the lack of summoner spells on the side of SK.
It'd be very difficult for Kennen if he starts to lose out in a lane like this. You're just constantly harassed and dived, as you say, Vladdy.
Vladdy's the player.
Yes, yeah. But we'll see as well if perhaps Niski's punished in the mid lane, because although he has the Valkyrie, when Vladdy gets 6, you can just try and slide in. Emperors divide him back. Luon joining up with Rahel down towards the bottom side. This wave slowly pushing towards them, so SK bot lane doesn't have to worry about anything like a freeze right now.
Yeah, I think you're relatively happy as Rahel and Luon on the bot side. Getting that early kill means you get the early Vamp Scepter, which makes it very difficult for what is essentially a mostly poke lane to poke you out of this one. So going to be able to continue to keep this pressure up. And again, I think it's more on Luon to try and start to move around the map and link up with Isma. I don't really feel like there's a huge amount of pressure on them to get too much done right now. Void Grubs are going to be up, but Upset and Targamas being able to get control over that bot side is going to make it very difficult for SK to fully commit to matching that, especially as Targamas should get out of this lane first.
Well, that battle between Rahel and Upset down towards the bottom side is one we have to keep our eyes on throughout the course of the series, because Rahel has struggled in playoffs to have the same impact that he did during the regular season, whereas Upset has really started to find form once again. You can see a third of his team's damage percentage, putting out over 770 damage a minute as well.
Also important to recognize that they did take different paths through the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the big thing is when we look at Rahel, he was someone that really stood out during the regular season, and we had high expectations for him, especially in their series versus Fnatic, where they weren't quite able to perform. Noah really did pop off in that best of 3. Meanwhile, Upset really has continued to just be a strong carry for KC. And so far, Rahel has been able to get the better of Upset in the 2v2 lane. But we'll see how things continue. That's an 800 gold lead for Rahel already. He's going to be able to leverage that incredibly well. He's making his way up towards the rest of his team. We talked about this before yesterday, Dag, that the Strut just gives you so much value when it comes to roaming from lane to lane. He's going to make his way back towards bot as the grubs are secured for SK. 2 for 1 is the ultimate exchange. KC fishing for a bit of a pick, but they realize nothing really going to come off the back of this.
Ultimately, it's just a nice bluff from Rahel. He leaves bot lane, goes over a ward, is like, oh my god, I'm moving up to Void, grubs, better back off, but then just immediately loops back around and heads down to bot lane. So won't lose out on the wave, but at least put enough scare onto KC that they backed up to give 2 of those Void grubs to SK. So at least been able to utilize a little bit of that push advantage in the bot lane already, and I think we'll continue to see more of this for SK as this laning phase goes on.
Dragon available as well. Earlier, the series before this one, we saw usually Dragon and Grubs exchanged, recognizing that it wasn't even worth trying to fight for the Grubs. Instead, we'll just try and prioritize the Dragon. But this time around, both teams set their sights on the Grubs. And we'll see if both want to try and contest this Dragon or whether it will be another late one. We have been seeing some Dragons starting later and later, 10, 12 minutes into the game, rather than being an early priority. Targamas and Closer both hovering around the mid lane, mainly there to cover for Vladdy, making sure that he's not in any danger as he looks to try and push out this wave.
It does mean that you can't cover for Rahel on bot side, so I think with the wave push now on the bottom side, you can see Closer immediately decides to start up Dragon because he knows he's got Upset already with that. So they should be able to secure this one. Potential for a cross map as you look towards where Luon is. Could look for a dive onto Kana. His flash is just about to come back up.
Yeah, and Luon's spotted on a ward as well, so Kana can just play safe, hug his tower, doesn't really have to be a threat under anything. Wave not really pushed in too quickly either, although Irrelevant can rectify that situation. Only the second time we've seen Irrelevant competitively on the Kennen. Last time was all the way back in 2021, where he played it against Game Ward when he was on Team BDS in the LFL. Went 1-6-5 on that occasion, so I'm pretty sure he's looking to have a better day of it today.
I imagine so. I like Targamas' pathing here, able to cover for any potential dive onto Kana. Upset hesitant to step up in the lane. He knows how scary this MF is, and he lacks a lot of crucial information right now. So he's just trying to farm as safely as he can. Wise play from him. Yeah, we're entering a bit of a lull in the mid game. There's no real objectives to play for. The next grub spawning in about a minute and a half. As this Niski tries to secure. Oh, he's fine, I think.
Yeah,
that's the W.
Targamas level 4. It's not too much of a threat right now.
There is a lot of commitment towards Irrelevant though. SK really want to try and get him ahead in this lane. Isma now up here. Niski had roamed up, I thought to get vision, but maybe even just steal away a camp. So Closer had to get out of top lane quicker. It feels like a lot of what SK are doing is foregoing pressure elsewhere in the map to just try and get Irrelevant into a good spot against kind of where he can try and carry.
For the moment, though, Irrelevant just going to catch the wave underneath his tower. First item for Isma is the Zeke's Convergence, something we're seeing a lot more on, well, especially Sejuani's in the jungle. Very cheap, and just makes you pretty powerful, gives you a big spike for the first, second Drake, depending on the time, or even the grubs here, which are up in 45 seconds.
1k gold lead now for Rahel. The Bloodthirster likely to come through very soon, as you talked about, Dag. That's something we've just been seeing a lot on Misfortunes in the current meta. The grubs are alive in 30 seconds, and look at the minimap. Immediately, Luon's making his way towards mid. The reset is coming out from Upset. I wonder if he'll look to match. Looks like he's pathing there as well. So both teams set their sights on the next objective. They want to be able to contest these grubs. I'm hoping that we get an interesting fight. Kennen ultimate available. Actually has the level advantage over Kana for the time being. Oh, might stand corrected.
And we have a tank Maokai, who might actually be able to absorb some
That's
of the
very
damage
true.
as they go through. I think he'll need to as well, as Targamas already spots out Luon. Isma just trying to support, but I do think at this stage it's kind of on Closer to keep Irrelevant in check in these fights, either through ult usage, twisted advance or just being able to CC the rest of the team as they try and follow up on Irrelevant's engage.
Crucial difference here, though, is Vladdy is staying with his team as Niski's being sent to bot. He has the TP available. It's KC that will start this objective off.
Looks like it might just be given across to them. Vladdy actually skipping boots to go straight for the Nash's Tooth. Just went ring straight into the Tooth. TP into the top lane by Kana, but Karma and Core are going to be able to secure 4 grubs here unless something untoward happens. They get 3, they get 4. Can Closer get out? I believe the answer is yes. No real chase there from SK.
Wow, uncontested. I'm a little surprised. I thought that by sending Niski bot, their plan was always to TP, but maybe they just made the call, you know what, there's an opportunity to get a bunch of plates down bot lane. Vladdy's going to TP to stop the push continuing from Niski. TP used from Kana as well top lane. And ultimately, a nice win there for KC as they find themselves with 4 grubs.
And this will help out Kana because he's already got a bit of an advantage with his Yomu's Ghostblade completed and could look to punish Irrelevant with those 4 grubs on top side, which is why Isma now trying to move up here to help out, knowing that KC have reset.
Both the TPs were invested by Carmine Core to make that play happen. The second one from Vladdy down towards the bottom side to protect the tower. A couple of plates went over to SK, and because of that, they're about 1.5k ahead, but nothing too monumental as of yet. Irrelevant on the wrong side of this. Flashes away. Closer pulled over the wall, but no backup for Irrelevant means that Closer can just phase rush his way away.
It means that Irrelevant's way less threatening for Rift Herald in about a minute and a half's time. Same when we look at the Dragon. So even though it's only it looks weird, it's only a small win for KC, but something that could blow up into something significantly larger if they play around these objectives.
As much as you said, Closer's job is to mark Irrelevant. Rakan can do that relatively well as well, especially with the exhaust. Just if the cannon tries to get in without flash, grand entrance. Just knock him up, quickness him, CC him for days, and you have engage from the rest of your team because Closer has the Nature's Grasp. So it's not only Targamas's duty to be that initial engage. Rakan mostly thrives when he's a secondary engage anyway, following up on someone else's initiation. You want people to have burnt some of their mobility because then you can really catch them out with the CC. SK going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab. 15 seconds on the Drake would be SK's first of the game. Carmine Core have had their pick of the neutral objectives early on in this game. Struck forward by Rahel. Upset dashes away with the Arcane Shift.
Still just able to keep pressure here, and that's exactly what we're talking about with this Misfortune pick. It's so difficult to trade into because of the love tap on the passive, and then also the ability to just chase you down Strut. The Bloodthirster mean that you never really win out in any sort of trade because she'll just heal it back up. So upset, sent packing, and that's where SK just using that thread the MF made, right, to lean into sides here, set up the Dragon, and are very likely going to do a similar story here to try and look for the Rift Herald, but now Kana trying to use those 4 grubs.
Slice and Master coming out from Irrelevant. More to clear the wave than anything, I thought! Kana, I think, realizing there was a TP behind him, decided to go all out. But Irrelevant taking the kill in the 1v1.
Well, crucially, Kana took a tower shot in that all-in, which I think was just a nice play overall from Irrelevant because, I mean, wow, I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. I didn't think he would actually have enough damage to 100-0 him, but the moment Kana did commit underneath the tower to either trade 1-for-1 or realize because the TP, I think the whole game plan was I'm setting up a play for Niski to then come and clean up, right?
And it's oftentimes why we see in this matchup early Merc threads coming through for the Jace. Doesn't actually go for it in this time around, and not having that magic resist definitely came back to bite him a little bit. Couldn't get the knock away from the ultimate because he was CC'd for so long as well, and ends up falling down. So, nice job from SK to get that kill, but KC have to respond on the opposite side because they saw the TP from Niski top end.
Yeah, and good cross map from KC. They get first tower, 600 gold. They steal away a red buff. Yes, you lose a kill and a herald for it, but SK will take a tower of their own. First tower does still give you more gold, and although there is still a gold lead for SK, it's shrunk to less than 1,000 their advantage now. Feels a lot like the first series of the day, lads.
Well, I mean, it's the nature of the comps, right?
Yeah.
I mean, SK want a team fight, KC want to scale. They're kind of waiting for the kind of mid to late game objectives, which are getting close to, admittedly. Both teams at 1 dragon. The 3rd dragon of the game will likely be the next big point of contention. Unfortunately, that is 3 minutes away, so that means that teams funnel on prioritizing itemization, and you want to try and get as many items as you can ahead of the next fight.
Yeah, I think at least for KC, it feels like they're trying to set up for some sort of play off of the vision that they have on the bottom side. well, at least that they invest in the bottom side. I think you could try and move that in towards mid lane, but with how low top lane tower is as well, I think you are fine to try and make a play here, but having invested that much of your vision on the bottom side, it's going to take a long L wall for you to actually set up enough information on the top half for Karmine Corp to actually go for some sort of play, and then SK trying to punish that lack of information by playing very far forward.
You can see Luon and Niski kind of holding the line so that Targamas and the rest of Karmine Corp don't have an easy route into the mid lane. They have to go back behind the Razor Beaks. The Rift Tower charges in, and although it doesn't take the tower, a single love tap from Rahel will do so. So it's 2 towers to 1. Might be more as SK transition their pressure into the bottom side. Irrelevant already pushed up this wave, and you can see Kana backing all the way to the tier 2 to make sure he's safe. SK will be able to get 2 towers off this push. Should be answered by Vladdy in the top side with one of Karmine Corp's.
All other towers being down for SK is pretty nice though, because Rahel is never really going to give up mid tower. We already talked about how good he is at holding control there, and even then having the ultimate if you're really under threat of mid lane turret. As Targamas, yeah, he'll be able to get out. But if you're looking at the reverse side, if Rahel is able to get a lot of control over mid, suddenly Luon can start to lean into these side lanes, change the impact of Irrelevant versus Kana, give an opportunity for Niski to find that play on Vladdy, and I think that's where KC are going to start to struggle now.
I mean, KC is slowly but surely losing more and more pressure throughout the map. Again, though, the big strength of their composition is that its range is going to be lethal as the game continues. They've got a huge amount of poke at their disposal, and the hardest thing of dealing with poke is being able to find the engage. The only drawback is that they're against some very strong engaged champions that really want to fight you. Cannon flanks are going to be terrifying to have to deal with. You have to make sure you control your flanks as much as you can. Something internationally we've seen many of the best teams in the world do, where like if the enemy team is a cannon, their supports will just track you permanently and make it impossible for you to ever find a flank. So Targamas' role is going to be super important. Bear in mind, he is only level 6 right now. And
Luon's only 7.
Poor supports. They spend so much time roaming in the current meta that they are often starved of experience. He is half the level of his AD carry. Does, of course, make him very squishy, especially without the Warmogs completed. Here we are, Dragon 35 seconds. That's going to be the objective that we're keeping our eyes on. Irrelevant wants to push out that top wave, so Isma's going to shadow him to make sure that he can get that push, along with securing the crab. See, he is still hesitant, no information gained. TP committed bot. SK fully setting up for this dragon.
I do think there's a lack of cohesion between Luon and Isma right now, though. Isma going up towards the top side to try and get Scuttle Crab and set up a little bit of vision for Irrelevant means that KC get to move into bot side and clear all the vision that Luon just put through. So Karmine Corp actually in a decent position to try and go for this.
TP behind. Kana's up towards the top side. Magnastorm. Closer getting pulled back. Trying to get away, but the Nature's Grasp will only save him for a second. Twisted advance forward, still he falls. Irrelevant goes in with the Slicing Maelstrom, upset with the cleanse immediately. Irrelevant able to survive. Closer in the end, takes him with the Leandries, but Targamas pays for it with his life. SK find 2, Vladdy an upset. Still healthy enough to challenge.
But look at the exactly, the HP bars on KC's side are strong enough that there's no way that SK can actually commit to this dragon. They need to get a reset off, they need to replenish. Given that they don't have those Warmogs completed yet, we see the initiation come through, and it starts with a TP along with an engage from Luon.
Yeah, the vision hadn't been cleared out by KC in that bottom half, so nice teleport ward for Irrelevant to come in, but even then, like, Closer does get caught out here, and Irrelevant goes for the flash over to try and set up for the continual, but Targamas kind of spots him out. They end up getting Irrelevant off the back of it, so it's a 1-for-1, and Targamas couldn't quite get the distance it looks like to E back over towards Vladdy. So it will be 2 kills over, but KC back out onto the map first are able to get the dragon.
Ultimately, a good play for KC, right? You end up trading 2-for-1, 1-for-1, and you end up securing the dragon, setting yourself up nicely. Of course, this dragon isn't massive in the whole context of the game; it just gets you one step closer to the soul. Targamas going to be taking a small amount of chip damage as SK turns their attention to the top side of the map, setting up some deep wards inside KC's top side jungle. Also eyeing up that top tower, instead for now, leaving it alone. The vision on the side of KC will spot out Isma on the bot side of the map. Maybe there's a play opportunity here for Kana, but he's not going to take any gamble. So now we kind of return to that neutral state where both these teams are eyeing up that next possible objective. There's a mid tower available for KC to try and siege onto. Now that 2 items are being completed for top, mid, AD, there's a world where KC can leverage their poke to start sieging. The problem is with Misfits, misfortunes, ultimate being available. That wave clear is always going to be difficult to deal with. The Corki wave clear too. It's kind of why you end up in these neutral mid-game states, because on the one hand, sure, we have these tools, but the tools on the other side can often mitigate and limit your options.
I think it's also just the information game that favors KC so much. I mean, look at the wards that are littered all over the map for Karmine Corp, yet there's so little for SK, so you're pretty much able to spot out exactly what SK are trying to do. And it looks like they're trying to get on towards Kana in this top side, but I don't know if you got the follow-up here.
No one jumps forward. Shadowing Strike is going to connect. Isma dashing across the wall. Glacial Prism will get the slow. Kana still has Flash here. Isma stepping further forward. Flashes away. The TP behind now. There's the quickness in by Targums, but he's stunned before he can get to Niski, and the Magna Storm comes down. Closer down to half HP. Luan just surviving. Rahul trying to put the damage down from across the wall, as well as Irrelevant will join the fray. Vladdy dashes in, gets the flash out as well, but immediately delivers the slicing mouse to his backline. Upset and Closer. The last two standing for Karmine Corp.
It's a close fight, a 2v3 affair. I felt like SK was over-forcing that fight incredibly hard. Once the TP came in from Vladdy, I thought that fight would end much worse for SK, but they're able to make it work. A clutch Irrelevant ultimate gets shut down very quickly by Upset, and it ends up being a 2-for-3. No major objectives going to go on either side. It's just going to be a couple kills traded.
Yeah, I agree with you though, Betty. I thought that was going to be the way overextension coming through. The fact that you end up like missing with the ultimate kind of ends up getting away, but KC just couldn't really collapse fast enough to get the punishment off, and now SK stepping back onto the rift. Actually, we're going to get the look here, but when it missed, this is already so much used, but Closer's ultimate doesn't really connect onto anyone because Niski's able to hide in behind Isma, so as Targamas tries to go forward into Niski, there's not really a play. Luan barely escapes away, but now Targamas might be caught.
Targamas has no flash, immediately locked up, CC'd, Permafrost. A little bit more as Targamas dashes. No Warmogs yet for him, so won't be able to heal up too much. Has that Gleaming Quill for a little bit. Glacial Prison connects onto Upset, who has the cleanse back up. Closer goes in with the Twisted Advance, but he falls first. Irrelevant gets him. And then the Hextech Rocket Belt.
Another pick secured. Targamas was the target, but it ends up being Closer who drops. He doesn't have the flash, and once SK commits to the play in mid, Kana could be in some danger.
Isma dashes forward just for the Gromp, gonna steal away some of this jungle. Irrelevant could look for a slicing Maelstrom, but doesn't have a flash yet. Instead, SK will get some chip damage on this tower.
Gonna have to back away though, so even though it's just kind of the pick, they're just gonna be in reset mode now, try and move that vision. Well, the vision they've already established in this bottom side, they want to try and play around for the dragon in a minute and a half. So again, push in this mid wave, continue to keep Karmine Corp back in their own base, and just deny them access, because a second dragon, an Inferno Dragon for themselves, would be absolutely fantastic right now.
Niski TPs into the top lane to get a little bit of pressure once again towards that tier 2. They've kept that wave stacked up towards the Karmine Corp side of the map for the last few minutes or so. Vladdy not going up there, so a wave is going to die. That's golden experience lost by Karmine Corp as Targamas dashes back away with a grand entrance. SK could start up the Baron. Irrelevant looking for a flank position here towards the bottom side. Kana still no flash. Upset has his. Targamas has one of his own as well, and Irrelevant spotted by Kana there with the accelerated shock blast.
I do really like the vision that SK have set up though, because it gives multiple angles of attack for Irrelevant, who has flash to TP to if he wants to try and get in behind KC.
Closer has a blast cone to get in here. This feels risky. Control ward in the pit. Karmine Corp group up as 5. Niski takes a chunk. Irrelevant still looking for that flank position, but Targamas marking him well. Closer sitting on that blast cone, the Baron sitting on 2,000. It begins to reset as SK look for the engagement. Targamas with a good knockup. The Baron's going to be taken by Karmine Corp. Kana might fall for it alongside Targamas, but KC have pulled off the heist of the century. Take a Baron for the cost of your top and support. You take that any day.
SK left the Baron way too low, and now SK will try and get something back, but that was a massive blunder. KC just go over the wall. Sure, they get mid-tower, but if KC can try and use this Baron to get a bit back, could be great, but Dragon up and available, and you're still missing Kana.
I mean, we'll see how much KC can really get off the back of this Baron, because they lost kills, they're losing objectives. Ultimately, SK still have control over the map. We turn our attention to Vladdy, who turned his attention towards top. He's going to try and push and walk this wave into that tower.
Oh, Luan flank. Irrelevant has TP as well. Closer is on his way across. They know Vladdy's here. Ooh. 2-1. Could be a bit of a nuisance. Shadowing Strike for the stun, and doesn't really want to do much more than that.
He doesn't want to overcommit, fair enough. The call from Irrelevant was, no, I want to catch top wave, I don't want to overcommit. But let's look back at this play. So the Baron is obviously started off by SK. They turn and look to fight. Closer ends up going into the pit, and he keeps it aggroed. And the range from Vladdy and Upset, they just keep doing it. SK's attention is entirely drawn onto the fight, and they don't realize that the Baron is being taken away right underneath their noses. The idea from SK is good, but the response from KC secured them a Baron.
Yeah, once the Baron gets to anywhere that has a 3k HP number there, you just cannot leave it. It's so easy to burst it down from that position, and Closer are able to get it. But as you say, Eddie, like, it's going to be kind of hard for KC to push out much off of this. Even Vladdy investing that TP was kind of KC sending a bit of a Hail Mary play to see if they could get the tier 2 tower, but now has to reset and is just down a TP. So will be the last outer turret going down, but it's not the end of the world for SK.
I mean, I respect KC doing what they can, pushing out these waves, chipping away at these towers, those double cannons, empowered by the Baron buff. We'll take about 30–40% of the HP of that bot tower, setting up Kana to potentially take it later. They pushed in mid, they're making way through bot. Ideally, they want to use this pressure to get some control over the SK bot side jungle, but they can't quite do that.
It does also delay the game for Carmine Core, allowing this Ezreal to get to 3–4 items, allowing the Azir to do the same. Nature's Grasp comes out from Closer. Isma will be the only one caught by it. Closer goes forward with the Bramble Smash. Twisted Advance has to flash. Escapes the clutches of SK, but Closer overstepping that.
Certainly was. He threw the ultimate, ideally to zone SK away from the tower. The idea there being KC has a wave, they escort it in, and then they can secure the tower with their range. However, SK just stood their ground and fought, forcing Closer to actually disengage, realizing that a fight is not what he wanted to do. That allowed Rahel to then push out this mid wave, and now KC's forced to back to go and catch these waves. We kind of find ourselves 28 minutes into the game, 3 items being completed on both sides, decent amount of poke damage across the board. And while SK's team fighting is clearly stronger, the range from KC is something that SK will need to find a way to lock down if they want to be able to close out this game.
I think a huge amount of that, again, comes into getting this early vision control set up and trying to use that for TP flanks for Relevant to try to get these flank opportunities. Hasn't really been able to do that on the way back out here. With 2 minutes until Dragon, I think, again, it's use the push you have with Rahel in mid lane and then lean that into this bottom side jungle of KC. Because we've seen it so many times from teams like G2. If you can get just one cheeky ward, it sets up perfectly for Irrelevant, and the pincer maneuver is just so difficult for KC to deal with because they want to try and have you all coming from one direction. But if you can disrupt that, it's a disaster.
2 minutes on the Baron, minute 50 on the Drake would only be the third of the game for either of these teams. Still stacking Infernals, not something to be sniffed at. Always a welcome addition to your arsenal. Niski pushing out top, level 17 now, matched by Vladdy. Irrelevant 1 level behind Kana, that tier 3 slicing Maelstrom, a very powerful tool for SK if they can get there. Currently their lead about 2.2k. I think too consequential as the game goes on. They are trying to control this top side of the map. Closer the one caught, no flash on him, remember, burnt it in that bot lane play, and the bullet time alongside Niski's rockets is enough to make him pay.
Yeah, they spotted Kana pushing in on that bottom side, so SK felt comfortable to move in and secure this top end. Finding Closer in the mix as well is just an extra little bit of a bonus. Not going to try and overcommit to more, though.
He's worried about TP flank.
Exactly, yeah.
So he's going to respect it. Yeah, I also thought that he could go for that tower, but instead he will play it safe. Niski doing the same on the other side of the map. Ultimately, though, that's a consequence of SK just setting up nice vision control around the top side of the map. They're playing around their lanes well. They're using the control that they have to find picks. And they're able to find one onto Closer. Fortunately for KC, there's no objective on the map ready for them to secure, but the Dragon spawning in 35, Baron in about 55, means that both teams need to prioritize. What will be the next objective? Is it the Baron that's greater importance, or do they want to put themselves at some point?
That's why I thought SK would lean into that bottom side to try and put pressure on towards the Dragon, but with the amount of vision they've already set up on this top side, it feels like they're going to end up playing towards this Baron area just because you've already established a lot of control there. But KC, first off the mark to get back in onto this bottom side, maybe SK feel the threat to try and contest.
They are overstacking mid though. They need someone to go and catch that bot wave ID. The TP invested now from Niski to join the bot jungle.
Had to burn the TP because True Shot Barrage caught him from upset in the top lane as he was basing, so has to burn that to get in. There was a ward behind Carmine Core just above that rock face near where upset stands. Can't quite, oh, maybe we can see it on the mini map, but can't quite see it on the current view. Irrelevant looking for the flank. There's the Nature's Grasp. Luon will tank. True Shot Barrage coming out. Luon on the front line. Magnet Storm locks up Targamas, and he can't get on the back line at all. The Drake secured by Closer, but how much might Carmichael lose? The slicing Maelstrom Vladdy slides him away, and Irrelevance low, so's Luon and Isma. Rahel now has to play in a 1v3. Kana chasing forward, Upset doing the same, it's two more. Vladdy with a beautiful slide and glide in, allows Carmine Court away back in the fight, and Upset's dashing forward. He cleanses away, the Krugs get in his way. Isma able to escape to fight another day.
But he's just keeping him busy, allowing them to push in the mid lane. KC with a massive teamfight win, completely swinging the momentum.
Is that the game?
A lot of the burst is gone. I mean, those death times are relatively long with 3 of the carries still alive. KC gonna look to try.
Isma needs to clear the wave, but it's so difficult with bodies in the way. Can he get onto it? He's trying desperately to get to them.
Niski up in 13. Isma distracts for a moment, but it might not be enough time. Carmichael begin to rip through the Nexus towers, and a flick of a switch for KC as they go 1-0 up in the series.
Just like that, a game that felt so firmly in the grasp of SK was lost a single fight. Kana's shock blast in that last fight was massive. It set up for Vladdy to land the great ultimate, Upset to then clean up the fight. And that was all it took for them to end the game.
And we've heard so many times from Aragon how clutch Vladdy has been in the EMEA Masters on this Azir pick. This was the pick he started to make his name on. And now in the LEC playoffs, we're seeing why this Azir is so held in such high regard for the KC mid laner.
All it took was a moment for Carmine Core, and all we're going to take is a moment to go to a short break, because we'll be right back after this.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. He was so good.
Yours was better.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut. Yeah, help upset.
Yeah, I'm SK and I'm cooking a Baron. Here it comes. Keep flipping it, guys. Come on. Targamas is coming. Turn on him. Don't let him get in there. Don't get him in there. Hey, they're stealing our Baron. Hey, hey.
Hey, I'm BDS. And that's my Baron, actually. You think it's my flip now. KC! Rather. It's my chef's hat.
I can't believe he just stole it. K-Corp just appeared. BDS just appeared and stole Baron.
The Baron was so questionable. BDS stole it.
It is the story of the day.
We're going to take a breath here for a second. Shout out to Aragon. You know, we all make oopsies. BDS, KC, fair. Credit to KC for just jumping in there.
It could have been a BDS flip, to be fair. We've had a lot of flips today.
Aragon.
Right? I mean, this was a fantastic flip, wasn't it? I mean, look, just how tasty it is.
What? All right, we've lost the plot a little bit, and I'm not going to lie to you. It might be because that first series broke us, but this game one was crazy. And while that Baron steal was terrible from SK, I have no idea what they were thinking. KC do deserve some credit, and it wasn't just that steal that defined the game. KC, and especially in those final moments and across the game, had a lot of really good things to show.
I thought you were taking it. No, I do agree. And I think there was one man who's really keeping them in it for a lot of team fights. And I think that was Vladdy on the Asir, right? It wasn't just that final fight where he was popping off. It was also just up in that top lane as well, where he managed to find 2 players. So I think he's been doing a great job.
Especially, yeah, because in a lot of these fights, even here, he is TPing into this fight. It will be forcing SK to back off a little bit, and he's not really going in as quickly as he could, because right now, he knows that he needs to buy time. He knows he needs to wait for the SDL lane. He also anticipated that there will be a threat of the cannon flank coming in, so right now he's just biding his time and making as much space, and he finds a good moment to pretty much just flip everyone in and kind of bring back the game into KC's hands. But this final fight was something special for me, GB.
No, I mean, I completely agree. There's not much to say to it. Like, he's just had a massive Asir performance, and really to think that this is this guy's first split, like, he's not even had, you know, a split to really ramp into it. This is just the first one we see him where he's popping off, and honestly, it feels like he's been here for ages with the performance he's been able to display.
And his confidence seems like we're seeing it not just in him, right, as a rookie, which is impressive within itself, but this entire team in those final moments. Upset so aggressive across the last 2 series. Kana obviously starts really good on the Jace. We thought it would kind of accelerate there and it would get really crazy. It got a little bit quiet, but even then in the final fight when it really mattered, he and Upset together. Yes, Vladdy really turned that fight around, but it's those two who cleaned it up. And the confidence, again, just to immediately go for the end, to know that you're powerful enough to end in that situation where a lot of teams probably would have settled for an inhibitor and backed off.
I was surprised because I didn't really look at the timer, because usually when there's these fights in the middle game, you don't really get to end, but given that everyone is just so accelerated in the game, the Jace was still very, very strong. Even though he didn't accelerate his lead from the early game, he did farm a lot, stayed relevant in the game, and he maintained his power spike throughout the whole series. But we saw it from K-Corp as well. When they were on PGL with Vladdy and Closer, they always talked about how they keep ramping up. They're getting better and better. They gain more confidence with each other. And it is probably for them the first time where they're actually all on the same page. And we saw it ramp up throughout the whole of playoffs.
This is a perfect example of the Ottawamne patented Civil War theory. Ottawamne, do you want to explain it?
Okay, so listen, this was a story for backstage, but now I guess I'm here.
You've also told it on Euphoria like 3 times,
okay.
So it's okay. You can tell the story.
It always starts like this. There's always teams that are starting off a lot stronger than others, and K-Corp is one of those teams that starts at the bottom of the barrel. They have probably their own share of civil wars in winter and spring, but now it's summer. All the teams that did not have a civil war previously in the year, well, since there's only one civil war in the year, it has to come into summer split. And since K-Corp probably had their own share of civil war before, now is the time where they're ramping up, because now they're facing teams that are having civil war. I'm not saying that SK is having a civil war, but...
In a civil war, you just mean internal conflict, right? When it's easy to be optimistic when you're winning. When you lose, it's tough. But if you turn it around in the right moment, i.e. Rogue in Malma, things come together. And this is starting to feel, summer playoffs starting to feel like Casey's Malma.
I mean, absolutely, but I do still think we have to remember this was a game one where the early game was majorly in the favor of SK. They were the one running away with the objectives. They were the one finding the most fights. They had a very fed misfortune. Nisk was doing well on the Corki, and it was that one fight that really changed the moment. We can talk about the Baron as well, but for majority of this game, it was in SK's hands, and this is a best of 3. I don't think we can fully take this away from SK just yet. They're still very much in this game, and I still expect this is going to go all the way to 3 games.
So when we talk about next game, let's talk about adaptation. What do you change on both sides? Because you're right, for KC, it's not like this was a guaranteed thing from start to finish. It did require a little bit of chaos. It did require some missteps for SK, and from SK, what are you doing to clean this up? What are you adjusting? Is it in draft? Is it in early game play? How are both teams, or how would you change things for both teams as we approach game 2?
I mean, I actually really like the approach they had toward Upset, where they just banned away the Kai'Sa and Seri, and they kind of had to force in on a champion like Ezreal. They got 2v2 killed in the early game, and I think Upset is a guy you want to shut down because his priority has been something that KC has been more reliant playing for. So I actually think as SK, you don't need to change much. Maybe for Karman Corp, you don't actually play strong side for top lane. You put Kana in an even matchup, and you try and help bot lane a little more so you don't run into the same troubles again.
I would agree, because when we saw K-Corp do their best, even though they won this game, it was when Kana was playing more of these, scaling picks that don't really require attention in the early game. The Camille was great and whatnot. But I would like to still put a lot more onus on what made them a lot better before coming to this week, which is the bot lane, the mid lane, and just pretty much pat to there and just play a lot more around there, because the Jace was very strong this game, but at the same time, it wasn't a reliable win condition. We saw it get the lead early game. It didn't really transition his lead into like a bigger lead. He even got solo killed and he kind of threw it away, but at that point, Jace was still fed in the game. But I would like to see a lot more of that responsibility put back into Upset, because the last week he was a monster. He had great performance on the Kai'Sa, and I'm sure that he can do this on other champions as well.
SK obviously selecting blue side again. We will be doing draft at the desk, so it could very much see a repeat of something similar. Now, SK did opt to ban both the Zeri and the Kai'Sa. Upset, of course, finding the most success on those champions, the Kai'Sa especially. Is this a situation where you just, if you're on SK, you just ban the Ezreal too and just see how deep the Upset champion pool goes? We saw G2 try it in game 1 against Fnatic. It looked like a pretty good strategy. Obviously didn't pay off in the long run, as Noah's Jhin kind of worked out in the greater series, but is Upset the kind of player where if you take him off these comfort picks, he can't be that person KC play around?
I mean, did you think the Ezreal was a problem? Personally, I didn't feel it was that big of a problem until he really popped off in the last fight.
I don't think so. I think any ADC you would slot in there would be the same, but also in the series against G2 Fnatic, those 14 AD bans were pretty much, actually there's not even 14 bans in the game, but all those bans
between
for
the
ADCs,
picks and the bans, we basically got to 14.
There were for mid lane, I would feel like. So I don't really think they should keep focusing on Ezreal over here, because they did neutralize it. The MF was a very strong pick, and I don't really think that they feel like there's any sort of pressure from the Ezreal over there.
And it said the adaptation. Yeah, the Azir going to be the quick ban now coming through. Of course, for Vladdy, this has been one of his strongest, probably his strongest champion overall. Gnar, again, a bit more generic topside ban, and something that Irrelevant is comfortable on. But SK Gaming really focused, it feels like, on these target bans. Like, you can argue, obviously, that Zeri and Kai'Sa are just good meta bans, but when you're playing against Upset, it feels a little bit more personal. I think the same is true with the Azir, and we'll have to see what KC want to prioritize when a lot of these comfort picks are taken away.
Yeah, I mean, there's still so many strong options available, right? Majority of the AP junglers available in this game. Corki is the AD mid laner you still have. When the Azir, when they wanted to default to an AD mid laner in Karman Corp, we usually saw the Yone come through for them as well, because that was what they found their identity with.
And now, the Ezreal actually going to get picked up here by the side of SK, putting their faith in Rahel or Niski, technically. But the immediate response coming from KC, the Vi, Talia. Is this, do you feel like, still a super lethal duo? This was a threat around the MSI patches. It was super high prio. Both these champions have, I don't want to say dropped off a cliff, but certainly dropped in priority. Very rarely do we see them together anymore.
I don't think they're as strong as they used to be, because there was also different meta, but now with this return of high mobility ADs that are also played on mid and bot, right now this Ezreal is a flex, and you're kind of securing right now a way to shut it down in case it gets out of control with the lock of Talia and Vi, because point and click, wombo combo, it's going to be good at pretty much any point in the game, and it still allows you some skirmish power in the early game.
SK getting the luxury of Sejuani and Renekton, so kind of set up for topside. If you're KC, you talked a lot about playing around bot mid. Talia, good tools to kick things off, obviously strong mid-jungle synergy. What are we looking at for bot lane? Again, 3 champions that Upset has been most successful on thus far, taken away. he can try the MF himself if it's something he wants to pull
Yeah,
out.
I mean, that's really the thing, right? Because if you're not looking in an AD here, you know you're getting banned going into the second ban rotation too, and therefore you just kind of have to go with it. Now it's more about what do we pair up with this? Because you can save the last pick for support if you want to. You already know what you're playing against the top lane.
Definitely. I like this Jinx because it makes the game a lot more snappy. I was thinking that maybe they could do the MF and kind of reverse the matchup, but it would be a little bit too static for the front line that SK has with Renekton and Sejuani. So I do think that this Jinx is the correct approach. I like the Ashe ban because right now you kind of want to neutralize the bot lane matchup, because I do have a feeling that this Ezreal is going to be mid. I don't think that Ezreal is such a good matchup for the Jinx on bot lane, because you're just going to get outscaled and Jinx is just going to have overall a lot more DPS than you do.
Now the Nautilus taken away. Okay, so more point and click removed from the board. Some flex in the Ezreal is obviously nice to have. When we talk about top lane, Kana got a lot of draft focus, got the chase, right? Did do well with it earlier. With Renekton, top lane's going to feel a little bit different. What are we looking at there? When you see Jinx, I'm immediately like, just give this man an Ornn. Who cares about top side? Ornn versus Renekton, like, is this something that they can just play out, or do you think Kana needs a little bit more for his actual lane matchup?
Well, I don't think I've seen Kana play a lot of these frontliners or the weaker matchups, because I think that players like him, a lot of times when they have the possibility of getting a counter matchup, they would opt for it. Even something like Jax or Camille, which are inherently bad matchups in the early phases of the laning phase, they still scale very, very well in the game, and they allow him to be creative in a way that he wants to be. That Ornn and champions that are a little bit more static and more frontliney don't allow him to, although they have the Jinx. We have seen a lot of experiments where Jinx is just left to fend for herself, even though she's immobile, where it's more like about the snappy engage and her getting a reset so she can keep herself alive in the team fights.
Yeah, I think there's lots of different ways this draft can still go for Karma and Corp, right? You can get that tank on the top side and play more of Enchanter style down towards the bot side, but you can still play strong side if you want to, and then have engage support available. Nautilus is out, but Leona is still available, so there's still lots of strong options on that end.
I really like that they went for the Ornn though, because it is what you need to win. Because when you build this whole team comp, today we have suffered a lot from, you know, janky team comps, where I feel like there was a little bit of a split identity in the way the teams are being built. Right now, they're all leaning on this whole protect the Jinx, protect Talia team comp, where you just layer CC on anyone that is in front of you, your backline will have access to carry that
and
fight.
I feel like we've regressed. We've taken a step back to a previous meta with the Jinx, with the Ornn, with the Hui now coming in for Niski. No, you know, priority on the AP junglers. Very different look in this draft.
Yeah.
What's the read?
Yeah, I don't know what it is really now, because I think it can be risky sending this way into the mid lane, and now you have a position where you're going to get counter-picked at support. You kind of want the winning bot lane down here when you're playing against a scaling pick like the Jinx. You can't really blind Braum as well, because there's Renata, there is Melio as well, that they can just go on the opposite side. That makes it very difficult if you wanted to get a Braum shield against an Ornn ultimate as well. So they kind of have to flip this engage and play for the 2v2. The thing is, Karma and Corp now themselves, they can go Enchanter, they can go for match the aggression themselves. They have so many support options available to them.
I would just go for some sort of disengage where you keep the Rel and the Sejuani Renekton at bay, because right now I do think that you have a lot more backline damage, and you have enough engage. You don't need to all in on more engage. And Rakan is good because it's a mix of, you know, the champion is so versatile and flexible that they can give you more oomph on your engage or assist to the disengage duty over here.
I mean, I certainly think the Rakan is more fluid with a pick like Vi. When she goes in, you got that follow-up, especially since we've seen so much 3v3 around the mid lane as well. So whoever really gets that priority between the Rel and the Rakan is going to have an easier time at making that a mid lane priority instead.
One of the final questions here, as we have a few moments before we toss things over to the caster and get in the game. Odoamne, you talked about mid-bot being set up for success on the side of KC. Do you feel like this draft has set them up for success? Certainly with the Jinx late game, I feel like that case. Are they going to be able to handle its early game? What are the expectations for both of you, really, when we talk about what this early to mid game should look like?
Well, I think that Talia Vi should still be stronger. I'm not sure how good the Hui will be in this game, because even if you get priority, I don't think you can move and make the first step into the river. So I do think that K-Corp kind of ensure themselves that they have enough tools to go through this early into mid game in a good position.
Yeah, I agree. I always trust Upset on a Jinx like this. I think he has a lot of creativity around the way he's spacing with it, and I think it's a dangerous pick in the late game.
Certainly is, certainly can be. That's enough from us here at the desk. Let's send things over to our casters and get into this game to see if KC can close this one out, or if SK will fire back.
Pretty sure he said he was going to sing things over to us, man. It kind
I
of
think
sound
it
like
was
singing
the
to
same.
me.
But he's a rapper, so it's...
Ah,
yeah.
I see. No, that's fair.
That's what rap is, right? Just talking fast.
It's true.
Well,
we're getting ready.
They were just talking, not
They
like
were.
us. what we're going to be doing
is talking.
Interpretive dance.
Whoa, that's insane, Medic. You're really good at that.
We're practicing.
Game 2, KC versus SK. KC finding a surprising end to game 1. A single team fight was all it took. And find ourselves back onto the Rift for game 2. Will KC end it here? Will they create an upset, I think is fair to say?
They've got one already, Vinny.
Yeah.
He just
I had to
muted
sneeze.
himself.
I had to sneeze. I'm sorry. I had to mute
You're
myself.
allergic to bad jokes.
It's
is what I
true.
worked
It's
out.
true. Anyway, if KC do win this series, especially if they win in 2-0 fashion, I think that should definitely be considered an upset, especially considering SK did finish first at the end of the regular season. Their only loss was to Fnatic. And SK, expectations high after their first round of the playoffs, really demolishing Heretics, losing to Fnatic, and to lose to KC, I'm sure would be a disappointing. And they are, of course, they are, of course, already locked in season finals due to
SKR,
yep. As a result of BDS winning the earlier series.
Only one more team left to go into our season finals, joining Fnatic, G2, BDS, MDK, and SK. And that's between Carmine Core and Giant X. And if Carmine Core make top 3, they're our last team in season finals. And if they don't, Giant X are our last team in season finals. But for now, we have the second game of this best of 3 to get through.
It is interesting to see KC bringing out the Jinx once again, because it's kind of been them and BDS that have gone towards this, but last time we saw Upset bring it out, it was in that massive turnaround fight that he had against MDK, where he just about managed to clutch it out and claw that game back for Carmine Corp. Let's see if he can be that late game insurance, because that, once again, is kind of where Carmine Corp seem to put all their eggs, is, hey, we've got this super late game scaling composition, and it's going to be on SK to see if they can try and disrupt that, with just coming off kind of that 1 to 2 out of a spike with their way their composition set up.
I mean, I do think KC have a lot of agency with the mid-jungle duo. I mean, Talia Vi was the meta. Was it the beginning of this split, or was it even last split in spring? I just remember this duo in particular.
Vi, Talia, Vi, Ari, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we've obviously moved away from that with the introduction of AD carries, but we were joking about the fact that we've got mages in mid. It's like the game is changing back to what it was before AD carries. But exciting to see what can happen. It does mean that there's a lot more like burst damage in team fights, and there's a lot of range on the side of SK, a lot of poke, looking at this Hui and Ezreal duo. Meanwhile, on our screens right now, we have SK invading on the bot side of the map. Closer can do naught but stand and watch as his blue buff is taken away.
Yeah, Luon using the pressure they'd already developed in bot lane by forcing Targamas and Upset away from the first wave to step in with Isma, who might look for a little foray back towards this jungle. Upset standing underneath his tower, able to dodge away from the mystic shots of Rahel, and Isma unable to get in range of the Gromp in time to sneak that one away as well.
Nice job, though, to just keep Closer in check, because as Betty was kind of saying, it feels like Closer is kind of where if you can keep him in order, although maybe setting up for a play on this bottom side, I think that's where you can try and keep Carmine Corp in check as a whole in the early stages and kind of set up SK for a strong moment. I think Closer here more to cover for the push out of his bottom lane, just making sure that Isma hasn't stuck around, but Isma's gone back into his own jungle for one camp. Does not mean that he's going to pick up the 2. May actually just try and play on this bottom side. Nice ward from SK to spot out the Closers here, though.
Closer spotted, still just shadowing to make sure this wave gets shoved out.
Oh, is that the timing?
Yeah, Isma might just wait for the back. Targamas going in, immediately engaged onto Upset. The cleanse away, has used the flash as well, but the ignite is still ticking. Closer keeps Isma at bay, but there's the permafrost stun. Upset CC'd up with the slow as well, but they just can't get close enough to put the damage down. Rahel flashes for first blood. Targamas almost following Rahel, tanks another tower shot. Niski sneaking behind the back here. Vladdy has TP, might have to invest it to save his bot lane, but Niski with the grasping maw finds one. Targamas almost follows, but able to heal himself back up with the Gleaming Quill. TP invested by Vladdy. Can catch that wave.
He's too late, though. I mean, the play's already happened. Niski got the kill. Rahel gets the kill as well. Nicely done to do so. And it means that Casey's bot lane already behind. And this is what we're talking about. If Isma can try and disrupt where Closer is, he can set up for plays. But now Vladdy, a bit overextended, but Niski's got no mana.
Nice synergy there, gentlemen. We look back at the play, and They see the jungler on the ward, but they commit to the play anyway. They get the summoner spells out from Upset very early. And you can see Isma trying to find an angle, but there's 2 members of KC standing in his way. But then the defense isn't quite strong enough, but they still can't quite land that last hit. The Q comes through, the flash committed from Rahel. He secures that kill. Unfortunately for SK, they realize, there's not really much more we can do here, but Niski's already made a roam down. He's able to get that kill onto Upset. Very little that he can do with those summoner spells. Unfortunately for Isma, he's already tanking the tower before he even lands an auto attack, which means Targamas with a nice flash is able to get that outplay, and now he finds himself with the double buff.
Which I think SK will want to get off him lickety split, although as he moves in towards mid lane to try and just help cover for Vladdy there, I think it will be relatively difficult, but I don't think he's going to be able to get too much value
I will
out of
say,
it.
of all the champions in the game that could have double buff, I do think Rakan is probably one of the worst ones.
Yeah. So many gleaming quills, though.
So many.
Probably energy champions aren't great with it. I mean...
Oh, they still get value.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And
But it's
so
just, it's more
cooldown
about like he
reliant is
can't, I
actually
feel like he
important,
can't
right?
really
I guess,
use the red buff that much.
Healing.
Sure. But yeah, do you find on your Rakan you ever run out of mana?
I never get double buffs, mate. Let's be honest, I'm dying in that
Wasn't
position.
my question, but that's fair enough. Dragon going to be secured there for SK. Grubs are up. Honestly surprised to not see that being the bigger objective. But circumstance allows SK to secure this objective. Golf claps across the arena. As SK find themselves in a similar position to game 1, where it's SK that lead in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And Upset, with his clans coming up soon, is just forced to play defensively, especially with this Rakan at his side.
Yeah, I think it's still difficult for KC to contest for these Void grubs, because if you just say, hey, look, Isma gets Dragon, but you've already got push on top lane guaranteed for Relevant, and Hui out-pushes Vladdy as well, so you always have the support for Isma here from your solo laners, which makes it very tough for Closer getting in here. Might try and just steal away one and then hop out, but doesn't have the flash, so has to be careful.
Someone's dashing away with the battle dance there to make sure that he didn't get caught by the shattering strike. Rahel already level 6 though, so always has the added threat of the true shot barrage, or just the wave clear of it. Can join a fight on the top side with it if something does begin, but SK getting both the neutral objectives to start us off. Upset's flash about to come back off cooldown, so he'll have a little bit more safety in that bottom lane. He's sitting about 6,500 gold. That's not really how you say that, is that? 605, 6, wow.
It's been a long
650 gold behind. Now it's down to 600. I've been talking for so long. The gold lead has changed in the bot lane. But yeah, sitting about 650 gold behind.
You have been speaking for about 2.5 hours, kind of straight, Medic, so it's okay. You're allowed to fumble words every now and then.
We used both of our collective brain cell on that one synergistic moment, and then it went out the window.
It's only been 2.5 hours?
Well, I mean, you think
we
about...
started at 5, man. It's 4 hours.
So you had like a 42-minute game, and then you had a 40-minute game, and then you had a 30-minute game. So you just kind of add all those up, you know? Something like that.
Oh, sure.
Anyway, game 5 of the day. Irrelevant.
Game 15 of the weekend for Rob?
15,
yes.
Yeah.
What
it's been a chill weekend.
Irrelevant finds himself with about a 2-wave lead on the top side, kind of as you'd expect in this matchup, and just as a player, this is something that he often does. He did struggle in the matchup a little bit in game 1, but to his credit, he was still doing very well in the farm department. We'll say, though, Kana's Shock Blast ended up being massive in the late game team fights. Now we see supports making their way towards mid, as is often the case, looking mainly to clear out vision, providing support for their mid laners as they continue to trade farm back and forth.
I think it's unfair for the supports to play in mid lane, though, because there's no longer AD carries, so support shouldn't be there. So I think it just shouldn't happen anymore. But it does make sense, especially when you've already got Closer in a decent position to try and set up for a nice little push through onto this bottom side, contest the red.
Kana calls the Forge God. Flashes away, because otherwise Irrelevant could have stunned him immediately. Still, they look for the dive. Permafrost down on him. Isma tanking the tower well, and SK get the kill and get out.
Very clean setup, and there's not really much complication needed. They don't need to wait for a stacked wave. They just escort the wave underneath the tower. They make the dive look good. They even get Kana's flash. Meanwhile, SK's bot lane is forced to play defensively. Closer in the right place, but no dive really possibility onto this Ezreal realm.
Yeah, I mean, it is really strong for SK to get the play, but I still think in the grand scheme of things, if KC are able to get some more gold onto Upset, it probably helps them out in the long run. Realistically, I think Upset going to be the big carry that you need to deal with, and Irrelevant, I think, as the game goes on, will struggle to get into these fights, so we're probably looking at more trying to leverage the fact he has that early Black Cleaver into Void Grubs in a minute and a half and try and snowball the game as effectively as you can in the mid game through all these early objective takes for SK.
It kind of comes back to what we talked about in game one. You're increasing the effective misery for Kana in the top lane. And the net misery of the game stays even because Upset's misery has been reduced. As the quickness comes out from Targamas, they look for Rahel. Can't quite get the damage down onto him. Did mean that he has to pop the barrier. Targamas used heal to keep himself topped up. Isma working his way down towards this bottom side, but Upset has both his summoners back up. So has that relative blanket of safety in case he is dived.
Neski was hovering on the bot side river, looking to maybe regroup with his jungler to set up for a play. Vision from Casey coming in on the bot side of the map meant that they were keeping track of what Isma was up to. Renekton now very deep into the enemy jungle. He can find Closer here, I think he will. Here comes Isma as well, but Vault Breaker will take Closer to safety. So nothing too crazy happening as neutral objectives are respawning. They're going to be up at about the same time. I would imagine SK will turn their attention to the top side of the map as a reset comes out.
Rahel's going to true shot barrage Upset here.
Oh, huge. Delaying the back. As we see in mid lane, Luon.
Doesn't have flash, but has enough of a health bar just to walk that one away.
Pushing mid, will set SK up for control over the river. They're actually committing to the bot side of the river, even though the Renekton has full control over the top wave. I expected them to go for the Groves, but I guess they know that Upset's back is delayed, right? Thanks to the True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they're able to get some vision down as well, just to spot exactly where everyone is going to be very nice. And maybe even in a position, honestly, to contest Void Grubs after this as well, just with how quickly they've taken it. You can even see Irrelevant just poking his head in towards Void Grubs to spot out the Closer's on it now. But is this just a dive on bot side instead? I think SK, unsure of exactly how they want to approach this.
Isma's on his way back up.
Irrelevant forces Closer away. Even if he was just able to steal one of these, it would have been great for SK because it gets him over that 4 mark, which of course you need for the mites to spawn. Vladdy did burn his flash in the mid lane play, which we only saw the end of with Luon trying to walk away, so no summoner for the KC mid lane. Looks like it's going to be double Drake, 6 Grubs, something we see relatively rarely in modern League of Legends.
Not ideal.
We didn't see it in old League of Legends either because Grubs didn't exist.
Correct.
But it's also just the fact of how quickly it's done, right? Like 12.5 minutes into the game and you already have 2 dragons alongside that. We were saying SK want to set up for a strong mid-game. Well, we're kind of going back to what was old League of Legends of, hey, you know, in the next 10 minutes, you're going to have a potential soul up for SK right as you're hitting those second items. And this is perfect for SK, so great control from SK in these early stages and keeping KC in check with what we were talking about is just the late game scaling for KC just isn't strong enough right now to compete with them.
Thing as well is Jinx is not the most mobile AD carry, and there's a lot of engage on the side of SK. Upset's going to have a tough time dealing with all these threats diving on top of him. The good news is champions like Talia will be able to provide a degree of peel. Also, there's a lot of engage on the side of KC that can perhaps be used to mitigate the strength that SK has right now. It's a 2k gold overall with a lot of that sitting on top of Irrelevant, and he's going to be the scary target for Upset that he has to deal with.
I think it's also just a lot of long-range damage from SK is really difficult for Upset because it's, you know, the Severing Bolt from Niski, the ult from Rahel over the top, and Kana.
Oh, Fear misses, but Kana, even trying to clear out the wave, doesn't get all of the minions. His tower falls, Spiraling Despair down on him, but he's still tanky enough to survive. Vladdy going in, Niski on the wrong side of the wall, but perhaps it's Vladdy who's being caught as the seismic shove doesn't hit. Niski flashes away from it. Irrelevant chasing Kana down. Vladdy's already going to go down. Upset takes a kill, though. Irrelevant's able to get one in response as Kana falls. Upset flashing forward, misses the zap, but should still be able to kill off Isma. Can he get excited enough to dodge away from this? Luon goes in with a Magnet Storm, and Upset is left to the Wolves. SK find 3.
An explosive fight that happens in the top side of the map that SK end up making work. Remember that it's SK that tried to force the dive. They wanted to secure a tower and convert that into a kill onto Kana. The TP start getting thrown out and it ends up in this crazy back and forth, which SK ultimately end up the victors.
I think there was a little bit of a disconnect between Vladdy and Kana though. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay. We see it here, but watch, you could have actually gone on towards the pillar, which is going to pop up in a second. So we see the initial play of the ult coming down. Niski ends up missing the fear. Kana tries to clear it the way, but doesn't get it. But he throws down this pillar right as Vladdy completes the TP. You could go forward onto Niski here and then zone off, but he ends up using that charge back doesn't go forward with Niski, which means that then Vladdy gets caught out. Kana tries to run away, but Irrelevant's able to finish him off. And now it's a very spread out fight. So it felt like there's a bit of a discoordination between everyone coming into this play. And I think that's where it fell apart for KC, and SK then, with those numbers coming through, were able to carry the fight over.
Also, Targamas is never really able to join the fight, right? You can't get that quickness down because Carmine Corp have had to funnel up towards the top side of the river. It's a 3,500 gold lead for SK. Next Drake up in a minute and a half, and looking pretty clean for them so far.
Also, Upset lost his flash, which is... It's going to make things harder for him to play when there's so much engage on the side of SK. Kana's falling behind, and while his responsibility is to just be a tank, he's conceding so much pressure on one side of the map, which Irrelevant is, like, look at him right now. He's forced underneath this tier 2. Irrelevant's pushed him all the way back and has now made his way down towards mid. Dragon's still a minute away, so Kana can easily rejoin his team. But this Ornn pick, as you would expect into the Renekton matchup, always a difficult one, but SK have made it extra difficult by throwing so much attention up towards top.
Massive lead for Niski in the mid lane as well. 1.2k his advantage. Doesn't have his Seraphs as stacked up as Vladdy's, but already has the Fated Ashes to join it. The Drake up in 30 seconds. Carmine Corp really don't have any deep vision. They did manage to get one ward behind the Dragon Pit and had Scuttle Crab, but the river mostly in control of SK as Rahel is just going to push Upset back in the mid lane. Did miss that Mystic shot, but I'm sure he's okay farming the minion with an auto attack afterwards.
SK want to try and get this vision down in this bot side jungle so they can threaten on towards the bot tier 1, but KC trying to intercept that. You're in a fairly decent spot for KC to just defend this choke. Even investing the TP from Kana, they really want to try and go for this.
Caught. Okay, no follow-up from SK for a second. I thought with the gaze of the Abyss that Targamas would be engaged on there. Rift Tower goes down in the mid lane. Won't kill the tower with a single charge, but SK can back it up. Irrelevant's going to be the one charging in. So takes a chunk. Vladdy jumping away. Glacial Prison hits onto Upset, who uses the cleanse. No summoners now on the Carmine Corp AD carry. Mid lane tower falls. Severing Bolt from Niski is dodged, but it's in a very powerful position, and SK will once again reclaim control of the river.
It's SK that are the driving force here in Game 2. We saw a very similar state of affairs in Game 1, but the objective control is significantly more dominant this time around for SK. You can tell that they've got frustrated with how that previous game ended, and they seem a lot more disciplined in allowing KC any opportunities to fight back.
What do you do if you're KC in this sort of position? It's easy to say, you know, scale. Get the Jinx to 2-3 items. Perhaps you can become powerful enough to take down SK, but they're not giving you the opportunities to farm safely. They're constantly burning some of Upset's summoners, so he's never in a really safe position. And every time we see a fight, it seems to be on SK's terms.
I think the biggest thing is just trying to get vision so then you can at least hold on to your top side jungle. Especially now that that dragon has gone down, there's going to be Baron in a minute and a half, and you're going to try and avoid the opportunities for SK to really force anything. But as you say, you're just in a position where Dragon and Soul are going to come up way too quickly before you have your Jinx in a comfortable position. So maybe Vladdy can get some push on top side and you can try and cut people off. But again, it comes back to the fact that Rahel, Luon, very mobile, difficult to lock down. You want to try and more play for a pick onto Niski, but oftentimes he's having Isma in tow. Like you can even see in this top side, already Luon and Isma there because they want Niski to be able to collect on the top wave, but forcing KC out is the first point that you need to make happen.
I think KC's game plan was to leverage their strong mid-jungle duo to find picks and gain control of a mid to attack sides, but even if you did that, what side do you attack?
Yeah.
I think that trying to play towards a Jinx Rakan lane is a difficult thing to do, as we already saw as an example in the first part of this game, right, where SK was able to get that counter gank. And then are you going to play for an Ornn instead towards top side? I just think there was a bit of a disconnect in terms of what their mid jungle wants to do and then the actual side lanes that you then try to play through. In an ideal world in the mid game, you'd be looking at a potential, like, have someone split push and then allow Vladdy to then potentially collapse, you know, use the ultimate to then create a numbers advantage, find a pick, use numbers, then convert that into a neutral. But right now they just don't have the options because they can't really kill the Renekton. Niski is only ever going to the side of the map where there's a tower, and fun fact, there are towers everywhere. But he clears out that top wave and then he moves into Fog of War. He clears out the vision with his team and he never oversteps his bounds. He's mainly playing with his team rather than, he's like, collect the wave, regroup with his team, and if he does need to push further, look on your screen right now, this is a perfect example. He needs to push another wave out so his team comes to him. So he's always playing as like this collective four, and the person that's being left isolated is the Renekton, while Ezreal kind of solo holds mid lane because that's Ezreal. So it's very difficult for KC to actually find opportunities. Right now they're kind of relying on, we need to get as many items as we can, let's get these upgrades, and then we can look to try and find a pick or a play around Baron or the next dragon.
I think if you're KC, actually, the only real like windows of opportunity that I think he's talking about is like the trying to catch SK as they come out of on a reset. So if you can try and hold on to your outer towers here, as target them, but there is moments where you can shove out waves, you forego a reset, and you play off of the fact that SK would have assumed you would have reset and try and find a pick onto Niski.
Right.
Then you get the reset and TP back out with Vladdy. But that requires you to basically try and play something funky, which is Kana drops a side wave and immediately tries to turn on towards Rahel, use the fact that Closer has this point and click CC and try and play for that. But with how much vision is set up on this top side, it becomes really difficult to do so. So I think this moment where maybe you can drift Kana across is your one moment to try and go for something here.
I think that was a good example where you saw Niski top, Closer was actually running top through the lane, and then there could have been a TP play there, for example. Right? These are the very narrow windows you're kind of looking for, but unfortunately, the Scryer's Bloom comes out, spots the ward, they clear it out, and now Niski's safe. But this is what he'll keep doing when he's alone. He'll just catch the wave when it's here, he'll get rid of it, and then he'll back off. Now the Baron's being started, SK's the one to force it. Let's see how KC respond.
See if they really know. They've got that one ward outside the pit that spots Rahel and Luon walking away. Now Luon will clear that out. Carmine Core going to step forward. Rahel once again walks away from it, as do the rest of SK.
You don't get anything for it though. So SK going to go back to trying to start it up.
Warmogs, right? So Ismo just heals back up, clear out the control ward, and you can start it back up on the resets if you so desire.
But they're kind of fishing for a TP from Kana, but Kana had already started to walk up, run into Irrelevant, so they knew that neither top laner was going to TP in, so SK pull off. And at least for the moment, KC not falling for the bluffs from SK. And this is kind of given that moment that we're talking about to push out waves, try and group, and find SK before they've re-established themselves in the map. They haven't reset. This is kind of KC hoping they can catch, but haven't been able to get anything.
KC's about as strong as they can be heading into this next dragon fight, right? 2 items secured mid, 2 items secured on AD carry. And so I guess the pressure is on right now, because if they lose Soul, it's only going to get worse from here. SK though, they've gained control over mid, they've abandoned the bot wave, they have full vision, and they can just use their poke from Hui and Ezreal, of course, Ezreal pushing out the mid wave. KC have found an avenue into the river though, as they path bot and they start off the Drake.
And Closer looking for that flank. Rahel is still on the mid wave. True Shot Barrage comes out, Closer's going to be spotted, jumps onto Niski, Call of the Fortune coming down as well as Kana looks for the CC. Niski flashes away, but Rahel joins the fray. Closer's already down, and although Carmine Core found a flank, they immediately lose their jungler.
That was a nice attempt from Closer, but Vladdy was just a little bit too far away. They couldn't get the combo off onto Niski, and it means that SK are able to rout them where they stand.
I mean, it's become a one-sided affair for SK as they dominate from the early game. And things are looking promising. They're looking to bring us to a game 3. KC are going to have to find another miracle fight, but it's a great representation of how difficult these fights are going to become for KC. Is the idea there is good, maybe find an initial pick, but it's very difficult for Upset to follow up. Kana on the front line is, in that previous fight, he didn't have Sunfire. He was so squishy. As we look back at it, you'll see how quickly this front line of KC disappears.
Yeah, and it's a nice try. Closer gets onto Niski, but even Vladdy flashing in to try and get the flick back, can't get it, means that then Niski's able to step away, and then the Ornals doesn't come over the top. And from that position, then SK are able to just re-establish themselves in that front to back, and KC can't do anything.
That ulti from Ismo was fantastic. Yeah. As Vladdy, as you rightly called, Doctor, he tried to immediately follow up on that, but he was shut down instantly. So great play from the jungler of SK there. And now with the Baron buff, SK, Tarkin was looking for a bit of a flank. I don't think there's much for him to flank, so he's going to try and regroup with his team. SK now need to begin their siege onto the base. They've set their sights on the top tier 2. KC in a position to defend.
summoners available for upset, none for closer, or at least no flash, nor for Vladdy. Niski, no flash of his own, but the rest of SK have theirs at their disposal. Seismic Shove will bring back a couple of the minions, but can't catch the cannon, so that will continue to wrestle away on this tower. Rahel tanks a couple of shots. Irrelevant in the mid lane. Pushed out bot, now mid, gets the tier 2. Carmine Core start to react to it, and will forfeit a tier 2 in the top lane as well.
As you would expect, KC kind of retreating back to their last line of defense. Irrelevant makes his way back towards bot. And they're just looking for a mistake from SK to come through. You know that SK, though, is so aware after what happened in game 1. They don't want to make that blunder again. They don't want to end their summer split just yet. While they have secured a spot in the season finals, they still want the chance of winning summer split. The road ahead, of course, is very difficult with Fnatic waiting in the upper bracket finals and G2 in the lower.
Yeah, and BDS in the one before that.
True.
So a difficult road for you to go through if you are going to make it to be crowned the champion of the summer playoffs. Isma looking here, already used the Glacial Prison. Irrelevant going in with the Dominus as well, trying to see if they can get something out of upset, but he's shepherded back by the rest of his team. And because Carmine Core had to invest in that top side, they lose their mid lane inhib. Targamas going in with the quickness, but a Magnet Storm of Irrelevant flashes the wall, and it's all done. It's all over, but the Nexus falling. Upset tries to get away, but he can't escape Rahel. SK wipe away a Carmine Core. The inhibitor in the mid lane will fall shortly after the fight. The Nexus will fall shortly after that. And we're going to game 3.
SK cleanly wipe off game 1 and say, no lads, we're not going over easy. Immediately bouncing back in game number 2 with a fantastically well-controlled game.
I mean, yeah, from start to finish, they got every single neutral objective. They mitigated any playmaking potential from KC. And it was a one-sided affair. Clean game from SK. We're going to game 3.
Yeah, probably the cleanest game we have seen today. In a couple of moments, we might go to a break, but we told
you're ready
then. Like every other game, it's been immediately after the game ends, hey, let's get into a break so we can get back to the analyst desk quickly. Now, apparently we can go to a break. I'm going to keep talking for a little bit just to mess with them. Just keep talking about whatever we want. We can just talk about whatever we want. What do you want to talk about, Ready? You want to talk about something else?
Break time.
There's more games.
Break time.
Woo! Whee! Yay! Oh, I have to say it, apparently. We'll go to a break. Why is Betty saying it not good enough? Huh? Can't believe it.
Professionals.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Next game I'm gonna try to not die level 2.
I mean, you don't have to, but it would be nice.
At least I can't TP. He flashed at least.
To dodge away from this, Luon goes in with the Magnet Storm and upset is left to the Wolves. SK find 3.
No.
Ding, ding. Boom! Kill them! DPM! Kill Ghana! They are not playing the game! Like...
I'm not playing the game at all.
Welcome back to the LEC. The series score now tied up 1-1 between SK and KC. And game 2 felt incredibly different. Now, we just saw some highlights, some incredibly well-edited highlights, I have to say. A bit BM from our production team on that particular. I'm going to try not to die level 2 into death at level 2.
He was 3, so he made it.
It was 3. He didn't lie.
He did not lie that he was level 3.
That's one more level. Can we get to 4? But I think the first thing to talk about here is just, look, overall, this was a much more dominant game from SK across the board.
It's been very different compared to the entire day. I feel like SK, a team where throughout this playoffs, I feel like have had shakier early games. So this really stands out. I think the game state they had at 15 minutes was absolutely crazy. Double Dragons and 6 Grubs is something that does not happen very often. And you had a relevant solo zoning off the Grub cross map. I think that was fantastic.
Yeah, and I think this was the quintessential SK game that we saw from them in the better part of the splits, where Niskia's winning early game, pretty much winning lanes everywhere, and they're all just so... When they get all of these tools to maneuver to the early game, they do it so seamlessly. Everyone was just so in harmony into providing each other winning, transferring pressure around the map so that everyone has a lot easier game state.
And we started talking about this series. We said part of the reason that there was some doubt around SK was that their early game had been a bit questionable in the last few games. But here in game 2, obviously back to form, one of the things that did help them find so many wins in the regular season. And I really have to say that bot lane just continues to be worth singing praises. Now, I'm not going to show you any support statistics because the numbers never look that good, but luckily for us, there's another half of that bot lane, and it's AD, and the numbers always look good. Rahel, game 1, game 2, winning. Doesn't matter what matchup he's in, it feels like this guy is always performing.
He was on fire, and that's why he was my best ADC of the regular season, because he came into the league as an unknown, him and Luon, and they've just been popping off consistently. Their first series in the playoffs was a little bit sleeper, but right now, even in the game 1 loss, they have been doing amazing. They've been holding SK in the game, providing leads with their picks. They've been winning 2v2 pretty much both games today. They got killed 2v2 in game 1. Now, well, the friends were there to get a dive off, but they have been a huge pressure point for SK today.
Yeah, and I think it's so different. Again, going back to the rest of playoffs, where I remember a Xayah game for Rahel, where I was just counting the autos who were doing team fights, and for some reason he just was not shining. And I think this has been a trend today, where I feel like, especially in this last game, individually, it's been really important that they step up, because it also applies to not only Rahel, but Niski, in my opinion. I think he has had an absolute screamer of a playoffs. I don't know what he's been doing, but now back on the way in the Taliyah matchup, I think that's been fantastic. He actually gets to do his thing where he roams down and helps out bot lane.
As a non-Brit, Screamer is bad.
Screamer's really bad. Screamer means you're running it down.
Okay, and now it's good. Yes, we're on the same page here. I'm just clarifying. As an American, you got to fill me in every once in a while.
So he's had a Screamer in playoffs before this.
Yes,
but
so
now,
bad before.
No longer a Screamer, doing really well.
I'm learning something every day.
There you go.
Gentlemen. I've also learned that Isma on Sejuani, as boring of a champion as Sejuani is, can be highly impactful. These first 2 replays especially, right? Bot lane is one half of it. The other half, I think, what Isma was doing in this early game.
Well, this is the typical Isma champion, because we saw him even earlier in the split. It was his champion of choice, and I think he was playing Sejuani before other people were. People were still trying to see if this AP jungler meta is what it is. But right now, he has been doing pretty much everything that SK needs him to do, because his pathing was really good, path to the winning bot, Renekton is good and independent by himself. And right now, he finds a good time where there's pretty much nothing on the map. The grabs have been secured, the Drake has been secured, and right now, he has a free play to get the Renekton and pretty ahead.
And this was about where, in the game, I realized, wait a second, what are they doing putting Kana on Ornn? Right, I know on the desk you guys were like, yeah, this is great, it works thematically, you can throw the Ornn ult over the Vial to, you have that long range dive composition with a lot of engage. But you have Kana on your team, and I think you said, Jace is best champion, he's such a good carry player, what are we doing? They had so much success with stuff like Camille as well.
Well, for me, in like a smaller scale, it doesn't make sense that he's on Ornn, right? But the problem, I think, which was the bigger problem in this game, was the fact that they didn't really seem to have winning lanes, because going into game 2, we thought on the desk that they are having tools to pretty much get ahead towards the mid game. But from level 1, they had 3 losing lanes. Jungle is kind of whatever. Sejuani outmaneuvered, got the counter gank to react to what Vi was doing. And that's where the bigger problem is, because even if we had Kana on a champion that is going to draw a lot more pressure, still, in the grand scheme of things, you just have too many losing lanes.
Actually, now looking back in hindsight, 3 losing lanes plus a Vi who wants to farm to 6 and can be attacked early, that's just a recipe for disaster, isn't it? That's not great at all.
I mean, you're set up to fall behind in the early game. You fall behind in the early game, and SK reminding us, right, this is a team that is going to punish those mistakes, that has players of high enough caliber to shut that down. KC, of course, because they won the first game, now have the luxury of side selection in the final game of this series. They're going back to blue side, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them, with the privileges the blue side bring, go back to potentially something like the Azir. Something has to make it through, right? They will at least get the Ezreal if we see the exact same bans from SK on red side. Who are you favoring in this final matchup? We've only got about 30 seconds left, so got to be quick predictions. You've seen 2 games. One's very dominant from SK, one a bit close for KC. Where are you working out here on the final one?
Even though KC chose blue side, even when they won in the first game, SK was in dominant control for the whole game. They just lost one unlucky fight where they got outplayed, and then they pretty much ended the game because the dead timers were so long. So even though K-Corp has blue side selection, I still favor SK with their individual star power.
Yeah, I initially had a KC 2-0 prediction. I'm not going to be a flip-flop Andy. I will say, though, SK has been playing better. However, to play devil's advocate, I think that last draft was a one-off. I don't think it's very often that you draft 3 losing lanes and a losing jungle. I think that's very rare, so going into this next draft, I expected to do better.
All right, KC 2-1, SK 2-1, we got predictions on both sides. You might not be a flip-flop Andy, but we have a casting Andy standing by alongside Medic and Dagda. We'll let him take it away.
Thank you, Dracos.
Caster Andy.
We are standing by.
You've just come joining after an intense argument.
So Reddy told me it can't be work if you're having fun.
And that you're not allowed to be tired because it's not a valid
Apparently I'm not allowed to be tired. I went to a Taylor Swift concert for 7 hours, Vedius.
And you should have loved that.
I did love it, but it's exhausting.
Anyway.
Unlike this series, which is only rejuvenating.
I don't think that's true.
Maybe not for you. It's not work, Betty. I'm having fun.
I'm looking forward to our final game of the day, KC versus SK. As with all long series, the energy is getting a little loopy. But Nah taken away from KC. The Rumble also taken away on the side of SK. Let's see what the priorities will be as we move into this 3rd game. We know that Sejuani has proven to be valuable. Thinking about things like the Ezreal being a very high priority is that something that KC want to lock in for themselves very early on in the draft? Along with, I mean, again, AP junglers fallen to the wayside. AD carries mids. Last game, we got to see a few control mages, which, you know, a bit of a change of pace, which Niski had a great game on.
You know what I'd love to see here? Santander, KitKat, Kia, Brand. I think Brand would be great. We haven't seen him all series. And I think it's a great pick.
Day.
Yeah, I know, he's a great pick. He's so powerful, especially against compositions that try and engage
I was baffled why you were going with that, but that was quite impressive.
But I think it is, like, he's so incredibly strong, but it just feels like, again, there we go, Sejuani taken. Feels like teams are just slow to adapt, but it does mean you have to take on a very different identity for your team that is difficult to adapt to. When you've been playing with engaged junglers for such a long period of time, then lending that to someone else on the team to try and step up is going to be very difficult.
I think. So they banned the Azir, assuming that Ezreal would be prioritized, and now I genuinely think they're thinking about Nidalee again.
It's banned, buddy.
Oh, never mind. I thought
they
I was
could
really
be thinking about it,
but they're probably not anymore. Renekton, Sejuani going to be denied away from Kana and Closer. You imagine that the Ezreal is going to be locked in here for SK. Of course, their MF from game 1 was still a great pick, and maybe they considered the Azir to be a greater problem, so maybe they don't want to prioritize. Instead, they want to make sure they get a solid jungle matchup. And the Maokai is going to be locked in for Isma.
Because I think with the Maokai taken, you still open yourself up to going for an AD mid laner if you want. But also, I wouldn't mind seeing the Zeri locked in here for SK's comp, where again, you can kind of go, hey, we can flex that Zeri into mid lane, maybe look for an Ashe in the bot lane. But that's why I think Karmine Corp as well think of the same thing. They're going to try and take that one away.
Yeah, well, stolen by KC there. SK now have a choice to make. Obviously, you already know your top lane and your jungle matchups. Assuming the Maokai goes jungle, can of course be flex to support. Do you want to pick mid here, assuming the Zeri is mid, or do you pick mid? Or I mean, you could do what everyone does now, pick an AD carry and just flex it wherever the hell you please. Kaiser logged in for SK.
Rahel's Kai'Sa is very, very clean though, so wouldn't be surprised to see that basically go down into that bottom side, but it does do well regardless of where it is into this area, so I feel like it's just going to be a case of matching, which is nice for SK because you kind of get to figure out what the hell the game plan is since you're on the red side.
Screw it, lads, let's just ban supports. Not sure where these picks are going, so...
Well, so you've got to bear in mind that SK is saving last pick for mid, which means that now the logical thing to do is ban support so that you can first pick a support, right? So with Rakan taking away something that Targamas has leaned on so far in this series, I wonder if we will see the Rel taken away from the side of Carmine.
Already banned, buddy.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
there is an angle here to potentially use SK ban Ezreal, because you can flex the Ezreal into the mid lane, you can flex the Zeri into the mid lane, but also pairs so well with a lot of the poke that Carmine Corp have already set up. You know, Zeri, not traditionally your poke, but that zap through a wall can do a lot of work as well alongside the other tools that are there, so it could be an option here for Carmine Corp if you want to, and also just upsets look great on the Ezreal pick as well.
It gives you a lot of poke alongside the Jace if you do go for it. Final ban from KC. If you want to get rid of some engage, you could get rid of Alistar as well. Very powerful frontline tank. Instead, Talia removed, expecting that Kai'Sa to go into the ADC role, as we said. Rahel had some great games on it. Had that one game where he was doing 1,100 damage a minute, I believe was the number. Might have just been 1,000 actually, if I recall correctly, but he is the only one on SK that has played it so far this summer. Leona!
Finally.
Finally! Making her way to the fort.
I think she's just so good. She's just such a strong champion right now. Easy engage, and I think when you see the dive that's starting to come through for SK, it makes a lot of sense as well. The Alistar response, both Renata, I mean, the hovers are both good, I think, from KC. There's a bit of a mind game when it comes to Renata versus Leona because of the E versus the handshake mechanics and how that works, but I think both options make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just love seeing things like the Nautilus and the Leona paired with the Kai'Sa, because setting up with that ultimate is so easy then for the Kai'Sa to just send herself into the back line, try and look for that assassination attempt. But it looks like on the upside will be, I think, the Alistar good option here to try and dissuade any sort of follow-up engage and try and provide that tank front line. And then it's just a case of Iniski going to go towards something like the Corki when you are up against the Lucian in that mid lane. Or is he just going to fall back towards the more traditional AP mages to try and keep himself safe?
Interestingly, Alistar can actually interrupt the Kai'Sa ultimate. It is a dash, so if you pulverize while she's in midair, you can stop her from getting on towards your backline. Similar things can happen with the Threshold, but there's the Ezreal that we talked about, so no surprises. 4 AD carries in the game. Once again, should just count our lucky stars. We don't have 6. Could have had a Smolder top or something, or Kindred, you know?
Yeah, there was Varus top a bunch yesterday as well. So.
I do actually wonder if we get to see more Jace, if Lucian starts to come back as a top laner to the encounter, because that was really strong
I
into
do
it a while ago.
remember that, because wasn't that...
that was the Xiaohu meta.
The Xiaohu, that was exactly the player I was thinking of. He was an incredible Lucian top, wasn't he?
How is Kalista top lane these days? That
If you're the Shy, she's great. Also, Adam Solo Q, great.
Okay. But for these two teams, it's do or die now. Winner goes through to face BDS next Friday in 3 days' time for a spot against G2, for a spot against Fnatic in our summer finals. If SK win this game, Carmine Corp's year is done in the LEC. They will not make it to the season finals. If Carmine Corp win, they still have to beat BDS to make it to our top 6 and that tournament in about a month's time.
Glad you checked your watch for that.
Yeah. I do it for like effect on camera and then always remember I'm not on camera. I've done it like 5 or 6 times. For some reason, whenever I say a date, I look at my watch. But no one noticed. Until you brought it up, Rob.
No worries, that's what I'm here for.
Thanks for that.
Yep, anytime, bud.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift.
Game 3, KC versus SK. It's been a long day. These players have got to be feeling the fatigue. The arena, though, still full of energy. Fans excited to see them play. And KC along the line for them. Obviously, this has already been a better split than their whole year. The changes that they made are definitely proving to be effective. And I'm sure that they don't want their run to end here. They want a chance at qualifying for the World Championship. The only way they can do that is by qualifying for the season finals, and the only way they can do that is with a top 3 finish. Getting an upset against SK would be the first of many upsets that they would need to make that goal a reality.
I think also for a team that was incredibly hyped coming into the LEC, SK would like to finish their year on a high after what has been, let's be real, a pretty disappointing year for them with the finishes that they've had. So KC finally feel like they have their footing to try that run, but it starts by defeating SK in this game. And it is going to be no easy task. SK definitely feel like they're going back towards a lot of comfort for them. Relevant on a strong top laner that can be played around if you can play kind of that top side. Luan on something where it can be that main engage tool. It feels very SK-esque.
Yeah, the addition of Rahel and Luan over Exakick and DOS coming into summer, I think, was looked at as questionable. It was the question of, like, are they just 2 Koreans that we think could be good in the LEC? But over the first few weeks of the split, they really made a name for themselves. And although they've fallen off a little bit so far in playoffs, started to see some glimpses of their former selves in the second game of this series.
Well, I mean, this series, they've just been winning bot lane 2v2s,
oh,
right?
True.
So,
yeah, game 1 was the same.
Yeah, I mean, that bot lane performance has been very solid.
I mean, Rahel's Kai'Sa has been very solid as well. You think back to that one game where he just did not miss a Void Missile. Managed to completely solo carry the game.
So actually, funnily enough, they had a composition very similar to this where I was like, oh yeah, they really want to play like a lot of dive. And like, they never really team fought. It was just Rahel landing poke after poke after poke.
Jumping in on someone, killing them.
And then I was like, oh, and you know, there's a world where this could be the exact same draft. Ezreal and Kai'Sa just poke you down, you don't get to play, and it's a very sad affair.
I think the one good thing for KC is that not quite Void Missile range or the Arcane Barrage range, True Shot Barrage range, sorry to say. You have a lot of poke yourself. The Jace, the Culling, even the Zap we're kind of alluding to, you've got a lot that you can work with. So when it comes to those kind of stalemates of trying to set up for objectives, it's not like you just have a very clear winners. And if KC are able to set up for a big target misengage or closer finding a pick with that ultimate, it suddenly can be very difficult for SK to operate in that poke style.
We can see Kana getting the push in the top lane, the one winning lane or pushing lane for Carmine Core so far. Mid seems to be in favor of Niski, and Rahel and Luan already managed to shove out that wave bot. Rahel getting his back off, has got a cull for himself. Whereas we have yet to see Upset actually get a recall off, meaning he can just farm underneath that tower for a couple of moments, but as the wave shoves out, Luan can catch it, and Rahel will have no problem being back here in time to get the next wave for himself.
Keep my eyes on the supports as well. Luan did a bit of a cheeky roam towards mid when Rahel went for a base. Nothing really came off the back of it. Targum is looking to do the same thing, but he's now back in lane. Junglers both going back to base after their first clear. It's a slow and quiet early game. Ultimately, this series hasn't been super explosive. In game 1, we did see that bot lane level 2 kill between Rahel and Luan against Upset and Targa. Game 2, we saw that early game gank. But again, game 3, a lot on the line for both these teams. SK wanting to return to the status of top 4 after finishing first at the end of the regular season. I think anything less than a top 3 finish, especially given the performance of BDS recently, I think would be disappointing for SK. But we'll see how things transition as they still have to go through KC, who definitely surprised many. I think coming into playoffs, I did not expect them to have the level of play that they have been bringing, but they have definitely been a positive surprise, that's for sure.
I think a lot of KC fans as well kind of finally feeling that hope of maybe we can do it, maybe we can get to that top 3 and push ourselves towards season finals. But have to try and get control of this early game. And at the moment, it does look relatively good. Kana's doing good in this top side. Even saw Closer off his initial clear, moving up here to ensure Kana could get the wave crash. And then he gets that opportunity to try and bully out Irrelevant. Even with this wave, actually, could just look for a very quick reset himself and keep that TP advantage as Irrelevant should have to TP back up to this top end of the map. In response, Isma going to try and start up Dragon, just because he knows Void Grub's probably going to be difficult for SK to receive this game.
Yeah, but we saw this in game 2 as well. Like the really early first Drake before the Void Grubs even spawned. Dawn, then you go up towards the Void Grubs and try and get the push up there. Obviously, Irrelevant not able to push out Kana early doors here, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for them to go for those grubs. TP in by Nisqy towards the bot lane here, maybe forcing Targamas closer and upset a little bit further back. You can see Vladdy TP towards mid. The engage goes down. Targa with a double knockup, but he's the first to fall. Luon able to escape behind the back of Nisqy. The Dragon does reset. Can they aggro it again before it's full HP? They can't, so SK will just get a single kill out of the trade.
I was worried for SK because Vladdy actually TP'd back to lane first, but he was forced to catch a wave in mid. You can see that wave slow pushing towards Nisqy. Him rotating down is going to hurt his wave a little bit, but Nisqy cleverly decides to TP to the bot tower to mean that he can actually group up with his team faster. So when they go for the engage, Casey wasn't expecting the numbers disadvantage to arrive that quickly, and SK find themselves with first blood. The Dragon doesn't end up going down, and Closer turns his attention towards the grubs, knowing that Iz was not in a position to contest.
Irrelevant popped his ultimate to guarantee the push on that wave in topside so it could crash and get the bounce back, but it does mean no ult. Oh, maybe steal?
Oh, he gets one!
Oh, nice from Nisqy. Closer leaving that a little bit too low, but I mean, that's going to be, like, you're very happy with that as SK. Getting one out of this situation is huge.
That means that you
for the full grab buff.
Get towards those four. Upset took the time in the bot lane to push in, although he has been able to pick up a single plate. He's still behind.
Yeah, sorry, I just noticed that the wave there was quite awkward for Irrelevant, which is why I thought Luon was basically there to help him push that wave in. Fortunately, Kana hit a few of the minions, which means that it's now going to slow push towards Irrelevant. He's got to be careful about a potential dive. You can see that CS discrepancy really starting to build on the top side of the map. Ultimately, Irrelevant is going to be struggling in this matchup. Kana's doing a good job. There's the rest of the map kind of going ever so slightly in SK's favor. Credits to Upset finding that plate after the skirmish that happened, meaning that he has a very, well, now it's no longer. I was going to say a very minor gold lead, but yeah, it's pretty much even between the two AD carries.
Closer a level down here as Isma walks across towards his red, walks straight past it.
No,
the thing is, you know it's up as well, because you can just look at the mini-map, right? If the icons disappeared, then the red's already been taken. I think he just assumed that Closer would be able to take it before him anyway, because he had no smite. Yep, I was getting there, Betty. It was a roundabout way, but I got there in the end.
No presence in mid lane either. Vladdy had already got that push, Khan in top, so it would have been a very difficult take.
X-Flash,
might catch Closer.
Closer still has the flash here. It hits level 6. Glacial Prison leveled up, but not enough to buy him some time to get away from Luon. Isma takes the kill with a Nature's Grasp. Irrelevant knocked back here as he sliced and diced forward. Ruthless Predator for the stun. Kana low on mana, does still have a flash of his own if he needs to escape this situation, and I think he does. Flashes under the safety of the tower.
Kana's knockback ended up putting Irrelevant between him and the turret, so Irrelevant's just able to continue to chase him down, but it also means as he gets underneath this turret, that cooldown just isn't there. So nice job by Irrelevant, finding a moment where he can get that little bit of pressure and can get some more CS back in his favor.
It's really bad for Kana as well, because he doesn't have TP. He's going to start running back towards the wave. Probably going to lose this cannon. Not going to lose too much more out of this wave if he can get there quickly enough, but still only sitting at tier 1 boots, so it's at least a plate, a cannon, and maybe another minion on top.
It's the fact that Irrelevant would get a nice reset time.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to get it in these matchups, and he'll be able to get back into that top side before he really loses out on anything. So again, nicely orchestrated by Irrelevant. This has kind of been where Irrelevant has been very strong, just finding these moments in the top lane 1v1s to put pressure on the enemy and get not quite an advantage for himself, but certainly close the gap between himself and Kana here.
I mean, we saw a similar thing yesterday between Oscar and BB where Oscar was able to find a kill onto BB in the exact same matchup, right? And it's clear that there's a window in this matchup where Renekton can punish the Jace, and Irrelevant was able to exploit that. Of course, the downside is that plate secured for Kana. So even though he does end up getting forced back, he still has a very healthy lead. But the rest of the map going ever so slightly the way of SK. Some vision being dropped from Luon as he enters Casey's bot side of the jungle. Dragon 2.5 minutes, Grubs in 1 minute's time. Let's see what Rahel does on the map. He's going to look to reset, maybe just walk up towards mid. Is he interested in trying to leverage numbers to contest that objective? Because again, 3 Grubs, well, 2 for KC, 3 for SK would be a nice buff to have.
Especially with Kana winning out that top side so hard, if you can get him the mites as well, should be able to take that tower in short order. Luon opening up through the top side. See if Kana oversteps. He's on the weak side of the map right now, but Targamas has found a way around Rahel. Does still have the flash, will use it immediately. Smart play from him. But good play from Targamas to find that flank position.
On the upside, though, Luan is opened up to go for Kana, and Isma's here, closer to cover.
I think 11 just wants to back away from this one. Pops the Dominus, still tanking the tower, even with the True Shot Barrage. Kana falls, Irrelevant able to slice his way out. It was a dicey situation for him, but SK get out scot-free.
Vladdy here as well, though, so SK going to just be happy to try and get some pressure back, but nicely done by SK again, just using these little windows of opportunity to punish Kana, get on towards the Void Grubs, and with Nisqy having stolen one of them earlier on, this could be 4 Void Grubs, but KC want to turn that around. A lot of members collecting on this top side.
Upset's already moved up from the bot lane after shoving out that wave, so Isma, after he sees Upset in mid, he's like, I can't fight for this. It looks like Carmichael are actually going to get all 3 grubs out of the play. SK invested a lot into killing Kana, and because they had blinking health bars, because they weren't quite set up properly, Carmine Core actually are the ones that come out on top in terms of neutrals.
Yeah, I thought Irrelevant's TP would be up just in time to maybe try and come back into this, but it's just slightly off cooldown, so KC should be able to get all of these. They are shifting Rahel up now, but we'll get the replay here.
I mean, we look back at the dive, and Irrelevant draws aggro, largely thanks to... Oh, he connects the stun and the ulti. The ulti from Sejuani locks him out underneath the tower, but it's not quite enough damage to trade the kill back. Meanwhile, SK, between Luan and Ismet, they're able to find that nice kill. So plate goes over as well to SK. It's funny how in this situation they couldn't actually secure the grubs, because typically the idea is, oh, we have a numbers advantage, but it's, as you say, Medic, it was just a health difference, right? So many members of SK needed to replenish their mana. They weren't quite healthy enough, and so SK, even a man down, knew that in the extended fight, they'd still be able to win. So objective secured for them. That's 5 grubs to 1. The buff is theirs, but SK is first to the dragon.
I think if Luan had leached 1 more minion from mid-wave, he would have hit 6 for a fight that might be about to materialize. I mean, they might give it to him.
Oh, no.
Isma takes, I actually think they were meaning to give it to him, with Isma getting that at the end, puts the thumbs up down. Luan now needs to soak this wave. Targamas won't hit 6 of these 6 minions that stand before him, so after SK get the 6 on their support, much more likely to play around this Drake.
Oh, there's the level 6 actually with Targamas.
Oh, does get it off the 6, okay.
SK.
I thought with 4 players being there, he'd get a little bit less shared XP.
Both top laners do have TP, but it looks like, okay, smartly from KC, they choose to abandon it. It's fine. They instead focus their attention towards the top tower. Plates are still available. A minute left on those, and they're also top camps that they can take away, so I like the approach from KC. There's little that SK can do to punish. They'll send Vladdy down to go and catch the bot wave, and SK have to just focus on catching waves as KC turn their attention to top tower.
Yeah, Relevant going to burn everything to just try and clear out the wave, but there's so many people here from KC.
Targamas goes in, has that Unbreakable Will. Irrelevant still has the Ruthless Predator stun, but he hasn't had a chance to use it. Carmine Core execute the dive and execute the croc.
Nice bit of revenge there for KC. After losing Kana in the top lane dive, they're able to take down Irrelevant. This tower is likely to fall as well. The, of course, trade for that will be Nisqy securing this bot tower, albeit slower than what we're seeing on the top side of the map. But TP, is this risky?
Nature's Grasp. Isma looks for the dive immediately. Kana goes in. Twisted Advance going forward as well. Isma tanking for days, but not for long enough. 1 more shot would have killed him. Kana able to survive. Still has his flash as well.
So I think the idea here was Kana can TP into bot, then quickly use those 5 Void Grubs and Irrelevant not being up to try and get that bot tower as the turret plates were falling. But now Kana has to reset because there's the TP. Okay. But there's multiple members of KC here, so Irrelevant might still need to be careful. Yeah. They'll just back away.
I thought Carmine Core were going to collapse on that, I'll be honest. I saw the Irrelevant TP and was like, well, closes there. Obviously, they don't have the ultimates. They used them up in the last fight, but with Rift held up, perhaps that's more of a focus in terms of objectives. For the moment, though, honor's even between these two teams, really. You can say, you know, 2 Drakes to none, 5 grubs to 1, 3 kills to 1, but it's only 400, 500 gold in it. It's probably the closest early game we've had between these two teams so far.
Very much kind of what you would expect in a game 3. Game 1, KC was able to find a huge fight against SK to secure that win. Game 2 was a one-sided SK dominance. This time round, though, constant trade back and forth of objectives. Both teams with strong tools. Nice trade there from Upset. Oh, but Rahel able to pop to press the attack to get a bit of a trade back himself. Static Shiv's doing some work here in the mid lane as both AD carries ironically chunk each other down without actually hitting each other. The Herald gets secured by Isma.
Just see KC trading towers on the opposite side of the map, but with Rift Herald in tow. bit of a win for SK. Would love to try and use that in mid lane, especially when the Dragon comes up in 2.5 minute time, so just try and put some pressure onto KC on the map. Nisqy? I wasn't sure how aggressive you wanted to go onto Kana there, but yeah, I think from the position that you're in, SK, at least if they can use this Rift Herald effectively, should be good, because they push in mid, now to collapse on Vladdy on bot lane.
Vladdy hits 11, flashes away. The Ruthless Predator stun was waiting from Irrelevant, but unable to get into range to do it before that summoner expended by the Carmine core mid laner.
And Vladdy does have to be careful in these fights, because traditionally when we see the Lucian, like, he can take a cleanse, he can take a valuable summoner spell like that, but in the mid lane, he's opted into the teleport, and if you get into close range against a lot of SK, you are in the danger zone, and already feeling that hurt as he has to burn his flash. Might get caught again!
Nisqy has to flash away, the Solar Flare going immediately onto Vladdy. Nisqy gets the kill, Luon not back though, and he's going to be sacrificed underneath this tower. Kana coming in from the side, Nisqy has no way out of this, nor does Isma. 2 more kills over to Carmine Core.
There's no way for Irrelevant to join the fight. It's a 4 versus 4, and Casey on the re-engage, hand a triple kill over to Upset, putting him in a prime position to be the carry for Casey once more.
And they get to answer with this mid lane turn, which is huge. Rahel still needs to be careful, because KC could try and take off a little bit more, but he will be able to keep them back. The Static Shiv at least helping to clear out that wave, but you called it, Betty. Irrelevant just not being in that fight was crucial, despite the fact Vladdy went down early.
We think back, and it's SK that initiate the fight, and they're able to find a good start to it, but then Luon gets knocked underneath the tower by Targamas, and at that point you think, oh, it's a 1-for-1, but then when Kana finally arrives, another great shock blast from him means that there's not a huge amount that SK can do. So we see Upset on the flank, he's kind of sitting on the back line, and he's just consistently dealing damage.
Yeah, just managing to get that ult off onto Luon as well means that he gets all those passive stats, the speed up, and he's been able to move forward. Khan off on the side as well with the To the Skies, gets the slow onto multiple members there to set up from, which is great. And now, to come out of this replay, straight into Dragon. So we're going to have to see if we can rinse and repeat here with no flash on towards Vladdy for this one.
Upset's ultimate up in 3 seconds time. SK have got the first 2 Drakes of the game, the gold basically even, 200 in it. Runans and Static Shiv complete for Upset though, and if he's left in a team fight unscathed, untouched, he will have an absolute field day.
No Warmogs completed for anyone just yet, so Poke's going to stick.
The engage immediately. Isma falls low, able to survive with the twisted advance forward, but there he's down. Closer goes down in response. Lu on the next support. It's a double so far for Upset. The dive in though by Irrelevant is beautiful. Ruthless Predator with the stun. But now Vladdy, the second AD carry. Why not have 2? And Vladdy gets 2 to boot. It's 4-2 in favor of Carmine Core.
It's a double tap for a double kill from Vladdy. Absolutely settles the score for KC. Finishing off multiple low members of SK and now securing Dragon for them as well.
It was such a close fight until it wasn't. We look at the start and it's KC to initiate the engage. They focus on the front line. This Maokai looks like he's going to drop instantly, but then he's able to buy a little bit more time. Then Irrelevant is going to turn his attention onto Upset. Look at Upset as he tries to clean up the fight. The quick flash, the W comes in. He's doing a lot of damage, but here he's now out of juice. He's got nothing left. Nisqy then falls. The HP bars aren't high enough. And Kana and Vladdy with nice setup from Targamas is able to win out on the fight. Relief from the coaching staff as they deny Soul Point. And KC put themselves in a winning position.
And Rahel just wasn't in the same position to try and go forward because Irrelevant was trying to escape. He had just no front line. So Vladdy able to try and utilize a significantly stronger front line in that one to finish things out. And KC now, firm control. Baron spawning in 40 seconds. Both teams, obviously with the double AD carries, can do it particularly fast, but I think it's trying to get control of this area is going to be very difficult because if you're ever in the pit with like a Maokai ult, Leona ult, even on the opposite side, Targamas being able to get big combos, it's going to be tough for either team to wrangle that worm into their side.
I think SK's double AD carries have a large amount of poke. Consistent poke, it can be very powerful, but if you are going to give me a full 5-5 team fight from everyone at full HP, I take the team with Zeri every single time. Like, she's just so powerful. It's not like you have a super hyper carry on the other side. Ezreal and Kai'Sa can put out a lot of damage in a team fight, but if Upset gets a lightning crash down and starts stacking up, he is unstoppable.
But it's also just Zeri's so accelerated.
Yeah.
5 kills already picked up. She's moving up towards that 3rd item. It's going to be that Immortal Shield Bow, making Upset even harder to kill. LDR going to follow through next. So you're in a spot where you're going to be so incredibly strong. And even looking at Isma's build here, he's not going for the Warmogs immediately, instead working up towards that Randuin's Omen. So you're not going to have the same kind of Warmog. So any of the poke that we start to see coming through from KC is going to land and stick, versus where you look across KC where you're, oh well, I think it's like, yeah, I was going to, no, that's not a Warmog's build either. So never mind. I was going to say Closer was going to finish off his.
No, that's Warmogs. Yeah, that's Warmogs, mate. Winged Moonplate, Giant's Belt, and then
You're right.
what am I? The one with
Crystalline
Rejuvenation Beak, Crystalline Basic,
Yeah.
that's the last one, yeah. But enough about Warmogs. We see it every game. You know what we don't see every game? Carmine and Core making top 3. They haven't done it once this year, and if they're going to make it to the season finals, if they're going to have a shot at playing in Munich at the end of the LEC calendar, they need to make it to top 3. Currently fighting for 4th, and then if they manage to win this game, they'll play up against BDS. If they win that, they will knock Giant X out of season finals contention and take that spot for their own. And what a story it would be for the team, entering the league, going 10th, really struggling, and then finally turning things back around, building that blue wall brick by brick. Of course, walls can come tumbling down. Humpty Dumpty had a fall off on one, so we've never heard the end of it. As Kana trades with Irrelevant, Rahel jumps in, and Kana's overextended. Rahel finds him. The power of the killer instinct from SK.
Really nice punish from SK. These type of picks are really valuable for them, especially because they alleviate some of the side lane pressure that Kana was able to exert on the Jace. KC, they found a good fight, but they can't be overconfident. You've got to bear in mind that the gold is very even. You look between the AD carries, and now Rahel actually has a small lead in terms of the individual matchup. Itemization, they are very even, and these AD carries will be the determining factor in the outcome of this game, as the gold largely stays very close, and it only continues to build the tension as we get closer to our 4th dragon of the game.
And this is where Rahel has kind of hit critical mass. Having that Nashor's Tooth in his inventory as well means he gets the upgraded W, so he's going to be able to look for poke like this. If he lands the second one here as well, Vladdy's going to know all about it. So for KC, you have to kind of find this quick moment to take these fights before Rahel just continues to poke you down.
Here comes the poke. Ultimate from Niski going to go wide, but that is going to connect on the target.
3 for 3.
I feel like we've seen this before.
I'm always surprised when I watch Rahel on Kai'Sa that Vanguard doesn't pop up in the middle of the game. Everyone's Steam, I'm pretty sure
He's literally just hit the last 4 in a row.
Yeah, it's actually gross, because a lot of them are off vision as well. Like, you see Closer walk into this bush, but you don't know exactly where he is. Niski showing us that you can miss skill shots on someone who's in the fog of war. As a Closer doesn't quite have that Warmogs yet, so it doesn't have the regeneration outside of combat that he would like. Another one hits.
That's 5.
From Rahel.
A good vision set up for SK here as the Dragon
6.
spawns. You can see wards in the back of Dragon Pit to spot out if Kana was trying to get any sort of flank, but we're going.
Glacial Prison going out. Isma goes back in with a Nature's Grasp, gets the root onto Closer. Reset happens for both the teams, neither one finding the engage they were looking for. Shot Blast goes wide.
Closer though. The ultimate connects onto Upset. Closer wants to get a base off as quickly as he can. Niski's just being a bit of a pain. They're sending Rahel to go and solo the dragon.
KC's engage is still more threatening though. Targamas with the flash combo and still having his ult up means that it's a little bit stronger than Luan, just hoping for a Zenith blade. So still you have to be careful here as SK continue to just look for the poke, and that's all they're doing, just keeping people interested on this top side as Rahel is able to solo out the dragon.
That's Soul Point for SK as well. An Ocean Soul, when you have this much poke, can be pretty good, especially if you can find a way to disengage the fight. It becomes much more reliant on KC making their damage stick.
The tension continues to mount. We approach 25 minutes into the game. Soul Point now for SK, and Baron becomes an objective that both teams need to be very cautious about, as Baron can die very fast, and it's KC who have control in terms of vision. The side lanes being addressed by Irrelevant and Kana as they go to push out bot. Irrelevant though doesn't want to overstep. Kind of return to that neutral game state.
The biggest problem for SK is that everywhere is vulnerable for them as you try to push out waves. Like, even if you leave Niski in this top side, if Closer shows up or Targamas shows up, it's very easy to try and lock him down. So you're kind of leaving him in the mid lane and hoping that the shorter lane here will keep him safe, whereas you're investing in Rahel, pushing in the side lane with the rest of the team. Now he can start to drift across, but he does have to be a little careful with how aggressive he goes here.
Nisqy going forward, Glacial Prism finds him in the column, puts him in the dirt. Isma with the Nature's Grasp buys himself a second. Irrelevant TP'd in here, will be spotted, he's on a control ward.
Huge mistake. I can't believe he would ever consider face checking that. There's no need for him to go anywhere near that brush. KC now going to finally secure this tower. I wonder if they'll threaten the Baron. They got the TP out from Irrelevant as well. All things looking up for KC.
They'll keep the pressure, but I think they're more looking to link up with Kana in this bottom side. You see he's already prepped the wave, but not entirely sure.
It looks like they're just going to take away as much of the jungle as possible.
Exactly. Just suffocate SK out, deny them as much farm as they can.
I do think that might have been a moment where they could have, with 5 Void Grubs and as many AD carries as they have, I think that could have been the bot tier 2 gone, but still stealing away a lot of these camps from SK is definitely going to help to minimize the impact that Isma is as he starts to move on forward here.
There's always the threat of Nisqy TPing into a ward that you haven't cleared out because you're moving so quickly between the lanes as well. I agree with you though.
Are you worried about the Ezreal flank?
I'm worried about any flank in a game like this because it's the end of your year if you make it the wrong call, right? It's the end of the year if you make a mistake. So I don't blame them for being a little bit apprehensive, a little bit trepidatious, as Vedi would like to say.
Great word.
It is. Well, you use it often enough, so.
Yeah. One day I'm going to find out that I've been using it incorrectly.
I had that with Litany, I think. So I don't use it anymore.
Beneficiary and benefactor.
Yeah, well, please don't get us on that one.
Alright, on mid though, look at closer.
Goes in, only hits Isma, but Isma bursts down. Even with the twisted advance, he's still already down. The stun landing on Irrelevant as well as Rahel has to killer instinct across the fight. Carmine Core already found 2, it's 3! The AD carries remain standing, but what can they do without their front line? SK, can they fight back?
That is a massive team fight win for KC. Their target is the front line, and they just melt Isma. Immediately, SK is forced to play defensively, and it costs them 3. The Baron will be secured for KC, and they take firm control over Game 3.
There's nothing that SK could do. Isma gets caught, and you already said it, they just melt. We'll see it here. The engage coming through from closer, nicely set up here, swinging on through, and the poke from Upset and Kana manages to just connect on towards Isma. They immediately burst them out, and they're trying to set up this front to back, but Nisqy and Rahel just not really in a position to deal the damage. Again, zoned away, and it's Irrelevant who's just caught in the massive KC players there.
The tankiness of the Carmine Core front line just outmatching anything that SK can deliver. It's Randuin second for Isma as well. Doesn't have that Warmogs yet, but there's only really physical damage on the side of Carmine Core. I think there's a little bit of mix from the Zeri, but it's predominantly armor that you want to be stacking. SK now in a hole. 4,000 gold, the lead for Carmine Core. The Baron remains for 2 minutes, circling around their feet.
And now in a position to continue this push onto the bottom side of the map. They could try and spread it out, but when you've already see at the moment SK trying to deal with that mid wave, they're just going to completely barrel down through this bottom side. Irrelevant moving to deal with that mid lane push, but leaves a numbers advantage for KC on this bottom side. Maybe a little nervous of Irrelevant finding that flank opportunity, so they're going to back away, just happy that they got that outer turret.
I think they're also just overstacking in bot lane. They needed to grab mid too, so while they did secure a tower, it was always going to be harder to siege onto that next one. Kana now being sent to go catch this wave. Irrelevant doing a good job of finding that window and alleviating some of the pressure.
TP up to the top side as well by Nisqy to push out that wave, making sure there is few open opportunities for Carmine Core as possible to get towards the tier 2s with this Baron buff. The Drake secured, it's the second of the game for KC. And a minute remains on the Baron. They've made a net 300 gold from it because of course you get 1.5k just for taking the buff itself. But they get a Drake and they get control of the game.
What a story this would be for KC, though, if they can actually take down SK here. Going from 10th and 10th into pushing into top 4, 1 series potentially away from reaching our season finals. But it starts with trying to push SK back. We still need to try and close this out cleanly. Kana, he's going to push in top wave. So the tier 2 is what KC are setting their sights on. And you can see this 5-man group is just like, we know we beat SK in a full-on 5v5, so we're just never going to give you the opportunity to find us separated.
Glacial Prison going out, Irrelevant looking for that flank position. Kana a long way back. Solar Flare. Oza caught up in the Nature's Grasp, but nothing really connecting from SK. You have to remember the changes Carmine Core made coming into summer as well. Kana, Closer, Vladdy all joining the team now. They're the ones helping carry them perhaps to top 4. Targamas down to about a third HP. A Shock Blast hits 4, and everyone falls down to half HP.
Tower's going to drop. SK don't have the resources just in time for the Baron to disappear as well. KC, in an ideal world, they would have been able to break the base, but the wave clear from SK was enough to hold them back. I will say that KC have mainly been overstacking, which, in terms of their siege, not ideal. I think they really should be moving Kana off onto a side lane and then have him push and then regroup with his team. Regardless, they get 2 towers. It's likely that we're going to be playing for another Baron. 4 items now being completed for AD carries. 5th in the works for upsets. He's in an incredibly strong position. And really the gold advantage is gained for KC means that they're about half an item to an item ahead of their counterparts. And this is going to be crucial for the upcoming fight. But gold will mean less and less as we go later into the game, as more builds become complete and it all comes down to execution. 2 minutes, 50 seconds until the Ocean Dragon. Soul potentially to SK. Would that be enough to turn the game? Potentially. But right now it's KC who are controlling the narrative of this game. Flash in.
Oza looking for Niski, who flashes away himself. The culling's still there, and Targamas with a 3-man knock-up. Niski low. Immediately, though, Carmine Core being re-engaged on Targamas, falling lower and lower. Upset on the backline. Rahel going for him. Rahel will fall. 4v3 now, as Niski has to be the one to do it all. Irrelevant manages to find one. It's 3v2. Vladdy dashing away from the Renekton. Closer there on the front line still. Niski trying to get in from the side, but Carmine Core have found 4. Niski jump forward. Niski jumps to his death. Carmine Core bury him with the rest of their team, and they can see the match next week against BDS in their sights.
Rahel couldn't do it. Irrelevant couldn't do it. Niski could not do it. But now the question rises, can Carmine Core do it? How high can this team rise?
Can Luon delay them long enough? 8 seconds on Isma. The first Nexus tower has fallen. The second will follow shortly after. And the blue wall is growing ever taller. Les Bleus, Carmine Core are going to play BDS next week.
Carmine Core will secure top 4 in LEC Summer. A monumental win for them. A massive upset against SK. They will have an opportunity to go against BDS next week. And if they do, they will secure top 3 and secure a spot in season finals. Their destiny is still within their own hands. KC with a massive win in summer.
What an absolute story. Well, vote for your Kia player of the series at LEC on X. It is Kana, Vladdy, or Upset. I don't even know who you vote for. This was a heroic performance across the board from Carmine Core. What a step up from these guys coming into playoffs. It feels like every single game, well, they are fighting for their lives, but they're doing it in style.
Yeah, so many players, like big shout out to Closure as well. 2, 2, and 15, 100% kill participation in that third game.
Putting my hand up for Targamas as well. Yeah, 0, 2, and 17.
I mean, their initiations were flawless in a lot of those fights, right? And in game 2, they did get absolutely crushed from start to finish. In game 1, it was a messy affair, admittedly, but game 3, they had control. They were trading objectives well. They were playing fights better than their opposition. And SK, they fumbled at the finish line. Now, they will still have a chance in the season finals. Thanks to BDS winning their series, they have been able to qualify. But KC, all they need is one more win, a best of 5 against BDS.
Who will look beatable.
Exactly.
They definitely look beatable.
They don't look strong. I mean, KC, if they continue performances like this, they could take BDS and find themselves taking that final
if they win that, they will be top 3, and
then
they will
could beat G2, and then they could beat Fnatic. You know the you are here, where people were like 0-9,
I mean, it's true. I mean, the KC fans should be excited about that.
You are here. Beat Fnatic. You are here.
The
beat
miracle run
T1 in World's Finals in London. You are here.
And I think it's really important to emphasize how for KC, even going into the matchup against Mad, expectations were against them, right? Expectations were against them against KC, and I'm sure that the doubters are going to exist against BDS, but the reality is that it is within their hands and they're in a great position to still aim for that dream of qualifying for World.
I think it's unfair looking at these players not to reevaluate your expectations of KC. They have been very clean, their early game strong, their team fighting fantastic, and as you say, with BDS struggling, it feels like KC honestly are probably favorites going into that game with the way that people have been playing. So
I think off recent performances, Carmine Core should be favored next week.
Definitely should be.
It's a difficult one to predict, though. I can see. Oh, Dracos is standing behind us, waving at us right now, standing by with Closer. I believe we're ready for our Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Dracos, take it away.
Thank you very much, Medic. I am here for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Closer. I am blown away by you and your team. Shout out to the fans here in the studio that have been here all day. I want to start by talking a little bit about that Game 3, because Game 2 was super one-sided. What were the adaptations that you guys made coming into Game 3 to make sure that you had a better shot at taking this and ultimately winning the series?
Yeah, I think I even said in the Game 2, like, don't take this game too seriously. We knew that the game was like mega lost, so we focused on not getting like too emotional and focusing on the next game. Even Game 1, I don't think we played good, but we won the game, so we were still confident that we can win the series for sure.
I like that level of casual confidence. Are you starting to feel the pressure now as we get closer and closer to top 3? Because I feel like at the start it felt like a dream, it felt very distant, but you keep winning. You're one best of 5 away from making season finals. Is that starting to count in the back of your head? Is that something you're starting to feel?
I mean, the pressure doesn't really get to me because I'm pretty sure everyone will keep thinking we will lose the next one. So, I mean, I think we still didn't show how good we are. Like, we are winning these games, but I think we have so much more in us. And I think we will beat BDS, and we will see after that.
When we talk about BDS as an upcoming opponent, I know you were probably very focused on this series today. I'm not sure how much of the previous series you got to watch, but is there any special avenue of attack? Is there anything that you think that you guys are doing better than them right now that will allow you to come out on top in that matchup?
To be honest, like we watched their games against Mad Lions and their game against, who did they play today? Giants.
Yep.
Like, I don't think they're good. We are coming for you.
For someone who you're counting yourself as the underdog, you think people are going to underestimate you. I still like that you're coming forward with so much confidence, and confidence that's well placed. You are our key player of the series. How do you look back on your performance today? How do you feel about how you played individually?
I don't think I played that good, but I think it was like mid.
Kana. Sorry, I said Kana.
I'm robbed.
I'm so sorry. I didn't try to troll you. I'm glad you guys laughed. That made me feel about it. I just couldn't read. So.
I think I played pretty mid. And
the fans agreed. I'm sorry.
Just some Sejuani why I think why our game was disgusting, but we can blame the draft for that one. But other than that, I was okay.
Yeah. How do you feel about your Jace top laner? The Ornn maybe not so hot, but the Jace games look pretty all right. How you feeling about Kana?
I think we had a pretty good plan on the draft, and that comes from Kana being able to play Jace very good. So I'm glad he performed well, and we won the series, Feels good.
Ultimately got the win. Sorry for trolling you there very briefly. Congrats again to Kana. Congrats to you and the team. I cannot wait to see what you guys can do against BDS coming up next week. For now, I hope you guys can get a little bit of rest. I know it's right around the corner. We're going to send things over to PGL with Upset. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dracos. We got Upset joining us. We got Aragon here as well.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win, Upset. I want to say huge upset, but that would be one too many puns. How are you feeling?
Feeling happy that we won, for sure. Yeah, just that.
Stressed? How are the emotions?
No, now I'm not stressed.
Oh, yeah,
I
okay.
just won.
Relax. Man, that was a series, wasn't it? Game 2 was kind of wild. I don't know. Watching it backstage, I was like, okay, they've drafted 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
They've drafted a Vi who can be attacked early. What was that about? How were they going into the game? I feel like I used to play, right? And I was at the back of my head, I was like, I go into this game, I'm like, it's kind of lost, you know?
Yeah, it was basically lost from draft if they play well, and they did, so it was just over. We had, like you said, 3 losing lanes, losing jungle. I mean, our identity, as you can see, the whole split is kind of scaling and team fighting, but we went a little bit overboard on the scaling aspect, so we just were losing everywhere, and they didn't, and our jungle was also weaker, so it was just really rough game,
Talking about losing, Closer also said when you've got the expectation to not be expected to win, it's much easier to just play with less pressure on you. Now, after you've been playing for so long, is that really truly like the mentality? Like when the weight has been lifted off your shoulders and you're not expected to win, is it easier to pull this off?
For me, it doesn't really change too much, to be honest. If I'm expected or not to win by the public, I expect myself to win.
Sure.
But it's definitely a really important match for us today, so it was definitely stressful to play, I would say. Also, the laning phases were, the first 2 games were very bad. Like in the first game, we were not on the same page at all. I was in front of my Rakan and I got really chunked level 1, and then I died level 2. So it was kind of stressful to play from behind, I would say, because it's not the best feeling as AD carry, but overall I think we managed quite well with the stress, and we did.
Hey,
we brought it home in the
promised
end.
not to die level 2 again, so I guess that's all your team
3.
can hope for.
Yeah, level 3.
I was level 3 the next
look, I expect you guys to win. All right, and one of the big reasons was actually about you, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but when I think of upset, I actually think of the champions that just happen to spawn in as meta now. So like, your most played champ, Kai'Sa, Ezreal's a close second, and then your Zeri win rate's crazy as well, and they just suddenly are meta. Do you feel fortunate? Do you think this is a really big part of it?
I think I'm good at a lot of champs, but I'm definitely super happy with this meta. Yeah. It's like, I mean, you could see even in the first 2 games when they were blue side, they were banning 2, and in the second game they even banned 2 and picked 1 away. So definitely these champs are really good for me, so I understand that they banned them, but I need to be better at more champs as well in the meta. I do feel like these champs are just the strongest in the meta, but I need to step up. Like my Jinx game was not very good, right? So I need to, be better than 3 champs.
Talking about all the aggro AD carries, of course, that are in the meta, we have a lot of Korean AD carries in the league that are newcomers. So how do you weigh the league in terms of skill-wise when it comes to the AD carry pool overall for the LEC?
I think all the Korean ADs are pretty good, like Rahel, Noah, and Ice. I mean, they all have different strengths and weaknesses, I would say. But I think I myself like to play a little bit more this way as well. I think in EU, the AD carries all have like a kind of own style, the EU AD carries, but I think the Korean ones all play a little bit more similar. I think they are all much better at team fighting on average, and they also like to play a little bit more scaling. They're not necessarily the most lane-focused players, I would say, even though today they were pretty good in lane. So yeah, I really enjoy having them in the league because I think it just makes it more competitive.
Awesome, leveling up the league. Talking about the league, of course, you guys might have eliminated Escape from the playoffs, but you not eliminated them from season final. So let's have a look at what teams we have locked in. Of course, you guys, to lock in season finals, you need to get that top 3. Giant X is the biggest fan right now of Team BDS that is looking to stop your way forward. What's your thoughts about BDS?
I think BDS has shown that they are very good at coming back in games. I think they have a lot of resilience and a lot of good team fighting, I would say. I think this has been their main strength, which is funny because it's a little bit similar to us. I think we also shine more in team fights. We're not necessarily the strongest team in the early game or at snowballing the game. So it's like a very even matchup stylistically, at least.
It's curious because that's the opposite of what Closer said. I don't know if you heard Closer's interview as you were walking, probably not. He was saying, no, he thinks they're terrible. So he thinks that it's going to be a free series. I think, honestly, anyone who votes against you now, it's kind of cooked looking at today's series, especially with how BDS is playing. So wow, you think they're really similar and it's going to be a close match?
I mean, in terms of style, yeah. I don't know. Closer's getting a bit cocky, I think.
Okay.
Like, we barely beat SK and he's already shit-talking BDS. I like it, okay.
Maybe I'm paraphrasing and he didn't quite word it like that. But yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a stomp either way. I think we are obviously confident in ourselves. We of course think we can bring it home, but I don't think they're a bad team. And I think none of the teams that are left are to be underestimated.
All right, moving into that series, into BDS as well. I just wanted to ask you in general, as we see here, the playoffs bracket unfold in front of us. This is your next series. Once you beat Team BDS, you have locked yourselves that top 3. You have locked yourself season finals. How surprised are you to see right here G2 in the lower bracket? Because Fnatic seems to be the team to beat right now.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, honestly. I think maybe G2's meta read was a little bit worse than Fnatic's in their series. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think all the games were very close competitive, so I think either team will be a hard matchup to face to get to the final. But I guess it's surprising because G2 just has been the favorite over Fnatic for the last 1.5 years or something. So Yeah,
Fair
it's
enough.
surprising.
But I want to ask you, like, come this playoffs, I don't know, what the hell happened, man? Like, suddenly, you guys, your team fighting was really coordinated. I remember, like, the Camille plus you diving in on Kai'Sa, for example. There were so many good instances of you playing super well in the mid-game. It feels like this playoffs, you guys have just been unleashed. I think I've gave one of the reasons why, and your pool is better now, for example. But what really happened? Was it closer impact? Because I feel like he's played a lot better as well, facilitating on the lanes. What's your thoughts on why you suddenly just leveled up and you're winning every game or series?
I don't know. I think the meta is good for sure. AD carry has like a lot more mobility and agency. I think that is one factor, but it's always the whole team stepping up. I think Closer and Targa have been getting very good engages or like clutch fights. Like Targa had really good Rakan fights. Even the last fight with Alistar, I think he had like a 3-man combo or something. I mean, everyone is just stepping up. I think it's not like one thing in particular. So, yeah.
Well, the sky's the limit, I guess. Upset, thank you very much for joining us. This is going to be it for week 6 of the LEC. But this week, you heard it right, this Friday, in literally 3 days, set your calendars because we're going to have the lower semi-final between BDS and KC, and the winner of that match plays against G2 in our lower final on Saturday to claim the right to take on Fnatic on Sunday for the Summer Split Shield. So stay tuned, set your calendars. 3 days from now, this man is going to be on the stage again versus BDS. See you then.
Everyone wants to lower shield.
Yes, exactly.
That's something. Thank you.
That guy. I mean,
Oh, look Vero after, look Vero.
there you go.
Nice.
Nice.
Very good.
Lumber. Focus fight.
Keep going.
Bro.
He can kill.
Bro.
We can dash.
Go.
This guy no flash. Nice. Does he have ult?
I don't know. He has no.
Nice. Gorilla back. Olaf no flash.
Rakan.
Okay. Nice. Good.
Go.
Good dive. Adam pops the Ragnarok, runs onto Juhan through the Magnet Storm, almost takes Juhan out, needs another axe, and finds it 1 for 1. Is able to escape with a flash of his own! True shot!
Guy. Mega show.
Watch me!
Oh my god. Oh my god!
No cleanse this guy.
Still chase, Juhan flashes forward, there's the grand entrance, and there goes Sheos.
I can flash.
Listen. Nice.
Enough, guys. Enough.
Oh, she used cleans? Yeah,
Watch me.
Guys, this time I might clean. Let's go, Nick. Your time, look. Let's go.
Look, well, no flash mid.
Add Kana, guys.
Nice. No flash.
Good.
No flash.
No flash.
Cannon.
Yeah, help Upset.
Next game, I'm gonna try to not die level 2.
I mean, you don't have to, but it would
Are
be
you
nice.
ready?
3 seconds, I can't TP.
He flashed at it.
No.
Ding.
Boom.
Kill them. DPM. Kill Kana.
They are not playing the game.
Like 4 seconds.
Tower.
No. Only tower, guys. Only tower.
Nexus, please.
Let's go.
Go!